ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. A 29-year-old woman has been charged with attempted murder after allegedly attacking a female jogger in Melbourne's inner north. Fraser Fife has the details.
A 24-year-old woman was jogging along the Mary Creek Trail in Fitzroy North just before 11 o'clock yesterday morning when the attack allegedly occurred near High Street. Police say another woman began assaulting her in the unprovoked attack before passers-by intervened and the woman fled the scene. The victim was taken to hospital with serious head injuries. A 29-year-old Richmond woman was arrested nearby and charged with attempted murder and intentionally causing injury. She'll face the Melbourne Magistrates Court today.
The Melbourne Storm has given a more detailed response to criticism of its last-minute cancellation of a Welcome to Country ceremony at yesterday's Anzac Day clash, blaming the incident on a miscommunication. Wurundjeri elder Auntie Joy Murphy-Wandin was due to walk out onto the field at Melbourne Storm's clash with the South Sydney Rabbitohs last night and says she was shocked to be told on Friday afternoon by the club's CEO that the ceremony would be called off. In a statement, Storm Chairman Matt Tripp says the club's board was not aware that a Welcome to Country was to be performed at the game and that it had agreed to host the ceremony at Multicultural Round and Indigenous Round. He said once the board understood the programming, the ceremony was given the green light, but it was too late and the club takes responsibility for that confusion. Police will be armed with extra search and identification powers during planned rallies in Melbourne today. Jason Katsaris has more.
Police say they'll invoke special search and arrest powers at both the women's rights protest and planned counter-protest today. Changes under the Control of Weapons Act introduced last year mean the protest area will be designated for police to conduct weapons searches and to request protesters remove face coverings. There'll be a highly visible police presence at the protests, with water barriers also put up to separate the two groups. Police say they respect the right for people to protest lawfully, but expect that they do so peacefully and without impacting the broader community.
Opposition leader Peter Dutton has continued to claim Labor has secret plans to get rid of the negative gearing tax exemption, despite Anthony Albanese's signal he would not. The Prime Minister says he has already ruled out revisiting the policies multiple times, declaring housing affordability will be improved by increasing housing supply. But Mr Dutton has doubled down on his claim.
It would help no one if rents go up, which is what would happen under Labor's abolition of negative gearing. The Treasurer has sought this. And frankly, they should be upfront with candidates in Canberra and elsewhere about their secret tax policy.
In news just in, Virginia Giuffre, a prominent accuser of Jeffrey Epstein and Prince Andrew, has died by suicide. In a statement, her family confirmed she died on Friday night at her property in Near Gabby, about 20 kilometres north of Perth. If you or someone you know needs someone to talk to, you can call Lifeline on 13 11 14. St Peter's Basilica in Rome, where Pope John Francis has been laying in state for the past 3 days, is now closed to the public ahead of the pontiff's funeral tonight. Ali Crew reports.
More than 250,000 people have paid their last respects to Pope Francis over 3 days of public viewing. His coffin has now been sealed ahead of his state funeral in St Peter's Square and burial in St Mary Major Basilica outside the Vatican's walls. World leaders and royalty have converged on Rome for the funeral, including 54 heads of state and 12 reigning sovereigns. Italy is deploying more than 2,500 police officers and 1,500 soldiers to provide security during the funeral, which is expected to gather about 200,000 mourners in St Peter's Square and up to 300,000 people along the route from the Vatican to the Pope's burial place across Rome.
Luigi Mangione has pleaded not guilty to federal murder charges in a New York court over the shooting death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. The BBC's Nada Tawfik has the latest.
Wearing a tan prison jumpsuit, Luigi Mangione was told to stand. When asked how he pleaded to the charges of stalking, murder and a firearms offense, he leaned into the microphone and said not guilty. His defense lawyers told the court that given he faces the death penalty, they now want his federal trial to take place before his state case. At the same time, though, they are fighting to prevent the government from seeking capital punishment, arguing that Attorney General Pam Bondi's past statements and press releases and on social media indelibly prejudice the process.
To the weather now for the state. Showers for Melbourne, cloudy and some showers, a top of 20. It's 19 degrees. ABC News.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling.
Here it is!
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
You're listening to AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app. This is AFL Saturday.
Good old Collingwood. The wise old Magpies get it done again in season and on Anzac Day. Their premiership coach, Craig McRae, joins us live on AFL Saturday. The Bombers skipper, Zach Merritt, will drop by as well. He's in the experts chair working the Saints-Lions game with us on ABC Sport today. Freo rebound. Was that a setback for the Crows? Glass half full or glass half empty on the Demons, who have now won a couple in a row? And what did Richmond learn from the whole Noah Bolter episode? All of that ahead today on AFL Saturday, right here on ABC Sport.
But after dropping the opening game of the season, Collingwood wins 6 straight. It's the first time they've done that since the premiership year. It's an ominous warning. They're on top of the ladder.
The oldest list in history. How about it? A bit of experience for the Magpies. A 41-point win coming from behind. Only momentarily. They fell behind in the third quarter and then really flexed their muscle from that point on. 10 of the last 13 goals for Collingwood. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Alongside me is the coaching icon, the man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL AFL history, Mick Moldhouse. Hello, Mick.
Hello, Corby, Rama, and our listeners, our wonderful listeners. Hope you've had a wonderful week so far. It's been, yesterday was just such a tremendous day. And we're looking forward to some good football. And I can't believe, I'm just here with Rama. We can't believe a few things have taken place over the weekend. They're all talking points, so football's alive and well.
It's always good when we get Craig McRae to stop by for a chat as well. I mentioned it to you yesterday. There's only 3 living Collingwood premiership coaches with us here on planet Earth. Lee Matthews, of course, your good self, Mick, and we've got another one that we'll chat to in Craig McRae, who's hoping to try and build, like you and Lee did, build a collection of premierships to try and put a couple more in the cabinet there at where are they playing? Olympic Park or whatever we call it, the old glass house.
Yeah, the old
ABC commercial.
1956 Olympic Stadium for swimming and diving.
Look forward.
Quite another story there too. I've got a ripping story to I can tell you one day about the diving pool.
Yep.
Because what they did with Collingwood, they converted it into our meeting room. So they lined it. But when they took the lining off, there was these beautiful tiles with 1956.
Oh wow!
Insignias on every 10th or 20th. It's behind this wall. It's quite
still there.
Oh, they'd be still there.
Still
It
there?
wouldn't be like touch them, surely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
How good's that?
Yeah, it is. It's quite remarkable.
You mentioned there's no loophole. Adam Ramanauskas, the youngest Essendon premiership player on planet Earth. We do not have another one younger than him, the youngest member.
Could be a while too, Corby.
Oh, don't say that. Of the 2000 premiership team. How are you, Ram?
Very well, and it's always a very special weekend. It's a special occasion yesterday, no doubt, with the Anzac Day game. So, and I know all clubs will make sure they give it the proper recognition over this football weekend. So. Just on those tiles, mixed splashback at home looks beautiful now with those tiles.
I'd love to have them. That'd be fantastic. I just hope it, because they went when I left. They went in and did the whole room. So their meeting room now is not down there. So I'm just hoping that room has been kept as it is, because it's quite, we're going back to, we're talking now 70 odd years.
Yeah.
So you just hope it stays there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And maybe the old wall gets the new wall gets pulled off, so it exposes these tiles.
We're lucky enough to work the game together yesterday, Mick. Ram, you were watching on at home. What did you see?
Look, I thought the first quarter Collingwood were absolutely brilliant. Just the way they were able, firstly, to play the conditions. I think the rain was there. It wasn't heavy rain, but it was there. And their midfield, the way they worked, that Essendon's accountability was really ordinary, I thought, in that first quarter. But I thought the middle 2 quarters of the game were an arm wrestle. They were a real arm wrestle. Essendon were able to wrestle back momentum, gain the lead. But again, and we'll talk to Craig McRae about this and around, Collingwood just look very organised as a football team at the moment. They don't panic, and they certainly didn't panic. They kicked 10 goals to 5 in that second half. So and it was quite comprehensive in the end. But look, they're certainly going to be there, Collingwood, when the whips are cracking. Again, we talk about their experience and their age and the like, but I think what world sport is showing us now, like 30, that's 25, really. Like the way players prepare themselves now, and I'm not talking AFL, I'm talking around the world. If you look at professional soccer, if you look at NBA basketball, if you look at cricket, if you look at all sorts of different sports now, the way athletes look after their bodies, I think it's a testament, one, to them, but also the progression in high performance. And I think we need to join the party in the AFL.
Can I just add on one little thing there too, Rem? I agree totally with what you've said, but I also think that those that officiate the game, those that are in charge of the game, those that are in charge of football clubs, football teams, in other words, coaches and so forth, have now an open mind.
Yeah.
It used to be, he's 30. Now you're going, well, with Scott Penbury, he had another 7 years. He's still got 7, and he's probably another couple of years.
Yeah.
Craig Bradley, I have no doubt, was retired 1 or 2 years early. And I'll almost go the same with Boomer. Boomer Harvey, to me, was playing good football. Oh, no, he's 34, 35. No, we want to freshen up. Yeah. The sign of the times is spot on. If you've got an experienced side, that's why Collingwood were able to settle and then bounce back yesterday.
Correct.
Their experienced players just took control. No panic, just side bottom.
Yeah.
Pendlebury, etc. And Jeremy Howe on the back line. There's no Darcy Moore. He just took control.
But Bontempelli's a great case study too, Ram. I mean, in your day job, you work as a player agent. In the past, you would never have really someone come out of contract like that at 30, and yet so it's quite rare to see that. And yet he's probably about to sign the contract of his life, you'd think, at this particular stage.
And he deserves it too.
Absolutely. And
he's playing brilliantly.
Yeah, you look the way he returned last week. So,
and you wouldn't be hesitant, surely, to say, hey, let's give him 4 or 5 years of good money or whatever it is, and hopefully he plays well into the future. One interesting subplot that happened yesterday was the communication to the benches, and Tim Hodges was all over it on the boundary on our coverage. We don't give Hodgie too many pats on the back, so
not what's doing the worth of the weather.
To give him some shine here yesterday, where the communication complete failure to the bench, and it was wet, wasn't it? It rained from about an hour and a half before the start of play and the whole way through. And Laura Kane, the footy boss at the AFL, gave very rare permission to be able to use a mobile phone. So phones are usually banned from the benches because that was the only kind of communication that they were able to get from the box down to the bench. Brad Scott spoke about it post game in his press conference.
It was pretty old school. We just had to get the mobile phones out. It was pretty frustrating. I mean, that's as helpless as I've felt in a quarter of footy when we can't communicate to the bench. I mean, every time I went to go down to the bench, they said it's back on, and then it came back off. It's like, we couldn't work out what was going on. But from what I hear, we weren't the only ones.
They've got so much more experience. The game's in the heat at the moment. How much of an impact did that really have communicating with young players?
Yeah, I think it has a lot.
I think it has a lot, was the quote from Brad Scott. So Essendon hit the front, and from that point on, Collingwood kicked 5 of the next 6 goals, and they led by 4 goals themselves. The Pies at three-quarter time.
Well, Mick's the best one to answer that question because he's had inexperienced teams and experienced teams. And I think what Brad's talking about there is, I've still got a relatively inexperienced team. I need to coach. It's not like I can just let them play. I need to coach. I need to manoeuvre things. I need to get to situations quickly, and clearly he couldn't.
Yeah, I'm a little bit different there because you do control the game from the box. There's no doubt about that. But since I've retired, call myself retired. It's been progressively cut back, where the influence of the coach, number one, 666, you sit on your hands, you can't do much about a player behind the line. You can only have your runner, I think, X amount of times during a game. So you do have limited anyway. You have limited opportunity anyway. If you really want to make it happen and you can't see the whole ground, trust your deputy, go down on the bench and just run it from down there. So then you're not worried about trying to communicate to your runner. You're instant with your runner, back your staff upstairs and have a go at that. I don't know whether it had a massive impact on the result, quite frankly. I think Collingwood just took over.
Yeah. There's no doubt, though, that there's more on-field leadership, isn't there, for the Magpies?
That's what we talk. Yeah, we're off air. You're talking about that too. They just dominated around the areas with senior players.
Have you ever had something like that happen? We've lost communication with the bench?
Well, I used to have the headphones. When I was first coaching West Coast, it was different at Footscray because I was able to actually voice virtually over half the ground.
Yeah.
Well, I could because on the out and I was up above, and players were after my first say 5 or 6 weeks, my players got used to me by crossover means swap wing, do this and do that, and so I was able to have full communication with at least half the ground. So then when I went to West Coast, the phones. No, I didn't trust the phones. So then we ended up with headphones that were direct linked to downstairs. So that was a new innovation for us, and that worked beautifully right until the end of my days at West Coast. And I took them. I asked Collingwood to do it. They did so. No, I had some pretty good. I must admit, areas where we couldn't get communication one was a classical case in Tasmania, where I radioed through and I got this back. Would you please refrain from ringing the airport? Otherwise, this will be where the federal police will be paying you a visit. That was during a game.
And what happened to the phone? Just bang, hang up.
Oh, had to because we had the little walkie-talkie. I obviously had the wrong because I'm notoriously pushing the wrong button. I must have swung it around to a different. What do you call it?
Some sort of wrong frequency.
And I ended up getting the airport. So that was good. Those messages worked really well.
Mick Moldhouse, the coaching icon, alongside Adam Ramanauskas. So my name's Corporate Middlemass. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. And I'm very pleased to say the premiership coach of the Collingwood Football Club, a man will be pretty happy this morning, I'm sure, after a 6th consecutive win yesterday. Craig McRae joins us on ABC Sport across the country. Craig, congratulations and appreciate your time.
Afternoon, Corbin. Yeah, it certainly makes for a better weekend when you win on a Friday night. The energy is definitely different.
I imagine. We're just chatting about the communication breakdown. Brad Scott's comments. You spoke about it as well in your presser. Can you just take us inside that? I mean, what does it look like? And you coach from the bench when all of a sudden you can't get to upstairs. And I imagine it'd be like sort of anyone that works an office job where the IT department comes down and people are searching around everywhere, but only in your workplace. There's players coming on and off the ground. There's 100,000 people watching on. What happens in that moment and how do you handle it?
Well, similar to when, I suppose an analogy is when you get a blackout at home. Like you get blackout at home and goes, well, hang on, what are we going to do? And there's an automatic or a reaction to that. And I just sort of called for a sense of calm. Like, we've got a lot of stuff right in front of us that we can control and, let others sort of work through what that looks like. I know the box was a little bit, I suppose the energy was different because they were disconnected from us. But downstairs, I've got Hayden Skipworth, he's an incredible coach and such a great asset for us as a group. So I work closely with him, and he's communicating up and down to the box and through the players and everything. So we just had a sense of calm, and the great thing that we have in our group, which is you're probably all seeing, is they're well led on the ground. And as coaches, you want to hand the game over as much as you can. And when you have enough experience, you can do that, and you sort of sit back and let them drive it a little bit more than potentially if you don't have that experience.
I know the boys have got a few footy questions for you. Just to get one out of the way on Steele Sidebottom, who deserves a light shone on him after that display yesterday. It was a phenomenal day. At 34 years of age, wins his second Anzac Day medal. Was there ever a time, Craig, when you look back over the past 12 or 18 months where you thought, I might have to have a really awkward conversation here, and instead you got this version of Steele Sidebottom at 34 doing what he's doing?
Well, we did have a good chat last year. I just, often and regularly about, how you're looking at him, how you're feeling, and there was a period early last year where, there was a lot of far cry from what he's performing at the moment. He's a remarkable player and hasn't probably played much midfield in recent times, sort of more around the edges. And what you're seeing right now is a guy that's got incredible ability to get from one contest to the other, as Mick knows, and all his strengths are on display with his clearance work last night. I think some of his numbers that will be displayed as probably, I think he's the only player in history that's had those possessions and clearances and contesting and the like, and so he's in rare form, isn't he?
Craig, well done too. It's the side looks fantastic. Just a couple of questions. If you ranked your team right now against, say, the 2023 Premiership side, where's the? I'm going to jump in and say there is improvement. Where do you see that improvement, and what do you need now to sort of sew up just to make sure that you know what it's like with round 7? You still got another 2/3 of the season to go. Yeah,
good to hear your voice, Mick. I must say we all feel that we're a better team in many parts. There's probably more consistency. I think, Mick, we would play games where we just have, like last night, where they kick a goal early in the last quarter, it's 18 points, and I think historically we would have lit up the next couple of goals, just maybe a little bit. I don't know what the right word to describe it was, but a bit shy, go back in our shell a little bit, and allow the opposition to maintain that momentum. This group has the ability to change gears, as I mentioned after the game to our players and through the media, that we have this ability at the minute to just stem a bit what the opposition doing and then just put a foot down again. And I think it's just because we've got a bit more consistency across the board, a bit more maturity potentially in some different roles, a few change of personnel, and the group's really hungry at the moment, which is, it's nice to say at round 7.
Yeah, and Daniel McStay, he is such a valuable player. He doesn't have to get a lot of possessions to draw a lot of company down there from the opposition, which allows other players to create and perhaps score. What's his situation?
Yeah, just got a call from the doc about 20 minutes ago, and Dan's got a grade 3 medial strain, which it's about a 6 to 8 week injury.
No operation?
No operation required. Right. Sort of just some rehab and in a brace for a period of time, and then getting back in around 6 to 8 weeks without being too precise.
So, and just to follow up on that, one is we're amazed at how it happened. We're just still we're scratching our head how it happened, but that's besides the point. Ready-made replacement. I know Johnson didn't play, has been injured. So what's the situation look like for you? Do you do that on a basis of who you're playing, or do you sort of think, righto, we need someone for 6 weeks and we're going to use them for 6 weeks? Is that Cox or is it someone else?
Yeah, we've been doing a bit of that, Mick. Like, depending what sort of game we think we're going to get. If Darcy Cameron needs support in the ruck, we've been playing Mason, and he'll play VFL today, Mason, and be available next week. We've got a young lad called Charlie West. He's sort of last week he's only 18 though, Mick. He needs some time, but what he's producing in VFL for a first time player that's played against men, he's sort of kicked 4 goals 3 weeks in a row. Last week he only impacted scored a little bit, but he's an exciting talent. Whether he comes in for opportunities, that time will tell. But I think Mason is probably the one looking us right in the eye and saying, to support the ruck, and then he plays a bit of forward as well. Yeah,
and I'm just about to say about another player coming back. Darcy Moore is it's not a vertigo's underrated in what people say. Oh yeah, vertigo, but it can be very nasty and it can last a long time. I know. Through personal things at home that it can be an ongoing situation. So how's he feeling, and what's he look like coming? When's he look like coming back? Yeah, that's I've only just again heard this morning that he's improved upon yesterday, and still not quite possibly able to train. We're hoping over the next couple of days that he improves even more. He's on antibiotics. There's sort of according to Darcy, his symptoms have improved this morning more than yesterday, which is. It's pleasing that we're heading in the right direction, so hopefully a better train this week. Yeah, well, typically coming against Geelong, you probably need him. But we were discussing before, and I know this will be the last question I ask you, is that you just seem to have the right players at the right spots. Darcy Moore is out of the game, and Howe takes over that leadership on the back line. And when Essendon come at you, it was him that took that one-on-one mark. It was him that settled back in the goal square, took another mark. It's quite remarkable that you've got so many, the thing that, they're too old, they're too, all this sort of stuff. Experience today is just so vital in really close contests. It is, and then you look across the competition, the whole competition's more experienced. The average age of that list, only 2 or 3 years ago was younger than what it is now, because everyone is realising that, have become big games and big moments. You want players that can stand up, and we've got many of them, and I think this year compared to last, if we're comparing ourselves just to recent time, we had a lot of disruption through injury and other ways, as everyone does. But we had a lot of magnets in different positions, which makes it difficult to have chemistry. Right now we're settled, but we know that's going to change as Dan's out and Darcy's out. You've got to have flexibility, and it was great for Howie last night. He had 12 intercept possessions and critical times, like you said, Mick.
Fly, we keep hearing that Collingwood, they're an incredibly organised team at the moment. What does that statement actually mean to you as a coach? Does it mean you're organised structurally? Does it mean you're organised behind the ball? What does organised mean? For us, it's connected and in offence and defence and stoppage. And the players will laugh at me, but I talk about dancing. We're dancing together at the moment. We're in tune with each other. We're not stepping on each other's toes. We're in rhythm, and that's important. So we've got to train that and
our assistant coaches do an incredible job. Ruffy's been remarkable in our last 12 months' growth of our defensive system. We didn't defend the ground really at all well last year, and we knew it in time, but we just were chasing our tail trying to catch up to it, and we put a power of work into that over the off-season. We're working on it weekly and trying to improve ourselves. And I showed this week leading into the game us versus ourselves last year versus Bombers a passage of play where they managed to get the ball through us pretty easily, to be honest. And then I showed it compared to what we're doing now. And it's something that we're proud of, but we understand this game keeps moving and opposition will find ways to find little cracks if we let them open them up.
It's hard to throw Nick Dacos new challenges, but you threw him the new challenge of being captain on Anzac Day yesterday. How do you think he handled the role?
You should have seen his smile on his face when I told him. I mean, he was, it was like Christmas Day for him. He was so happy and excited. And when you give someone opportunity, or he's earned it, to be honest. The players all wanted him to be the captain, but the smile on his face, you just knew he was going to grab it with both hands, the excitement he's a natural born leader in himself. At 22 years of age, what he's been able to do in the game so far, it's quite remarkable. I just find it run out of words trying to describe the young man. He's a beautiful human being as well, and we're so lucky to have him.
So he's only 33 days older than Ned Long. And if it wasn't for those 33 days, he'd be the youngest member in your team yesterday. And we know, obviously, what he does on the field, and we see how brilliant he is, and far too often it feels like we just gloss over that. But what does his leadership look like? Is he vocal? Does he talk to the group? Does he address a lot of his senior teamates? Can you give us an insight into that?
Yeah, all of that. And the most incredible trainer you've ever seen, ever. Do yourself a favour, Corbin. Come down and watch training. Yeah. It's unbelievable. He trains so hard. His efforts and intensity is incredible. Young players out there listening that want to aspire to be an AFL player, come watch Nick Dacos train. It is such a incredible thing to do, and he sets himself up well. I was lucky enough to see young Michael Voss become a captain at similar age, and he had Roger Merritt around him and other great leaders to help him sort of fall left or right or on the ground and pick him up. And I'm seeing that with Nick too. Nick's Steele and Pendles and Howie, and you go across the board, every line, Jamie Elliott, they've all got a level of love and support for him, and if he needs anything, they've got his back for sure.
Fly, just the significance of the day yesterday being Anzac Day. I was fortunate enough to have Kevin Sheedy. I know Collingwood obviously had Mick for a long time, and the week for us players was a lot about education and teaching us around what Anzac Day means. What's the Anzac spirit? What's been your approach to Anzac Day and the build-up?
Well, every year we try to do something. We had Mick in, and I was lucky enough to spend 12 months under Mick and his historical research and memory of Anzac Day and other parts of the war was incredible, and I could never live up to that. But we try to bring all little things in all the time. All our new players go to the shrine and have an education from Michael Roberts, our historian, brings in all the Collingwood history, the 15 servicemen and women that passed, it's the ultimate sacrifice for our country as Collingwood players, and we bring all that in. And we had a couple of return service men come who have been helping us with our camps and on our journey this year, and they came in with their medals and told a little bit of recent story. So it's such an incredible day, as you said, and I hope, I know I'm talking all positively about us, but I thought the Bombers were fantastic last night. Their spirit and their when they got a run on and that big crowd, they're going to be hard to beat if they keep playing like that. I know, there's some reasonably good form around their stoppages and other parts of their game.
Last one, Craig McRae with us on ABC Sport, the Collingwood Premiership coach, of course. You had a high-profile coaching group, of course, in 2023 when you won the flag. The likes of Graham Wright and Brendan Bolton and Justin Lepich and all these guys obviously part of it, and we know that they've all sort of moved on into different roles. What's that done for you? Not to obviously discredit anything that they brought, but being able to have new ideas come into your coaching group, Craig, and being able to get this team into the position they're in early in the young season. What's that given you?
Oh, space to let others shine, to step up, to encourage new voices and new opportunities for some to grow quick. Scott Selwood's grown unbelievably in the last 12 to 24 months. I mentioned Ruff. We've got Matty Boyd's come over from Freo and doing stoppages for the first time, and just, man, our stoppage work has been as good as ever. And then I mentioned Hayden Skipworth, who's surely every other club that needs a new senior coach, whenever that is, that they'll be calling him because he's taken his coaching to a new level in the last 12 months too. So opportunity, that's probably the best way to describe it. And I'm the sort of coach that doesn't like to get in the way. You get the best people possible around you and let them do their jobs and give them opportunities to grow within it.
Craig, congratulations again on the start to the season. We always appreciate your time on ABC Sport. You're so generous with the media, and thanks again for dropping by for a chat.
Well done, mate. Pleasure, guys.
And Craig McRae, the coach of the all-powerful Collingwood Magpies. The Pies now 6 on the bounce, and they sit on top of the tree, and they're the early season premiership favourites.
Mick, just I referenced what you and Sheeds would do Anzac Day. After the week, because it's so much about education and what you give as a coach, did you need a little couple of days just to decompress a little bit? Because it's a different week of coaching, isn't it?
It certainly is. It really is. Look, and you know this. Essendon Collingwood, you're privileged.
Yep,
because it's been only those two clubs, and I know when I've been talking to, say, assistant coaches who come from other clubs or other club members, it is an envy. And the AFL, it's the AFL have given it to Collingwood and Essendon at this stage. But when the build-up, I remember someone saying to me, I think it might have been a 4-day break, and you might have even been part of it. And I've gone, it doesn't matter. 4-day, those soldiers had to get up. It didn't matter what guess what, the Turks or the Germans, wherever you were, Western Front or Gallipoli, they didn't look at the clock and go, they need a 4 or 5 day break. That was right into it. So I said, how can we complain about any break? So if the game was tomorrow, we would play it because I know that our opposition would play it as well.
Talkback number, by the way, 1300 558 222. That's 1300 558 222 if you want to chat to Mick Malthouse or Adam Ramanaskas. My name's Corbin Middlemass, and this is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. And you just lead me in beautifully, Mick. Some nice little segues. So next year, talking about fixturing and where Anzac Day falls, it will fall on a Saturday. So what's interesting about that, the last time that Anzac Day fell on a Saturday was COVID, 2020. There was no football.
Yep.
The time before that, there was an early fixture that was played in the day before Collingwood and Essendon, but it was played in Wellington back when we were doing those games in New Zealand. So you had a different time slot. So the question is, what will happen next year? How do you get the 4 games away that ordinarily the AFL would like to play on a Saturday, knowing that they've got this Anzac Day fixture at 3:20 in the afternoon? I asked the Essendon Chief Executive Craig Vozzo about that yesterday pre-game.
Geez, you've got me there. I don't know, and I haven't spoken to the AFL about it, but it's a great point, whether it would be standalone or similar to what's happened in the past. I'm not sure, but I'm sure it has happened in the past and it'll be replicated, I'd imagine.
Yeah. Do you have a preference?
Not really, no. As long as it gets its airtime to be commemorative as an occasion, as an event, in the same way it is now.
So we play 1 on Thursday, 1 on Friday, 3 on Sunday and 4 on Saturday. So I assume there'll still be 2 Saturday night games played interstate.
You're talking about Anzac Day?
Next year.
You think there'll be 2 interstate?
There'll be 2 interstate in the
Fremantle will definitely play.
They'll get theirs.
And MCG, so that's 2. So the other...
The Anzac Day will be at the MCG. Yes.
That's right.
And then we'll say they play another one in Brisbane or Sydney or whatever on a Saturday night.
So maybe it's a double header on Friday night.
So there's that option.
Yeah.
Or a Monday.
Or do you play Monday? Or do you play 4 on Sunday? Do you play 2 on Friday night?
Well, so you got the Friday night will be Richmond and Melbourne.
Yep.
So that'll be definitely locked in.
Fremantle game.
Maybe there's an earlier game on the Friday night.
Or you'd have Thursday, Friday. As you say, there might be 2 on Friday.
Or you take advantage of the time zone in Perth and put a late one on a Friday night, and you could play Friday, Saturday. The Eagles.
Well, it's very rare that. Yeah,
very rare that happens.
Yeah, very rare.
Yeah. Or the Dockers get their Len Hall game on Anzac Day Eve on the night rather than the night of. Their president or their chairman, as he is, in fact, Craig Sutherland was on. I think is it Craig Sutherland? Yeah, was on ABC Sport yesterday, and he was speaking about Fremantle keeping that Anzac Day slot.
We're definitely going to take that forward with AFL. We think we deserve it. As I said, we've been going effectively almost the same distance as Collingwood versus Essendon. I think it fits the television schedule very well as well. So we're definitely going to go after it.
So definitely going to go after it. They've had a long relationship.
It's not going to be with Adelaide. It doesn't necessarily have to be with Adelaide, does it? So it's just a Fremantle game, yeah. Well, I think given the circumstances, it works very well in the West.
Yeah, it's also Chris Sutherland, by the way. I knew when I was saying that I'd got it wrong. He's their new chairman, so my apologies. Chris Sutherland is the chairman of the Dockers. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. I think we all agree it needs to be standalone, though, doesn't it? You can't have another game going on at the same time.
I wouldn't have thought so.
Another part of the country. If you have that as your feature game, and you also don't want a game starting at 12 noon or something, trying to squeeze it in beforehand.
What was the crowd? Yeah, there was 92,000 yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, in the driving rain.
But completely sold out.
Yep.
So then I'm assuming the 8,000 odd seats that were available at MCC?
Oh, not necessarily. There would have been a few older people and so families go, look, we just don't want to get wet or whatever. Wouldn't only just be that.
Or, AFL members or whatever.
Yeah, we need to work. If all those tickets are sold out, like they could have sold another 50,000 tickets to that game.
Yeah, but you're not. But that said, you're very rarely going to get 100,000 because there's going to be gaps because of circumstance.
Well, the last two before that, I think, were 95 plus.
Yeah, so
yeah,
90.
Okay. So you only still need a couple of thousand short. I mean, it's 2%.
Yeah,
2.5%. Yeah, that's pretty good. Well, the game before the game beforehand, the Richmond game. How many people were that?
72.
72 was it? 72. Right, I thought it was 80. Yeah, okay.
Yep. Now they have had bigger crowds in the past, so the record attendance for that Richmond Melbourne game is 85.
Yeah.
But they only got the.
I'll jump in there again. What did Storm have? Do we know?
I can find out.
Because I reckon that'd be pretty much chockers.
Yep.
Mixed messages coming up in just a moment. Mark from Maryborough, though, is the first of our callers on 1300 558 222. Hello, Mark.
G'day, gents. How you going?
We're well, thanks.
Hey, listen, I just got a thing you might be able to ask Ross Lyon or whoever when you speak to him, but he's concentrating so much on your Sharmans and, all these other young lads and Mitch Owens and all these playing half-forward flanks and midfields. Now, he's got a bloke on his list called Alex Dodson, and he's got Harry Boyd, who I think's a reserve today. If he knows that Max King isn't going to play for a few weeks, why doesn't he bring one of them into a centre-half forward position and try to give them some game time like he's doing with all these other players we've got? Because if he leaves the forward line like it is now, those, Jack Higginses and Owenses and all of them aren't going to win the games when they're tough and strong. And the history will tell you, every side, and even us, go back to 97, we had a bloke called Jason Heatley kicking goals, Spider Everett and Stewie Lowe. When we played in the finals a few years back, we had Fraser Garrick firing. Every team, even in the six now, have got a gun forward. So he's got to look at maybe trying to fill that position for now in the interim. And apparently, Harry Boyd can take a good mark. And, maybe even Ryan Marshall goes to centre forward and Harry Boyd takes over the bulk of the ruck.
Good on you, Mark. Appreciate you.
Remy, do you know who he's talking about? Because I really don't.
I know Alex does.
And
drafted last year, SA. He was drafted as a ruckman, but their ruck stocks are pretty good. At St Kilda referenced Harry Boyd. Dodson has been playing forward, and I agree. I agree with what he's. I think every team needs an anchor as a forward.
Well, they just drag the ball in, isn't it?
That's right.
Yeah. No,
and St Kilda, he's right. St Kilda haven't played. They're relying on half-forward flankers, Mitch Owen and Cooper Sharman, as he mentioned, to play that role. They're not big enough.
How good was the 97 nostalgia team? Yeah. What a great St Kilda team. And Aussie Jones bounding down the wing. And
I think he forgot about Barry Hall, I reckon. I reckon Big Baz was there in 97. So... But that's the loss.
It is right.
You lose Max King, and it makes things difficult. But
your shape's out of.
Well, but you just got to reset it then. So if it's a kid, it's a kid, and you go, look, kid, you've got to compete for me.
No, it's a good analysis. He's obviously rolling into his St Kilda team. I don't know the kid, so it's good.
Chris from Adelaide is the next of our callers. 1300 558 222. Hello, Chris.
Hi, fellas. The ability of Geelong and Collingwood to have flexible, clean players that they seem to be able to play in multiple positions. You talk about getting certain players for certain positions, but looking at those two sides, they seem to have that ability to play players in different positions if needed, but they've just got that overall ability in playing multiple positions, and they seem to be cleaner than other sides. They're clean skills make such a big difference. Do you think they're going to be hard to beat, even though it's early in the season? Do you think they're certainly the trendsetters for the competition?
Yeah, they are. That's one. Two is basically you're talking about players that are experienced. Howe can play back. He can play forward. Darcy Moore can go forward if he needs to. Cameron in the ruck can stand in the goal square. Sidebottom can play half back. Pendlebury can play half back, half forward, etc., etc. So, and when you go through Geelong as well, they are an experienced side. So, we're dealing again with sides that were, in many respects, by media in particular, said, "Oh, these sides will be no good because they're too old." What has happened in the last couple of seasons, or perhaps the last 4 seasons, the maturity of teams now is, you look at that and you go, "Oh, we might have a young side, so we've got enthusiastic." No, what you've got now is an older side that has got no limit on their enthusiasm, and also very much no limit on where they want to play.
I think I've said it a lot throughout the year. 2 of the 3 oldest premiership teams in history are 2 of the last 3.
Yes,
so the Geelong team in
happening.
2022 and Collingwood in 2023, the 2 oldest premiership sides that we've ever had in the history of the game.
We mentioned it before. It's changing, whether we want to acknowledge it or not, or you want to stay, you need a young list, So I think games experience, yesterday was 168 to Collingwood. I think about 100 to Essendon.
Yeah, wow.
That's a big,
huge
that's 3
player.
seasons. Yeah,
per player.
That's 3 seasons of football.
Is that average?
Yeah.
168. But even Collingwood, well, you're saying Essendon was 100. That staggers me. I would have thought it'd be 70 or 80.
Well,
Goldstein
came back in.
Oh, of course. Yeah. At 37.
Death
And Rucked okay. In fact, when he got on top in that third quarter, I remember I saying to you, Corby, when he got on top, it swung it right around.
Yep, big time. There might be another reason as to how you win games, and that leads us perfectly into mixed messages.
On AFL Saturday.
What do they reckon? They come to play marbles or football, or think they sat in their cars waiting for the game to start and go out there?
This is Mixed Messages.
I'm going to lean on Rama here for the end of this little segment. There was a comment made by a very distinguished footballer, past footballer, who said the top 6 determine the result of the game. Yeah, there were great top 6 yesterday by Collingwood, no question. But I'm a firm believer in your bottom 6 generates the win or the loss and generates enough enthusiasm through the group that dictates where you end up. And I will say right now that the side with the best bottom 6 will win the premiership. And on that day itself, you can go through and you'll find that the bottom 6 blend in with the 11th to 15th. Yesterday, Rema, we quickly went through it. We found a fair few Essendon players, if you like to name just a couple of them that you thought could have.
They had a long tail yesterday. I think it was more of a bottom 10 yesterday. Almost.
Right, okay. And Collingwood we probably found 2 or 3, and then we thought, well, okay, memory may have been one of them. No, he's kicked 2 goals. 2 goals is significant. Yep. Myercheck, but he kept in balance the Essendon backlines to have to watch him. So Hoskin Elliott was certainly maybe one of them. We said
Sullivan,
but he come on.
Hampton's name came up. You defended him.
He played a role.
Yeah. If you can play a role. So I looked at Collingwood's side yesterday, and their bottom 6 to me was just a complete blend into the middle of their group, and that's what keeps them so stable, and they can swing these players around. So, believe me, my message is, work on your bottom half of your list, because they're going to create something for you. And if you can pinch a couple there that come into the side and then start to generate, getting from the your 19th and 20th or your 21st player, and they start to stretch up into your 13th and 14th and 15th, you're going to be a better side.
Well, we're going to watch the reigning premier today in Brisbane, and the teams have come through. They're starting bench today. Jasper Fletcher.
Yep.
Pretty good. Kai Lohman.
Very good.
Pretty good. Will Ashcroft.
Very good.
Levi Ashcroft.
Very, very good.
Jeez. It's not
and,
bad,
and who's the sub?
Tunstall, who's a young player.
Yeah.
He's a young player.
And go to the Saints.
St Kilda's bench is Isaac Keeler, young player. Jimmy Webster.
Well, he's an experienced player. I would have thought he would have been on Cameron.
Garcia and young
Max
Hall.
Yeah, there you go. And I'm not saying for one moment they're going to play bad.
Yep.
But believe me, I've picked St Kilda today. I don't think last week was any reflection, because I think...
I beg your pardon? You picked St Kilda?
Yep, I've gone for the Saints today.
today.
I think they will turn this game around. I don't take any notice of last week, and I know that Brisbane were in that category as well. They got
last 2 weeks, Mick. They were horrible in gather round also.
I know, but I just think that they can turn this around on this side, because I don't think Brisbane are anywhere near what they were playing last year. Take Danaher out, all of a sudden it falls onto Hipwood, and I don't know whether Hipwood is going to get away from the St Kilda defence. It's going to be one loss in the midfield. St Kilda's midfield has been dreadful.
Yep.
Jack Steele is too good of a player to let that happen again. I think that he can, and I'll say McInerney, I love the way McInerney goes about, but he's coming off a shoulder operation from pre-season, and I still don't think he's rucking anywhere near as good as Marshall.
There is a late change. Darcy Gardner replaces Jack Payne, so he's ill, so no Payne. Gardner plays, and as we mentioned, Jones and Tunstall are the two subs for the Saints and the Lions. Back to the phones in just a moment, 1300 558 222. Quickly on the Crows and the Dockers last night, was that a setback for Adelaide?
Look, I thought it was a good game of football. I thought we actually learnt more about Fremantle. We had Fremantle last week, Corb, and we were very underwhelmed with the way they played last week. They basically let Melbourne do what they wanted last week, and we're sort of sitting there going, well, when are Fremantle actually going to start to push a little bit here?
But
last night they started to push.
But they played 6 games in what they call the heat-affected games in a row.
Yeah, the longer quarter breaks.
So in other words, they played in temperatures 30 plus. It takes its toll. So I reckon we had a better idea of what Freeman were like yesterday against a pretty good football side, albeit the fact that their backline is shaky and their midfield is 1 or 2 good players short.
What Adelaide allowed last night was Sarong and Brayshaw to control the game.
No taggers.
So Brayshaw had 37. I think Sarong had 32.
3 goals, I think.
Josh Tracy got going early in that game. So
credit to Freo too. I think they kept Adelaide to 42 inside 50s.
Yeah.
So it feels a bit with the narrative with Freo. It's always, the team wins. The players play well. The team loses. It's the coach's fault, as you would have experienced a few times across your journey. So they did.
No Darcy Fogarty last night for Adelaide.
Yep.
Phil Thorpe then has a compound fracture of the finger.
Is that what he had?
He kept going, so I wonder if he'll need surgery on that at some stage.
Mm-hmm.
But Mick and I were talking earlier before the show. I just think, I agree with Mick. I think Adelaide's backline is still shaky. I think that's their Achilles heel. And it's really a no-name backline. That's what it is at the moment. So it's either they're going to be exposed, or can they come together and be this rock-solid unit? They don't have to be superstars, but can they do the job week in, week out?
Remy, when you pick a side, when I pick a side, I pick backline players that can win one-on-one football. I look at Adelaide, they're young and they're light body weight, and they get knocked off the ball far too easily, and they can't win one. Not all of them can win one-on-one football, so you are totally exposed to a side that is aggressive against you.
Todd from Bruny Island is the next of our callers. Hello,
Bruny
Todd.
Island. Fantastic, Bruny Island.
G'day. Thanks for taking my call, and privileged to talk to you guys. Just wondering how you think the Eagles coach is going at the moment, Mick.
I'm going to ask you a question first. North or South Bruny?
North Bruny.
Oh, you're on the farmland there.
Yeah, I run the farm here on Bruny.
Yeah. Oh, you've got the best, mate. Feeding him. Don't move. That is the best place on earth. And I love that little isthmus that takes you across to the South Island. Brilliant, South part. Yeah. Look, he is a young coach that's on the move. Coaching, one, is not easy. Two is when you're taking over a side that their high expectations from West Coast is that you're going to win every game, which clearly in the last fair few years, in fact, hasn't taken place. So therefore, they're under pressure. I like the way he goes about it. They've had some whackings and that sort of stuff, but they've fought back a couple of times against Brisbane. They did well in the second half. They could have pinched the game last week, albeit a couple of misses by an experienced player. They don't have great depth. Their seconds got absolutely smashed yesterday by Claremont, I think. So they're going to have to go to the draft, and they're going to have to draft well. But he's probably two or three seasons away from getting all these kids up. And I just hope for his sake that he can keep Harley Reid and Rama's raised his eyes, so I'm thinking that Rama knows better than what I do. But I hope that he does that, because then he's got a side to work with. At the moment, the side's probably between 15th and 18th, so that's where they are.
I think Andrew McQualter's got the hardest job in football at the moment.
Yes, he
I
has.
think, one, he's got to change the whole psychology of the football club. You know, they've been hammered for a few years now. So
Very hard.
So turning a player's attitude around from we're gonna get smashed every week to no, we're going to compete every week is difficult and it takes time. That's not a pre-season thing. That's a year's thing. So that's going to take time. There's not enough talent on that list.
Exactly.
So when you mention Harley Reid, it might come to a point where they go, well, if we can get 2 or 3 first-round draft picks for this kid to get three first-rounders in, you know, and I know, Mick, it gets to a point where you go, one player's not going to win it all, but if we get this critical mass of players, i.e. Brisbane Lions, how they drafted over many years, it's like we'll get the critical mass of player and go from there. That's where they need to go. So I think he's got the hardest job in football, Andrew McQualter, at the moment.
The big story of the week, of course, was the Richmond Football Club and the whole Noah Bolter episode. We had Shane Dunn, the Chief Executive of the Richmond Football Club, with us back on Thursday night as part of the pre-game. I'll put a few of the questions to him. Why weren't you able to change your timeline, I guess, when the court adjourned to April 22?
We thought all along that there are 2 parallel processes, and we were comfortable that Noah had served his sanction, and it's right that he served his sanction, and then the court made its own decisions. We didn't think there was any need to deviate from our plan because in our eyes nothing had changed. There was no new facts on the table other than there was an adjournment, but we completely appreciate that it was shocking footage, and it was a really terrible act that he did. But he's now owned that. He's done everything we've asked of him since then, and we look forward to welcoming him back and to continue to see him become better and make better decisions in the future.
You had one of your past players in Jack Rewalt come out and basically say, look, I wouldn't be playing him. And it's so rare that you hear a former great come out and speak separate to what the club's doing, particularly someone who was there through the best era that you've had in the past 40 years. Did that give you cause to pause to think, hang on, are we doing the right thing here, knowing that this guy was here when this club was great recently and he thinks what we're doing isn't the right thing?
There were certainly plenty of opinions, and we're open for anyone to have their view, but we remain steadfast that we made the right decision at the time, and it remained the right decision despite the change in the court process.
And when you guys look back on this episode and you sort of review how it all went down and your head hits the pillow at night, do you think that playing him influenced the magistrate in any way, shape or form in the decision that was handed down to the court?
No, I don't think so. I think that would be perhaps even disrespectful to the judicial process, that they would even bother about someone rejoining their employment in any way, shape or form. I'm confident the judicial system would have dealt with the facts in front of them, and they made a sound decision, and Noah's accepted that now, and he's ready to move on.
So that's Shane Dunn, the Chief Executive of the Richmond Football Club. I must admit, doing that interview the other night and putting a few of those questions to him, and he said as much in the interview that he should have been there with with Adam Uze when he did the press conference during the week to handle a few of the questions. Yeah. He said, look, in retrospect, I would have done that. But the more I listened to him, the more I thought, gee, this guy's a good media performer. Why aren't they rolling this guy out more? Like, why?
He's good, isn't he?
Why wasn't he speaking the whole way through? And maybe they were trying to protect him a little bit as a young chief executive, but if I was a Richmond fan,
because the reality is, it's not a coach question.
Yeah, it is correct. It's for their top brass.
That's right.
Yep.
That's the reality. So they made a mistake. They admitted it.
Yep.
Good, get on with it.
Yeah. And I mean, if they really bought themselves a couple more extra days of press by not getting in front of it and doing that at the earliest possible stage. That last question about whether it influenced the magistrate. I mean, clearly the magistrate responds to the community feeling and what's the community expectation. And by dangling him out there playing and letting everybody have their opinion on it and sort of this groundswell of public backlash.
There's a lot of anger, yeah.
It couldn't have helped Noah's case, surely.
No, you wouldn't have thought so.
Rather than just tucking him away privately and going, look, let's get this resolved and we'll bring him back out into the light after that.
Well, the penalty's there now, so...
Yeah.
And he's going to serve it, and he's pleaded guilty, so that's, I'd like to think we will move on.
The game of footy, I had a different take to our lads in the box the other night, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, but I'll ask you before I sort of lead the witness. Glass half full or glass half empty on the Demons from that performance the other night? 6-1 in the third term?
I'm the half. I'm not either up or down on them.
You're leaning one way or the other.
I'll tell you why. Next week,
just out of last week's, just out of Thursday.
Oh, look, they've got better. They've got better, right? So they play West Coast next week.
Yep.
So I don't think we're going to learn too much there.
Nope.
We're going to learn against Hawthorn and Brisbane in the following 2 weeks.
Yep.
So they clearly changed their way of playing. It was all contest and defence. Now you can see the real shift into ball movement, Mick. And I think that's, over the last couple of weeks, I think that's worked. Can it continue to work?
Yeah, I'm not a Melbourne person at the moment. They're so dependent on Maxi Gawn. For all those listeners that will wait till the Brownlow at the end of the year and then look at the result, do yourself a favour. When you see a game or hear a game, just put down what you think is the best player. If he hasn't got 6 votes in the last 2 weeks, then the whole system is absolutely screwed up, because he's not only you don't get votes for heart and soul, but you get votes on your contribution, and he got them over the line. I don't think Max Gawn can get better. I'm really disappointed in Petrarca. I just think that he's still carrying the weight of poor me. I just don't see him excited or really put himself in a good leadership position. Oliver is struggling mentally, I reckon, still. And from there on in, Fritsch, can't get me on him. May looks around every time he makes a mistake and blames someone else. They are the same old Melbourne that the way I'm seeing it, will finish bottom 6.
Mick Moldhouse alongside Adam Ramanaskas and myself, Corbin Middlemouse on ABC Sport. I thought I was positive on them coming out of the other night.
Yeah.
The other guys still felt
good
it
on,
was a little bit
good on you, Corby.
But I thought they got as much out of it as they possibly could. When the game was there to be won, they took control of it, and then the rest of it.
So it's perfect. You can be the glass half full. Yeah. I'm right in the middle still.
And Mick's glass half empty.
Yeah, perfect.
Got it all.
We're good.
Got it all balanced out. I'm very pleased to welcome part of our team today on ABC Sport. He's a 5-time best and fairest winner, of course, of the Essendon Football Club, the third-year skipper in Zach Merritt on the back of the Anzac Day game yesterday. Zach, appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It's a quick turnaround. Quite sore from yesterday. It was a wet, heavy, contested game, but looking forward to watching the footy today and being a footy fan and having a bit of a call as well.
Well, that's. I know you're a big footy buff, aren't you? You watch all the games and everything, so it'd be great to be able to have your analysis throughout this St Kilda Brisbane clash. You mentioned you sore after a wet weather game. What does that look like? Every muscle? Is it sort of certain body parts in particular?
Yeah, it just feels like you get scratches more and you get bruises and bumps, and I thought it was a really contested, hard, down the line game that was probably at times boring a little bit for fans, but it was pretty combative, and I thought Collingwood's composure around the ball and their cleanliness and polish was a little bit more superior to ours. And when you have an average age of 29 to 30, I think their experience really shone as the game went on. In some of those big moments late in the third quarter, they stood up and took advantage of some of our mistakes. So a lot of positives, but it's still frustrating when you look up at the scoreboard and it's 40 points and you hear 80,000 Collingwood supporters chanting Collingwood over and over. It's always frustrating, but you got to try and take those positives. I thought Zach Reid really stood up for a guy who's only played under 20 games, a guy that we really rate internally, top 10 pick that we need to start to come on as quickly as possible. And I thought Nate Caddy in his first Anzac Day could have really broken the game open at times. A couple of fumbles here and there and a couple of misses, kick 2-3. I thought that was really pleasing for Bombers fans. And as the senior player, you love seeing these young kids come on the big stage.
It's a 24-week season, 6 games in, 3-3. Where do you think you're at as a group if you're trying to pinpoint where you sit in the whole competition?
Yeah, I think probably the next sort of month or so you start to get a really good gauge of where you do sit. I mean, 6 games in, we've played 3 top 4, top 6 teams and been 4 or 5 goals short of those teams through probably 30 or 40 minutes of not so much poor footy, but when those teams have kept going, we haven't been able to keep going. And then 3 other teams have been around us to start the year where we've been able to run away from late in the games. So that, the ladder never lies, does it? We're sitting where we deserve to be, and we know we've got a power of work that we need to do, but we're getting some really high quality games into some of our players. And to see Ridley, Mackay and Reid start to play together, they've only played 6 games together now. I think they'll only get better from there.
I totally agree with what you're saying about Reid. It's the first time I've really had a close look at him, so he is really the big deal. Just getting back to it, just when you hit the lead, what happens then with your captain and the leadership group? Is it a matter of Collingwood didn't come at you because you've worked that hard to get in front, but also that just seemed to me, and I know it's an experience and they're a very good football side, but it was inevitable they're going to break through. So is there any thought of we're going to hold here, or do we attack here? Do we defend here? What do you do as a captain and say in the middle?
Yeah, we felt like we did have to fight, for 40 minutes to try and break the game back to get it on even keel, and then I felt like we probably got a soft free kick in the pocket there when the game was really even, and Nate, we'll back him in more often than not, but went to go across goal, and we turned it over, and they got a sort of cheap goal, and then I think they went into a centre bounce goal again, and then we got smothered. Will Setterfield got smothered in the deep forward pocket, and Jamie Elliott kicked the goal. So it didn't feel like we did a lot wrong. I think out there we're trying to talk about keep sticking to the process. We didn't need to over-attack, but also we couldn't afford to defend too hard. They had a bit of a run on, and it's sort of hard to get through their defences to get back into your forward half to attack again. So there's a lot of comms out there at the time, but we just couldn't get it back on our terms.
Full game coming up.
I'm Mark Fennell, and I have a brand new podcast where I am trying to find the moments in history that changed the world, except no one really saw it coming. Which is why we decided to call the show No One Saw It Coming. Find new episodes now on ABC Listen.
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos. Alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny. ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get inside of the net.
The intensity and the pressure around the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He's pulled the through for a magnificent goal. Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping. We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
Like camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward on net. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah. Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that mighty roar. Ball's one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish. 60 out. Oh, my goodness. That's a massive hit. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for six. Scores level. Running past. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
It was an Easter Sunday horror show for the Saints last week at Docklands. A 71-point loss to the Western Bulldogs. They've only had one bigger defeat since Ross Lyon returned to the club, and that was the last time they played Brisbane, who are waiting for them today. The Saints and the Lions. Brisbane, by the way, off their own shock loss last week, a 52-point hiding by the Pies at home on Holy Thursday. They're well rested. They come under the roof here at Docklands today, ready to go against the 3-3 Saints. There is a late change. We'll get that out of the way early. Jack Payne, their fullback, is out with illness, and Darcy Gardner comes back in to play his first game since round 8 last season. He's almost missed a whole year, so Gardner and Payne out. Jimmy Tunstall, the boy from Bustleton, is the sub for the Lions, and Zach Jones is the sub for St Kilda. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Alongside me in commentary is Ben Cameron. Hello, Ben.
Tremendous to be here, as always, on this Saturday afternoon.
And I'm really thrilled that for once we've got an Essendon champion with us.
Oh.
Rema's here every week, but Zach Merritt is in
Shots
today.
fired. Shots fired out of the gates. The youngest Essendon premiership player on planet Earth, Adam Ramanauskas.
And you know what? I'm more than happy to concede to that as well, because Zach is a champion player for the Essendon Football Club, no doubt. But that's fine.
Yeah.
What do we got? About 3 hours?
We got a bit of bedtime.
We got the next 3 hours. So he'd know. Like, I'm a bit more unkind than Bally. So Bally usually, he copped the wrath last week, and now I've got 3 hours to return serve, and it will be a hard serve.
I work with get your retaliation in first.
Yes, so I can see the way you operate. The 5-time Crichton medalist, the future Essendon Premiership captain, Zach Merritt, is with us in the box. Hello, Zach.
Hey guys, thanks for having me. I'm looking forward to watching two sides, to be honest. I think I haven't seen Brisbane play live for a few years, so I'm pretty keen to see how they structure up and watch a few key players out here from both sides. Always good for me to come watch live footy and try and learn on the go as well.
Do you come to games that you're not playing often?
Not often. I think when possible, when we play Thursday night or Friday nights and you have the weekend freed up, it is nice to try and get to the live games. I think on TV you can see most of the footy, but you don't get to see a lot of the off-ball patterns and the way that teams structure up. So it is always nice to see games live, and also it is fun as a footy fan to get the atmosphere as well.
No doubt. There was a little communication error yesterday, which we spoke about as part of AFL Saturday, where third quarter phones went down completely. Your coach, Brad Scott, spoke about it, said it felt completely helpless, couldn't get in touch with the bench. As a player, when you hit the interchange, did you know what was going on, or what was your view of it as you run off the ground and there's no comms upstairs?
Yeah, it was interesting. I think I came off, I think around the time it did go out, and the coach or the staff on the bench were trying to find a solution, and a solution was found really quickly through the AFL with the use of the phones. It's probably just unique, not a disadvantage or advantage, but just the fact that Craig is on the bench already and Brad was upstairs. So it was the same for both teams. There was no disadvantage, but it was just unique that the coaches were in different spots, and then clearly Collingwood, being a very experienced team, to have guys like Pendlebury and Sidebottom out there, I think was a little bit of an advantage just in reality of the game's experience that those guys do have out there. But, I don't think it had any impact on the game.
It was interesting. Brad was saying every time they told him he was about to make his way down to the bench, they said, hey, we got the problem fixed. So he'd come back in the box, and then they'd say, oh, it's not ready yet. So he'd go to leave, and so on and so forth, and back and forth. Did you ever have to hold the actual mobile phone up to your ear at any stage, Zach, yesterday?
No, it was weird, though. Obviously, we'd never have phones on the bench in the rooms, given the state of play at the moment. So it was weird seeing our bench people having a phone near their ear. But, I mean, we got Brent Stanton on the bench as well. He's a very good coach and very calm, level-headed guy. So we felt like we had all our messages clear. We just made a few errors on the field in key moments, and that was what cost us, not the phone connection.
Oh, I grew up as an Essendon fan and still am, as you know, Ram, very much so. But it is an amazing day on the calendar, and to be able to be there is always a privilege at the MCG. But when you're out there and you're wearing the jumper, and it's the 30th edition of this great game, and the last post is being played, and there's 100,000 people around you, what's going through your mind when all of that happens in the Anzac Observance ceremony?
Yeah, obviously we lined up and had a quick glance around the stadium just to take in the atmosphere. I think I was trying to work out why there was about 85,000 Collingwood supporters. Trying to work out whether they stopped and didn't allow Essendon fans to buy tickets. But no, it's an incredible experience. It was the 10th time now that I've been fortunate enough to be out there, and it's a very interesting feeling. You reflect yourself on your own beliefs or what you've heard or educated on around what the day means to me, and then obviously as a club, and then obviously more broadly as a country along with New Zealand. And it's just a surreal feeling, the quietness and then the anthems, and the last post is very, very surreal. And I think the respect that's always shown from both sides and all the fans that are there, but whether being Essendon, Collingwood or neutral, is really strong. And I thought the first 3.5 quarters was really reflective and respectful of the day, the way that both teams played. Although they ran away with it late, it was a really strong brand of footy from both teams.
Now, you've done it, Ram. I mean, it's, I think you've played in 5 times.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's. I mean, even the Thursday night game, the Anzac Eve clash, they do the Anzac Observance ceremony, and then they actually go and warm up afterwards, so that you get a chance to kind of almost like the adrenaline settles a little bit, and then the game starts. But this is like the Anzac Observance ceremony finishes.
Yep.
Then the captains are tossing the coin and we're into it. It's an amazing.
Yeah, so look, it's an unusual build up to a game because you're certainly not used to it. But I don't think the privilege is lost on any player standing out in the middle of the ground, just with the significance of the day. So you need to just You need to just to be able to control your emotions and then go out and execute. And you look at the way probably Collingwood executed to start the game yesterday, and Zach spoke about the experience of the two teams. That may have had a bearing. Like you've got Isaac Kako in a first Anzac Day game, Zach Reid, Nate Caddy. So there was a number of Essendon players out there in their first Anzac Day game. So now they've had the experience. I think moving forward now. Maybe it'll hold in good stead for the future.
St Kilda Brisbane coming up. There is a late change. Gardner is in, so Darcy Gardner playing. Jack Payne is out ill. For the Saints, the sub is Zach Jones. There's no late change there, and Jimmy Tunstall is going to be the sub for the Brisbane Lions. Just on today's game, obviously both teams coming off big losses. I feel a little bit, Ram, that the Saints got a little bit of a free pass.
I think they've got a big free pass because we've got to also remember that St Kilda were 50 points down at three-quarter time in gather round against GWS. They kicked a couple of goals late, so their form over the last 2 weeks I think has been very ordinary. And, Saturday's game against the Bulldogs, that wasn't off Broadway.
No.
That was very much on Broadway.
But then on Monday, all we're talking about is Darcy's knee and how good the bounce back, and then we had Geelong Hawthorn, so then that became the story, and then all the build-up to the Anzac Day games, and it was almost like, hey, don't worry about what happened to Moorabbin last week, but they were woeful.
I've got a theory on that. I mean, Ross Lyon needs his team to play sort of high-pressure, high-tempo football. Can a young team maintain that week to week, Corb? That's my view on it.
And see how they go today. They've got a couple of teenagers in. They've got 6 30-year-olds out there. As the breakdown of their team. The Anzac observance ceremony is about to happen, as it will before all the games in the Anzac appeal round. So the Brisbane Lions and the Saints both lining up here on the broadcast wing. And we can pick up the Anzac observance ceremony for you here on ABC Sport.
Catapult party! By the right, slow! Party, outward, done. Catapult party, rest on. They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. Catapult party, 8 edge, and catapult party, present, answer. Catapult Party, 8 and un. Lest we forget.
Would you please remain standing for the Australian National Anthem to be performed by Lauren Stewart.
Catapult Party, General Salute, present Ant.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are born and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is the tide free. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, a beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia
Catapult Party, night and un. Catapult Party, inward, cut. Catapult Party, on the right, quick.
Football fans, thank you and enjoy the game.
So the Anzac observance ceremony concludes. The servicemen and women make their way off the ground. The Saints in a bespoke jumper today. It's all white with a black cross down the middle. It's got a red trim. It's also got the names of the 25 St Kilda players who tragically lost their lives in the First and Second World War. And the iconic red poppy and the words "Lest we forget" are also proudly displayed on the jumper as well. So the Saints predominantly in white today, with the black cross and the red poppy. Meanwhile, the Brisbane Lions, they're in their home strip, so they're all in the maroon, which we saw in last year's grand final, the blue chest, the yellow line and the yellow numbering. Just repeating the late change, so Darcy Gardner is in, Jack Payne is out ill. Ray Chamberlain is with us again on the boundary as he is every Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, I've got a potential new name for the segment as well. What about Everybody Loves Raymond? Why don't we never go with that for this segment? But anyway...
Well, because is there any truth to it?
Is his name even Raymond?
Steady I believe his full name is Raymond. But, Ray, I wanted to drive this one today, and specifically I wanted to ask you about the umpiring list. And we say that if they were a football team, they would be in rebuild mode. Is that a fair comment?
I think that's a reasonable statement. Probably since around 2010, as an average, the AFL umpiring list will see one or two new umpires every season promoted to the AFL list, and that'll either be someone's been demoted and delisted, or there have been retirements. And 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago now, we went from the 3 umpire system to the 4, and so what we saw were 11 brand new umpires come onto that list, and then for this year 2 new umpires have come onto the list. So there's been 13 brand new AFL listed umpires in the space of 24 months. So yeah, I think that's a really reasonable thing to say, Ben.
Yeah, so was that because of the change to 4 umpires?
Absolutely. So it's just a numerical thing. So, in that year, as an example, sort of, and this is not to point the finger at anyone, but sort of umpires 9, 10 and 11 that came on, under normal circumstances, they had another 5 seasons of state league to learn their craft and go about what they do and gain experience. So pretty unforgiving sort of environment to learn on the run, but that's the task that's ahead of them.
I feel like this is like parent-teacher interviews. What was Zach like as a player, dealing with him out there, Ray? And I've got the same question coming back the other way in a moment, but how did you go with Zach?
Well, I'll answer it in the way that I reckon Zach might be able to answer it to me. Lots of direct feedback. But he had a go.
Yeah, we always had a good relationship, me and Ray. So I just loved and respected that. If I did challenge or ask a question, he was always happy to give the feedback or acknowledge if he did make a mistake or give me a bit of feedback to go and get a kick. I think we had a great relationship in the field.
Which he did with aplomb, by the way. He racks them up.
Absolutely, he does. The five-time Crichton medalist, Zach Merritt, with us from the Bombers in the box alongside Adam Ramanauskas, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary, Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron calling the footy. We're ready to go here for the Saints and the Lions as round 7 continues. 2 teams in a bounce-back spot under the roof at Docklands on ABC Sport. Here's Ben Cameron.
McInerney and Marshall, they go at it. McInerney backhands it down. Dunkley trying to get there. Dragging it in, though, quickly for the Saints is Steele, and the opening clearance does go the way of the Saints. Up towards half forward, no mark taken. Sinclair goes in at ground level. Neal picks it up for the Lions. Handball shoveled out. Stocker crashing through, though, Berry. Berry picks it up for the Lions. Off to Cameron. Off to Archie. Game 150. Fires on goal. Touched on the line. Flying shot from half forward there for Archie. Not to be. What a weapon he's become as a real utility for the Brisbane Lions. Opening scorer behind 30 seconds played.
Messiah Wanganeen Millera with the kick-in duties. He decides just to go on a little stroll from the kick-out. Dab it short, got it to Caminiti, who marks half-back. As the Lions, 52-point loss on Holy Thursday, so they've had some 9 days to prepare for this. Long kick down the wing, crashing the pack is Wood, spills the Saints' way. Wilson got a handball out to Marshall. There's a whistle on the play. And there's a dumping tackle. It's going to be a free kick. It's coming back to the Saints, so Wilson's going to get it on the back flank. 0437 774 774 the SMS number. It is a very quiet start inside Docklands. How many would you say here, Ram?
30 maybe.
Maybe at best. There's a short kick to McRae. He dabs it short to Jack Sinclair. We like the way he goes about it. Long kick down to half forward. And up strong. Wood marks. Got contact late from Andrews.
Yeah. Look, it was all fair. It was all fair in that spoil by Harris Andrews, but Mason Woods landed sort of directly on his back or side and just taking a little bit to compose himself here.
He was goalless last week, Mason Wood, for the first time this year. In that 71-point defeat to the Dogs, just downs it short. Wanganeen Miller has got it again. The out-of-contract Saint at left half forward.
Man they call Naz. He's a smooth mover. Veers out to his right. Low ball into the pocket, looking for a target down there in Hall. Unable to gather it cleanly. Harris Andrews can. In defence for the Lions. Handball away to Berry, off to Dunkley. Stripped of it. Saints win it back. Sinclair gets it away to Higgins. There's a whistle on the play. Free kick. It'll go the way of the Lions. And Dunkley, the best player in the AFL without the ball, according to his coach, kicks it short, and Zorko has it for the Lions at fullback.
He's all the way back towards Answorth, and he chips it out of the defensive 50 to Leicester. And he goes short with the kick himself to Bailey. Equal leading goal kicker this year. I was just thinking off the top of my head, Zach, you haven't played either of these two teams this year, have you?
Yeah, no, I think early days you're not trying to look at who the key matchups. I think Winhager looks like he's going to McCluggage to try and stop his running carry and link up through play.
Short kick down the wing from Dunkley, finds Gardner. First game back for him in almost a year. Down towards Berry, hand pass over his shoulder, tried to get it to Archie. Picked off by Hill. Those are the 1-2 with Marshall. The Saints back through the corridor. Wilmot breaks it up. Lines are on here at centre half forward. Picked up by Rayner. Swings a handball out. Finds Zorko. Dabs it inside the forward 50. Or Caminiti went the spoil. It's going to turn out okay. Howard first game back. Got it out to Wilkie. Hurried kick for the Saints towards the back flank. Bouncing footy, and Wilmot will see it out. Interestingly, the Bombers don't play the Saints until round 23. I'm not sure you'll pick up anything today that'll help by the time that rolls around. Zach, that's at the other end of the... Almost be getting ready to go back into spring by then.
How can you play a team for the first time in round 23?
Craziness.
Surely we've got to play everyone once up to sort of round 18 and then go from there. Round 17, given you can't play yourself. McInerney wins the tap down, ball in the muck. Unable to emerge with it there is Steele, picking it up quickly, Answorth for the Lions. High ball into the pocket, looking for a marker. Hipwood's there, holding free kick. St Kilda ball. And the returning Dougal Howard to get it, but they take the advantage. And the mark taken for the Saints by Jack McRae in his new colours on the back flank. Lions with it behind, it's the only score, 4 minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It's been an underwhelming start by both teams. What are we? 4 minutes into this game, and it's sort of the ball's lived on a half-back flank at both ends. And you're just seeing teams, the way they set up a grid defensively now. So both Brisbane and St Kilda trying to pick their way through as we speak, but it's very, very slow going at the moment.
Howard to Sinclair to Windhager. He's got it on the back flank for the Saints. Kicks long down that City wing, and good intercept mark from Leicester. Oh, has the ball knocked out of his hands in the process, and that'll be 50. Cooper Sharman. He's tapped the footy out of his hands, and the ump said, look, you can't do that. No. Come with me.
Yeah, that was unnecessary there.
Our man Froggy Lester, who did his first post-game radio interview after game 173 with us last year.
Here's Lester as he kicks inside the forward 50. Hands on it from the big man in McInerney, but it spills down St Kilda's way, and Burns trying to get it out of defence. Sharman trying to reel in a one-hander, unsuccessful. Steals, soccers it further forward, but straight to Lester. Goes back by hand to Neil, and he gives it to Andrews, kicks across the ground to Answorth. And Brisbane reload. They lead it by a point. It's the only score through 5 minutes.
He moves it to the late inclusion. Darcy Gardner, who comes out to Wilmot on the wing. Has an option from Berry Short, ignores that. Sets up the Lions into the pocket, looking for a marker. Up goes Morris, one hand to it. Off hands out of play. And a throwing coming deep in the forward pocket here for Brisbane. They're behind the only score through the opening 5.5 minutes.
Post-game radio interview is always the favourite part of the day, I imagine. Zach?
After a win, it's always amazing. You want to talk up your teammates and celebrate the win, not so much after a loss.
Boundary throw in. McInerney trying to grab it out of the ruck. Spills down towards Archie. He's tackled. Comes the way of Marshall, who kicks it out of defence. Big leap from Owens. Machito up on the shoulders of Gardner. I think it was touched on the way through, and the mark won't count. Good leap, though.
Even after a win, I do a lot of those interviews, Corb, as you know, and I can see the players sort of looking past me at their family, sort of thinking, when's this over? When can I go see my wife or my partner and my mum and dad? Lions win it on the half-forward flank. McCluggage gives it off to Rayner, looking for Archie in the pocket, close to the boundary line. Shovels a handball inboard. Howard headers it out of play. Tried to punch it away, and it came off the bonce. Trickles out, throwing right forward pocket here for the Lions. They're doing the early attacking. Ray Chamberlain.
It would have been interesting if that hadn't hit him on the head and he punched it out in to see what the umpire would have done there in regarding to insufficient intent. That would have brought the crowd alive, I reckon.
Yeah, that would have been an interesting one. Absolutely, Ray. McInerney laying it down straight to the front. Dunkley's right there, but tackled immediately.
There's the four young lads waiting to come on here with the blonde rinse through that. Look like a boy band, don't they? The two Ashcroft boys, Fletcher and Kyle Lohman. All the young lads with the...
Bit of the lemon juice in there.
Yes, correct. A few highlights. All four of them waiting to come on the ground for Brisbane. Wangadeen Miller, a hurried kick out towards half-back, close to the boundary line, and Wilson shoved out of play.
So you look here with this boundary throw-in. So every player on the ground will be within 60 metres of this football. It's incredibly hard to move the ball if you're St Kilda out of this area. And Brisbane want to take players away from this contest now to create space.
Almost all in that quadrant of the ground, aren't they? As Marshall taps it down, Neil sharks it. Half-forward flank for Brisbane. Kicks inside 50, looking for Day. Up he goes. Off his hands, comes down. Stocker for the Saints. Handball to Burns. Back pocket to Caminiti. Caminiti kicks beyond the arc. Answorth knocks it back in. Now he gathers it. Off to Archie. Archie's handball a little too slick for Rayner. Saints arrive and they knock it out. Throwing 45 around from the attacking goal for the Lions. One behind, still the only score, 8 minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
What are you noticing early here, Zach? What are you on the lookout for as a key midfielder in the first 10 minutes?
I think that the challenge with Brisbane is they're so good at finding marks and composing with the ball. It's really difficult to get it back off them when they live inside their forward half. So the ability to try and get some territory is always key early.
They're playing the game in their front half here as McInerney knocks it down. Burns for St Kilda though. Handball towards Steele against the boundary line. Windhager collects his handball at turnover. McCluggage wins it back. More forward half play for the Lions as Rayner kicks to centre half forward. Hit with the target. Spills down towards Brisbane and Day. Hurried kick towards full forward. Punched away by the Saints in Wilkie, but straight to Berry. He got a handball away to Hipwood, who's met solidly. Just drilled in the tackle. And a ball up 20 out from the Brisbane goal. It was Keeler, I think, who came in and got him. And a ball up here. 20 metres out from the Lions' attacking goal. They have the only score, which is 1 point through 9 minutes.
Marshall taps it down, hacks it for himself. It falls to Neil, who soccers it through. Or flicks it onto the boot. Lightning as you like. And finally, Brisbane find the major opening. 1-1-7. Plays no score after 9 minutes. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Two Essendon champions, Adam Ramanauskas and Zach Merritt.
Well, you look at that one, Zach, there with Lachie Neale. Excuse me. He comes to that stoppage deep inside Brisbane's forward 50 and he's sucked right under the ball. The ball goes up in the air and his direct opponent's Jack Steele. Jack Steele doesn't continue to locate Lachie Neale there inside that forward 50. He's able to kick a pretty simple goal, really.
Yeah, and this is always the challenge. You send Wyn Hager to McCluggage, who's been amazing in the first 5 or 6 rounds of the Lions, and you leave, a 2-time Brownlow medalist who's always dangerous around stoppage. So, super goal from Lachie.
Bit of push and shove. The restart. 1-1-7 Brisbane. St Kilda yet to score. 10 minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Levi Ashcroft. In fact, it's Will Ashcroft in the middle trying to knock it out. Eventually found Dunkley, who's tackled and will have the ball up again. Levi runs straight in off the wing to join his brother at the stoppage. You can throw a blanket over around 20 of them here. As McInerney wins it down. Here's Will Ashcroft. Hand pass picked off. Knocked away in the other direction by Darcy Wilson, and as he hunts out after it, caught Wilmot high. Dangerous kick back inboard, turnover. Max Hall intercepts. Now the Saints go forward. Gives it to Garcia. Keeler out after it, hands to it. No mark, swats it down and socked forward by Sharman, but socked out of play. And the umpire says, spin that in. 35 out from the Saints goal.
All I can see with Hugo Garcia is a little mini Libba. Even the way he kind of runs and the way he kicks it looks like Libba.
Yeah, he's had a good start to his career. Only his second year, so I think he's up to 17-odd games now.
Yeah. 2-year deal for him to remain at St Kilda until at least 2027 as McInerney wins it down. Neale trying to get a hand pass through traffic. Eventually got it out to Dunkley. Handball to Fletcher. High up and under. Out towards the boundary line. Morris competes for it along with Howard close to the boundary line and they run out of room. Boundary throw-in.
I think chatting with Jack Steele at the captain's day as well, he said Hugo is very tenacious at training and constantly the coaches are trying to pull him back from injuring his teammates. That he's just so excited to try and get out there and get a game and contribute to the team.
You can imagine a young Libba being like that as well. Lions leading by 7 points, winning the tap down McInerney. Brisbane come away with it through Bailey. Goes back to Fletcher, chips a kick and Dunkley. Gives the handball to the runner Bailey. Brisbane down the city wing, his kick too wide. Out of bounds on the full. St Kilda to get it back.
Missed that one by a long way.
Great to have you with us on Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Saints and the Lions, the Anzac round. Free kick to be taken by Dougal Howard, who's back in the side, dislocated shoulder in the pre-season. Comes infield with his kick to Webster. Webster wants to go with the switch. Swings it to Wilkie. Wilkie will look towards the dockside wing and a short kick here for Bradley Hill on the halfback flank for the Saints.
Hill, of course, last week, unfortunately found himself on a number of replays. It was that Liberatore chase down tackle as he goes long towards the wing. Comes St Kilda's way eventually. Garcia to Sinclair, handball back to Hill. Now a bit of toe from the veteran. Works his way through traffic, runs, carries, kicks down to half forward. Target Sharman, no mark, and Gardner forces it out of play. So throw in 50 out from the Saints goal. Does that happen often, Zach? So teammates saying, look, we want that game intensity, but maybe not too much when it comes to the tackling stuff.
Yeah, I think Ben Hobbs is a good example of that. He's a very competitive young player who's trying to make his imprint on the game. So we encourage it to a degree, but sometimes got to pull him back a little bit.
Lions by 7 points, 13 minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Great to have Zach Merritt in the box with us as Hill just toe pokes it away towards McRae. Handball to Webster. Handball to Wanganeen Millerer. Dangerous turnover picked off by Hipwood.
He gives it to Fletcher. Running by. Kicks inside 50. Charlie Cameron in a foot race. Stocker going stride for stride. Stocker does well. Bundles him over. Cameron traps it. Gets on the boot. Snaps and misses. We did it all there, Charlie, except finish. Another behind for the Lions, 1-8. No score for St Kilda. Pretty good effort there from Stocker as well.
He had speed wobbles.
He did, didn't he?
Okay, Miller out to half-back to Wilson. Handball away to Webster. Long kick down to half-forward. Broken up by Wilmot. He goes back and collects it. He's become a good player, Darcy Wilmot. Handball away towards Dunkley. Gives it to Levi Ashcroft. Kicks down the wing, and the only line in the pack hits the deck. That's Berry. And the Saints able to pick it off. So, neat intercept mark for Wilkie. Heads across the ground to Caminiti. 14 minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The Lions with the only 8 points in the game.
Caminiti sends a long kick out towards the city wing. Bailey comes in to try and break it up. Burns there with him. Bailey bumps Burns off it. Runs away with the footy for Brisbane. Shanks his kick.
He needs to change his boots at quarter time.
Off the instep. Slides out right at the elbow of 50 in the boundary line. Lions by 8. Quarter hour mark of this opening term.
That's 2.
St Kilda haven't really looked like scoring yet. 2 inside 50s to Brisbane's 10.
Boundary throwing. Half forward for the Lions. Comes down to Rayner. Hurried kick inside 50. Lohman with the lead. Couldn't quite reel it in. Falls to Hill. Quick hands to Wilkie. To Stocker. Back to Wilkie. Tackled immediately by Hipwood. Hump says ball up. Centre half forward for Brisbane. 1-2 to yet to score. 15 minutes played. And by Matthew Nichols, Ben. Under the roof at Docklands. Tosses it up. Throw a blanket over around 10 of them here. Scrapping for the footy. McRae on his hands and knees, as you'd expect. And in the end, Stacks on the mill as jumping over the top goes Garcia, and a ball up again. Same spot. Ray Chamberlain.
You mentioned earlier the potential need for a change of footwear. I'm interested in Zach's insights into this. Every time you come to Marvel, it's like there are 2 different surfaces. You've got the outside that's always wet and slippery for the first half of the game, and then through the corridor, funnily enough, is where it's dry. Zach, how did you go about dealing with that?
Yeah, I stick to the moulds, mate. I don't like the wet weathers. I feel like it hurts my feet too much, so I just try and keep my feet as best as possible.
Just with that low centre of gravity, good players do keep their feet. Is on the wing. Rayner wins it back for the Lions. Handball away to Bailey, off towards Leicester. Goes for a little gallop, backward of the logo. Sets up a kick towards the attacking arc. Howard attacks the footy. Dunkley wins it at ground level, coughs it up. St Kilda with it through Stocker to McRae. His handball, a turnover. Fletcher pinches it, half forward for the Lions. He coughs it up. And Bradley Hill just chips it out of there, up towards the wing. Through the hands of Wanganeen Miller. And now Brisbane in possession once more.
Rayner reloads, long kick inside the forward 50. Oh, carries over the head of the intended targets and bounced off the chest of Webster. In the end, a pack forms in front of him as McCluggage is tackled with it. Jimmy Webster, by the way, the oldest player on St Kilda's list. He's only 31, so they've got a lot of guys. I think they've got, 6 today over the age of 30, but none of them older than 31. Ball up, same spot. Zach touched on just living in Brisbane's front half at the moment. St Kilda still looking for their first score in the game and another stoppage.
Yeah, I think the contested footy and clearance numbers starting to get a little bit out of hand. Obviously, St Kilda's defence is holding up pretty strongly, but at this rate, it's going to break open at some point.
13-2, the inside 50 tally.
Day slaps it down, half forward for the line, slapping it on Lohman. St Kilda are there, Burns off to Windhager. High kick to the wing, no markers. Fletcher at the fall of the ball. Back feeds a handball for Brisbane, away to Andrews. Short kick for Zorko. Not the 15. Zorko goes up the pipe. Hipwood presents. He marks on his chest, Eric the Eel. Looks into the pocket. Plenty of Lions there. And Levi Ashcroft marks. Twists his body to protect the drop. And he takes it 40 metres out. Worse than a 45-degree angle. Left half forward.
Well, so many numbers sitting in Brisbane's forward 50 in the centre corridor of that forward 50. So be patient, go wide. They find a mark, and they're able to with Levi Ashcroft.
Just another one of these top draft picks that comes in ready-made. His drop punt from 48 is tugged hard left and just scraping through for a minor score. 139 plays no score. If you're the Saints captain out there right now, Zach, with all of this pressure, what are you doing and saying with the group?
Yeah, you're trying to own the footy a little bit and trying to build it up to get it back into your forward half and allow your forwards to reset to make the ground a little bit bigger on offence. But clearly Brisbane are aware of that and they're trying to shut down those short kicks, so it's back in a contest really quickly.
Zach Merritt on ABC Sport, the Essendon skipper. Long kick towards half back. Good mark from Cooper Sharman. Gives a handball away towards Burns. Kicks inboard. Here's Garcia. Hand pass back out in that direction of Burns as he just tries to feint to get around Answorth on the mark now. The inside 50 kick slips straight through the hands of Mason Wood. Drops it cold and slides out of bounds.
Laughing, he turned around and let out a scream in frustration.
14-3, the inside 50 tally, just their third entry. A couple of those other numbers that you emphasised, Zach. So plus 10 Brisbane in contested ball, plus 5 in clearance. We're 19 minutes into this opening term. Saints still looking for a score.
Forward 50 stoppage here for the Saints. Ricochets away beyond that attacking arc there for St Kilda, and Will Ashcroft goes piling in. We'll get a ball up. Through to half time last week, St Kilda only had 11 inside 50s. All up just inside the arc here. McInerney taps it down. Windhager gets it moving forward for the Saints. Owens off to Steele. Has it knocked out in the tackle. Brisbane come away with it. Dunkley to Will Ashcroft. To Lockie Neal. Runs back inside the defensive arc. Shanks a kick. Looking for McInerney. Turnover. St Kilda's ball. Free kick. Free kick will go the way of Lockie Neal. A big McInerney, in fact.
And it hurt him. He's still down on all fours.
The hard part as well, when you can feel it out there clearly as a player in the contest that you're struggling to get your hands on it, then you try harder sometimes, and sometimes that can actually work against you when you get inside the contest and they on the outside. So I think St Kilda's ability to keep sticking to what they're trying to do, they're weathering the storm reasonably well, albeit low inside 50 count. They'll know that it'll turn if they keep trying to play the right way.
So he just copped an absolute beauty from Rowan Marshall there, Oscar McInerney, with the knee straight into the ribs.
Legal?
Yeah, it's legal. Yep.
Professionally clumsy, or?
No, I don't even think it was I just think it was in the contest.
Brisbane grab the footy, they work it down the wing. This is Berry, who's got it between wing and half forward. Long kick inside 50. Archie, who's up and marking in the left forward pocket. And a little milestone game for him as well. 150 today for Cal Archie on the back of that fine final series. He's got a chance to kick the second of the day.
Well, to Ray Chamberlain's comment before about boots and slipping over there, Jimmy Webster in that contest with Callum Archie slipped at the critical moment, gave Archie a couple of metres of space, and he was able to take a pretty easy mark, really.
Callum Archie, we know what he did last September. The drop punt fades to the right and behind. Minor score. That September campaign, by the way, 10 goals, 5 in his 4 games, including 4 on grand final day. Kicked a telling goal in the prelim.
No, he had a terrific final series, no doubt about that.
We always say, now remember what you do in September. Wanganeen Miller up. To bring it back in for the Saints. To the pocket, driving ball. Owens with the run and jump. Hands to it at the back of the pack for the Lions. Down at ground level. Lester gathers the footy. He's tackled out. Throwing coming. Higgins applying the pressure. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanauskas, Zach Merritt. And everybody loves Raymond. Ray Chamberlain down on the boundary. Throwing out on that city wing. 18 degrees Celsius outside. Beautiful under the roof. Marshall winning the tap. Steele gathers the footy. Handball to Burns. Handball to turnover. Zorko for Brisbane. Forward handball to half forward. Will Ashcroft kicks into the pocket. No mark. Webster's at the back. Under pressure from Lohman. Tackled quickly. Rolled to ground. Umpire wants it. Ball up left forward pocket. Lions by 10 points late in the first.
0437 774 774, the SMS number. I'm keen to hear from you throughout the afternoon, following along on your Saturday Arvo. Saints and the Lions locked in battle here at Docklands. Hit out, finds Archie, who's running boundary line. Somehow grabs the footy, hooks it over his shoulder, but misses. Gee, that would have been some goal.
We're very light on highlights in this first quarter at the moment.
Hit out there from McInerney, just went to the boundary side, and yet Archie was cruising through and almost kicked a miraculous goal over his head. Not to be. 1-5 to yet the score.
The kick in from Sinclair just gets to Webster, but broken up. Bobbles back to Sinclair. Exiting kick beyond the defensive arc. Big fly from Fletcher. Doesn't come down with it. Neal dives in. Slaps it out. Windhager there for the Saints. Overruns it. Keeler comes and tries to lend a hand. Berry goes in for Brisbane. Handball to Lester. They got it out towards Will Ashcroft. To Levi Ashcroft. To Cam Rayner. Kick into the pocket. Overshoots Morris. Tumbles out. Throwing coming in the forward pocket here for Brisbane. 1-5-11 plays, no score. 16, make that 17.
17-3 inside 50s, Penny.
Whew. That is a big number.
And yet only 11 points. They are the only 11 points in the game, it must be said, though. 1-5 to yet to score. As McInerney, does that count as a hit-out? Sockers it from the boundary throw-in. Eventually finds Steele. Handball away towards to Wilson, and then Windhager. Hurried kick out of defence. Zorko picks it off, coughs it up though. Handball to Higgins. His hand pass out in front of space, and yet Brisbane scoop it up again through Fletcher. Goes back by hand to Wilmot. Darcy Wilmot comes wide with the kick to Zach Bailey. Let's see what we get here, Ram. Off the boot.
There we go.
Beautiful drop punt.
That's much better. He's other side of the ground. He switched sides.
Zorko takes the mark, gives it off to Rayner, floating by, kicks to full forward. The pinball's around in the pocket, and the Saints are there through Marshall.
And through the legs of Oscar McInerney.
Yeah, clever little nutmeg handball away to Steele, who gets rid of it, away to Keeler. Now it's Caminiti, 1-2 with Webster, trying to get a kick away. Half forward here for Brisbane. The Saints are battling. Windhager, handball away to Burns, hospital handball. Bailey attacks him, spills to Sinclair, dumps it on the boot. High spiral to the wing, Wilmot, brave underneath it. And he takes the mark on the Anzac Day logo. Or Anzac appeal round logo for the Lions.
Little left foot taunt from Jack Sinclair as Neil sends it down to half forward. They all fly in the air, spills down to Bailey, runs an arc, handball away to Loman, give it back to him. Bailey to finish. Bailey goals. We haven't had a heap of highlights, but we get a nice team one there for Brisbane. As Zach Bailey, a couple of touches in the chain and pops it through to finish. Then Brisbane finally putting on some points to speak to their dominance in this opening term. 2-5-17 the Lions. St Kilda yet to score 25 minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Zach, it's just a little mistake from St Kilda there where Wanganeen-Miller should have spoiled that ball over the boundary. Get another restart. They've been really brave the way they've defended this quarter so far, the Saints. But one little mistake and a reigning premier, they make you pay. And there was a good little bit of ball movement there by Loman and Bailey.
Yeah, it's hard part as well as the Saints forward. You feel like you got to come up the ground to try and support the contest and get it going your way, but that leaves Brisbane defenders sitting out behind the ground and they're feeling very fresh and comfortable behind the ball at the moment.
Bounce back in the middle, opening 2 goals of the game going the way of Brisbane. Windhager going in at ground level, Steele slapping it out. All moving forward here for the Lions. Neil sockers it inside 50. He chases after it. Caminiti cuts it off, picks it up, handball to McRae, bumped off his kick. And the Lions are there through Cameron, who fashions a high kick inside 50. Hipwood stands underneath it and marks. And this is one-way traffic at the moment.
If it wasn't for St Kilda's back six, this would be 45
Well,
already.
I'll speak about that at quarter time, so there's a couple of minutes to go.
So this is the 21st inside 50.
Yeah.
Last week, St Kilda allowed 69, which was a record under Ross Lyon at the Saints' first iteration, second iteration.
Brisbane only had 37 inside 50s themselves on Thursday night, and they've had 21 in the opening quarter.
The Big Easy. Eric Hipwood strolls in and rattles it into the post. Brisbane, only through their inaccuracy, leaving the Saints in at 2-6-18 to zip, nada, nothing. St Kilda yet to score 27 minutes in.
Sai Wanganeen-Miller steps out of the goal square. Doesn't have a heap to go to, so tries to pierce a pass out towards that City wing, and he had Mason Wood able to clean it up. Long kick over halfway, and Lance Collard's got out. There is an open forward 50, kicks from 70 out. Marshall running back downhill, collects goals. They score from a kick out. I wasn't banking on that. Their first points of the game comes at the 28-minute mark of the opening term. And whooshka, they go end to end. St Kilda 1 straight 6, Brisbane 2-6-18. The Lions by 12 points. 28 minutes into the opening term on Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Zach Merritt and Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, I thought he could have marked that one, Rowan Marshall. So really good play by St Kilda there. They're able to find despair. So Brisbane had obviously squeezed up the ground with their kick in. Lance Collard was able to get out the back. And it was a smart kick by Collard because he didn't try over kick it. It just bounced in the big ruckman's hands, and poor old Oscar McInerney trying to chase him.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Your experts today, two Essendon champions, Adam Ramanauskas and Zach Merritt. Marshall back in the middle. The goal kicker wins the tap down. All knocked out there by Windhager. Marshall goes in again. Sinclair soccers it out. McRae fighting after it. Rayner too. Rayner wins it. Off to McCluggage for Brisbane. Hooks a snap inside 50, looking for a marker. Tapping it down Day. Hipwood onto it. Off the right boot. Slams it through. Instant reply from Brisbane. And they're back out by 3 goals. 3-6-24 plays 1 straight 6. 28 minutes into the first. Very clever there from Will Day to tap it down to the Big Easy.
Yeah, I've just been impressed around the ball. Brisbane's ability to not only win it inside, but also their ability to balance outside the contest as well. It feels like they're only both in and out and giving their forwards their best chance going inside 50, but also the pressure of their small forwards, Loman and the like, live. You can see how much pressure they're putting on those Saints backs.
Obviously meant Sam Day, not Will Day.
That's okay. We don't pick up your mistakes.
Who's dealing with the navicular issue, which I've been through. We had a bit of a chat off air about recovery techniques last week down on the boundary.
Jeez. He would have been looking at you thinking, hopefully I'll bounce back a bit. Hopefully I'll bounce back a little stronger than what's happening there.
Don't trade off as much.
As Windhager kicks us at half forward, ball spills out to Hall. The Saints, he chips short. Higgins trying to mark, he can't. It's broken up. The umpire comes in and says free kick or mark? Mark. Higgins going to get it. Left forward pocket for the Saints. He's not wasting any time as he hooks it across the body, and all of a sudden it's goal for goal. Thriller minute now at Docklands. 3-6-24 Brisbane. St Kilda 2 straight 12. 30 minutes into this opening term, and how often does this happen in footy? We really had nothing for the majority of the quarter, and from the 26-minute mark, which is 5 minutes of real time, we've had 4 goals. Adam Ramanauskas and Zach Merritt on ABC Sport.
He's such a hard matchup, Jack Higgins. And realistically, how he plays, he goes before his team have won the ball. So as a defender, you're like, they haven't won it yet, so I want to hold my position as a defender. But then you've got Jack Higgins that slip behind you, so you're then a couple of metres away. The problem with Jack Higgins, he only needs a couple of touches to really impact the game. So what's he had? He's probably had 1 touch for the quarter and a goal. 2.
Yep, 1-on-1.
Back in the middle, and again St Kilda win the tap through Marshall, but they cough it up. Aaron handball from Windhager, pinched by Rayner, pivots and kicks inside 50. Hipwood coming across in front of the pack. He takes another chest mark directly in front, 30 metres out.
Well, just look at his direct opponent. I think it's Caminiti here. He slipped. So Ray Chamberlain's all over the slipping at the Docklands.
What kind of footwear would you go with, Ray? Would you go the long stops?
I was a career saver at the back end, but early doors, the long stops. But my mortgage was giving me some feedback that said, mate, you need to drag this out. So I did shift at the back end.
Here comes Hipwood, directly in front, boot to ball from 35. His second. And Brisbane have this game in their keeping. 4-6-30 plays 2 straight 12. 31 minutes into the opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Ray Chamberlain before Adam Ramanauskas and Zach Merritt.
Yeah, but in all seriousness, it is a very unique surface here inside under the roof, and the slipperiness and the ball skidding off the ground is definitely a factor, and obviously keeping your feet. So the long stops for mine.
Yeah, I think as well, that ability for Brisbane, Callum Wilkie, sometimes you feel like you want to kick it away from him because he's such a good intercept player, but I think when you kick it towards him, then he can't come off his man and intercept. So I think pretty smart kick, and Sam Day did a great job of holding him down to allow Hipwood to mark it across.
Yeah, that's interesting. Almost there that if you kick it towards Wilkie, it doesn't allow him to be the third man up, and if Sam Day can do a good job, how that will help Eric Hipwood and the rest of the Brisbane Lions. Out of the middle, Marshall takes it out of the ruck, gets a kick moving forward. Zorko coming through, soccers it on. McRae there for the Saints. Off towards Wilson. His handball for Wanganeen Malira. It's a handball forward, but misses Wood. Now to play it goes high half forward for the Saints. 4-6-30 plays 2 straight 12. 33 minutes this opening term. Quarter's running long these days.
Well, this has had so many stoppages of play in this quarter between ball ups and throw-ins, so that's why we're we're so long in this quarter.
Had 5 goals in the last 7 minutes after only having 1 through the first 26 as McInerney grabs it out of the ruck, kicks it forward. Oh, big hit, flying back Lohman. Coming charging through on the bottom of that was Stocker as he put his head over the ball, went and picked it up.
It's just a clean hit, I think.
Yeah, he was contesting the football.
He went down low, collected it. And we came to get Ray's view on all of that, and he went flying away, Kyle Lohman. He ran into the big shoulder and the big body of Stocker, and in the end, it won't amount to anything, that forward thrust as the ball's out of play, and he is
carrying
hurt
that left shoulder
as well. Lohman, as he's met by the trainer, and now his teammates on the quarter break come to him. It's quarter time here at Docklands. Brisbane by 18 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The Lions 4-6-30. St Kilda 2 straight 12. The inside 50 count is 24-6 Brisbane's way. And the score, by the way, was 2-6-18 to nothing at the 28-minute mark of this opening quarter. And from that point on, the Saints were able to hit the scoreboard a couple of times. 4-6 to 2 straight. Brisbane by 18. Ray Chamberlain with us on the boundary. How did you see that, Ray, of the contest on the outer wing?
I think, when Stocker's sole objective is to contest the football, and he hasn't gone past the football. The opposition player in that instance, Lohman, he's got a responsibility to take care of for himself. And if he does lead with his head, then I don't think in that particular instance Stocker's done anything wrong. So potentially just an unwarranted free kick.
Thanks, Ray. Just quickly, earlier today, Craig McRae joined us on AFL Saturday here on ABC Sport, and Mick Malthouse asked him about Dan McStay, who of course hurt his left knee yesterday in the Anzac Day blockbuster at the MCG. This is what the coach at Collingwood told us on ABC Sport earlier.
Yeah, just got a call from the doc about 20 minutes ago, and Dan's got a grade 3 medial strain, which it's about a 6 to 8 week injury. Which
no
is,
operation?
No operation required, right. Sort of just some rehab and in a brace for a period of time, and then getting back in it around 6 to 8 weeks without being too precise.
Craig McRae with us earlier today on AFL Saturday. If you missed it, you can catch up through the podcast store or through the ABC Listen app. Just look for ABC AFL Daily. And, of course, you'll be able to catch the full episode with Adam Ramanauskas and Mick Malthouse. All right, quarter time here. The thoughts of Zach Merritt and Rama coming up next. It is quarter time, Brisbane by 18. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos. Alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny. ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Marshall taps it down, hacks it for himself. It falls to Neil, who sockers it through. Or flicks it onto the boot. Lightning as you like. And finally, Brisbane find the major opening.
Neil sends it down to half forward. They all fly in the air. Spills down to Bailey. Runs an arc. Handball away to Lohman. Give it back to him. Bailey to finish. Bailey goals. We haven't had a heap of highlights, but we get a nice team one there for Brisbane. As Zach Bailey, a couple of touches in the chain and pops it through to finish. Sai Wanganeen-Miller steps out of the goal square. Doesn't have a heap to go to, so tries to pierce a pass out towards that city wing. In the end, Mason Wood able to clean it up. Long kick over halfway, and Lance Collard's got out. There is an open forward 50, kicks from 70 out. Marshall running back downhill, collects goals. They score from a kick out. I wasn't banking on that.
And again, St Kilda win the tap through Marshall, but they cough it up. Aaron handball from Windhager, pinched by Rayner. Pivots and kicks inside 50. Hipwood coming across in front of the pack. He takes another chest mark. Here comes Hipwood, directly in front. Boot to ball from 35. His second.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Quarter time here at Docklands, Brisbane by 3 goals. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Zach Merritt.
Well, inside 50s 24-6 in that first quarter. So I think St Kilda can count themselves lucky. There was only 4 goals, 6. So 10 scoring shots to Brisbane in that quarter. The ball really lived in Brisbane's half of the ground. So I think a few execution, probably setups for Brisbane that Chris Fagan will want to iron out at this quarter time break. But Ross Lyon went straight to his team in that quarter. There was no splitting up into groups. It was Ross straight there. And I'm tipping that will be about, well, one, winning the football. So clearance in that quarter was 16 to 9 in Brisbane's favour. And two will be about their ball movement. Their ball movement, they're simply getting the ball, particularly in the defensive half, and just bombing it back to Brisbane. So a little bit of care and system with that. The problem that St Kilda have, they've got two of the best halfback flankers in the competition in Wanganeen Malera and Jack Sinclair. But they get so high up the ground because St Kilda want the ball in their hand constantly. It leaves St Kilda's back line too exposed. So your reliance then, as Zach spoke about, on a Callum Wilkie, on a Dougal Howard, on a Caminiti. I feel like rather than having them both at half back, maybe shift one up to a wing, even half forward. So put Wanganeen Malera to half forward, and he comes up and plays as a fifth midfielder. So then it empties out your own forward line. Because on too many occasions in that first quarter, I just saw virtually a 2-on-2 in Brisbane's forward line. You need at least 3 or 4 in your defensive half of the ground to try to defend.
Yeah, I think watching live, it just shows how well Brisbane do set up around the ball and behind the ball. I think their ability to take uncontested marks is built back off their ability to win the inside contest. And I think every team and every club is trying to stop their uncontested mark that we watched in the grand final last year when they took over 120 marks. But it's really hard and difficult to do because they do win the hard stuff inside, clearance and contest, and then shape back to their numbers and then come to the open side. And then they've got such threats in front of the ball, they're happy to kick long to contest as well.
Is that as simple as going almost man-to-man, old school, when you're trying to stop a team with the uncontested marking game?
It's really hard because if you do come up, you then expose your own backs to be one-on-one or, if not down one, when you're trying to press heavy. So it's a tough balance.
Zach Merritt, the Essendon skipper, on ABC Sport alongside Adam Ramanauskas. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron calling the footy. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. The Lions by 18. Second term underway as Wanganeen Miller are trying to squeeze a kick out. McCluggage grabs it. Quick kick forward, and there's Naz again. Comes flying through to take the mark after initially starting to chain. Handball away towards Hill. Back to Wanganeen Miller. Goes darting through the middle of Docklands. Kicks out to half forward and finds Wood. He marks 60 from home. Mason Wood can send the Saints further inside. 50. Deep to Sharman. One out in the cage. No mark. Hit falls down towards Higgins, where all small forwards should be. Front and centre. That's his bread and butter, and Higgins has got a couple. And St Kilda are right back in this game. 40 seconds into the second term. 3 straight to 4-6. Brisbane by 12 points after they threatened to bust this game open with the first 8 scoring shots. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, hitting contest at speed is the hardest to defend if you are that small defender. So you look where Higgins' work rate here to this contest. Mason Wood takes the mark outside forward 50. He leads up and he knows the ball's going long. And it's just, it's copybooks, textbook small forward play there by Jack Higgins. Ainsworth just couldn't get close enough.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas and Zach Merritt telling you how it's all unfolding out in the middle. Umpires Nichols, Wetton, Jones and McGuinness in charge of this contest. Neither ruck decisive. McCluggage picks it up, kicks the lines to half forward. Cameron marks 55 out. Too far out to score. Hooks his kick back centrally, trying to get it to Lohman, who's back out there. Flicks a handball to Morris. He swings it on goal and swings it through. Brisbane again have the answer. Back out by 3 goals neat. 5-6-36 plays 3 straight 18. 2 minutes into this second term.
Yeah, these are the threats they have. You want to put pressure on the ball and come forward where possible to reduce their ability to go in. But when you got Lohman that can mark as a small forward, you got Morris that can play tall and small and kick crafty goals. It's a very difficult matchup in that forward 6 for Brisbane.
They're a forward line, particularly their smaller forwards. So you look at Cameron, Archie, Lohman, Will Ashcroft's down there at the moment. They're not a team that you can zone against because they're too crafty. So you've got to close that space incredibly quickly against the Brisbane forwards. Otherwise, just their ability inside forward 50 there to share the ball is too good.
Morris with the goal, back to 18 points. McInerney wins it down. Neal got a hand pass that swatted down, falls away of Dunkley. High kick to half forward. They come from all directions. Archie Clever just taps it out in the direction of Levi Ashcroft. Handball away towards Neal, still between wing and half forward. Hand pass to Will Ashcroft. The Norm Smith medalist, great kick, comes wide to McCluggage. He's got Levi leading for him in the pocket, ignores that. Gee, this guy started the year well, hasn't he? Yeah. On the back of a premiership campaign last year. He's the #1 player in the competition for contested possessions from general play. Hugh McCluggage, who just lays it up to the goal square, and he's Hipwood, takes the sprawling mark. Those hunting after it in the front carried their head, and Hipwood able to take it low down in front of the behind post.
So McCluggage is still to get an All-Australian blazer.
He's been.
But I reckon he's been in the squad a half a dozen times easily.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's almost time he gets fitted up. Taylor
on his early season form, yeah.
Hipwood is going to try and hook it off his right peg. Going across the body from the left forward pocket. He's got 3. Gee, Eric started well here. And their leading goal kicker so far in the season, Eric Hipwood, all of a sudden takes his tally to 15 and counting. Brisbane by 4 goals, 4 minutes into the second term, 6-6 to 3 straight. I'll say it again, at the 26-minute mark of the opening term, we'd had 1 goal in the match. Floodgates. Late in the second, early in the third, more and more goals. Brisbane now by 24, a new game high. Zach Merritt and Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport.
Yeah, and you can't underestimate the kick from Will Ashcroft there. You know, it's the hardest kick in footy. Inside 70 or 80 metres to pull it across his body, deceive the St Kilda defender and get it to McCluggage is something that every club is aspiring to do. But as we talked about before, the craftiness of their forwards is a big advantage that they use really well.
Just on the All-Australian Blazers, our experts tell us that you only get 1 and they just add the year. Is that right, Zach?
It's correct, yeah. You've got to hand it back in to get the gold added onto the Blazer pocket. So
embroidered.
Yeah, embroidered. So I think Dangerfield's is about full, but just stuck with the 1.
Back in the middle for the restart. McInerney slapping it down, Steele over the top of it.
It's probably private schools do.
Is it? Right.
So they put first 18 for football, and they put all sorts of things on it.
It's probably a good idea. You don't need multiples of them, do you? Like,
I want to give one to his old man. He'd wear to a wedding.
I think mine actually is sitting in Cobden at Mum and Dad's house. So.
Oscar McInerney gets a free kick for the Lions out of the middle, drives it deep out the back. Caminiti mops up for the Saints. Good spoil coming down there from Hipwood, who's on today. Spoils the Stocker kick, follows up, applies the tackle on Stocker. Levi Ashcroft soccers it on. The back there to Mark Dougal, Howard at fullback. Lions lead it by 24 points. 5.5 minutes into this second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
We did have a little bit of an issue with the dress code, didn't we, last year? There was various versions of what the dress code should have been.
Luke Ryan going with the sneakers with his suit.
Yeah.
Which was controversial to some as Wilson runs himself into a cul-de-sac and he's caught holding the ball by Zach Bailey for the Lions. 53 metres out, a couple in from the boundary line, right half forward. Lions by 24 points. Bailey pokes it to the pocket. Nobody there, and Wilkie might have juggled it out. He's paid the mark deep in the back pocket for St Kilda.
There's Wilkie away towards Howard. He just goes in a little stroll, closed down eventually, and measures the kick to Sinclair off the back flank. Jack Sinclair gives it to Hill, and he goes darting through the middle, kicks back inboard, but turns it over, and Neal takes the intercept mark, and Wanganeen Miller gave a little shove to Neal as he went back to take his kick. Neal dropped the footy, and the umpire said, "Come with me." And that is 50, and Lockie Neal will be within distance here. The sticks again.
That's the second one that Brisbane have been given through a player, St Kilda player, slapping the ball out of their hands. So it's Cooper Sharman in that first quarter. Now Wanganeen Miller.
The weird part about it, if he didn't drop the footy, it probably wouldn't have been 50. And yet, if you put your hands on him, when he's already taken the mark...
Well, he didn't need to put his hands on him.
He didn't. That won't please Ross Lyon, and Lockie Neal, who formerly played underneath Ross the Boss, makes him feel that one. Neal pops it through. He's got a couple already today. Then Brisbane, a new game high advantage. It's out to 30 points. 7-6-48, St Kilda 3 straight 18. 7.5 gone in the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
So take away the 50-metre penalty, Zach, but it's the ball coming back inside the corridor there. So I think it was Brad Hill who who has pulled the trigger. So you want to encourage it, of course. But coming back into the corridor at the Docklands, you need to hit. Otherwise, it's down the other end before you know it.
Yeah, I think when you scout St Kilda, you know that when Hill, Malira and Sinclair run past, they're going to give the handball. So no doubt Brisbane know that's coming, and they set up through the corridor really strongly there and forced a really dangerous turnover to Neil, and obviously slotted through a really nice goal.
What makes Lachie Neale so good, Zach?
I think it's his balance. He's so good inside, but also his ability to work hard and get on the end of the outside as well.
Marshall with the tap. He gets it back there from Steele. Mongrel punt inside attacking 50 for St Kilda. Wood drops the mark under pressure from Andrews. Now ground level Wilmot. All still bobbling around, and eventually Zorko clears it for the Lions up to the wing. Bouncing ball. Lohman attacks it. Can't quite gather it. Webster. He goes and gets it for St Kilda. Handball knocked down. Spits out to Hill. Saints back with it. Loops it over the top towards Wilkie. Sinclair gets involved. Berry paddling. Neale stands up in the tackle and pretty happy to just be taken out, so throwing on the wing.
His resume is outrageous, Lachie Neale's.
Oh, one of the best in football ever.
He's a 6-time best and fairest winner now, so the only guys in front of him, Bob Skilton and Kevin Murray both won 9, Lee Matthews won 8. So that's the high end. Scotty West. So they're all in the 7 category, and Neale's 6 and counting at the moment. But add on to that, 2 Brownlows, 4 All-Australians. He's also won a couple of Glendinning Allen medals as the best player in the Derby. He's won 2 in the Q Clash. He's got a league MVP. He's the Gary Ayres medalist as the best player in the final series, and obviously the Barassi medalist as the premiership captain, which was given out for the first time last year. So that is a haul. As we've got another stoppage here now, still on the broadcast wing. It is Brisbane by 5 goals. 10 minutes into the second term. St Kilda first possession. It's Steele. Handball away to Wangane Miller. Surge kick forward. Turnover. Wilmot takes the intercept mark right on halfway. More of the same for Brisbane. 7-6 to 3 straight. And so Brisbane's inaccuracy only keeping this game somewhat close. The Lions by 30.
Wilmot sends it inside attacking 50. Slides off the side of the pack. Steele gathers it. Sinclair just bumped off his kick. Ball spits out. Will Ashcroft high free kick. Sinclair to get it. Back pocket for St Kilda. Lions by 30.
He's lucky because he fresh aired it, Jack Sinclair, which is rare for him. He's such a beautiful user of the ball, but Brisbane had outnumbered already at that contest inside their forward 50.
Takes the kick to Mini Libber. Hugo Garcia right on the defensive arc for the Saints. Kicks on his left, up to a contest on the wing. Over the top comes Harris Andrews and punches it out. Throw incoming. Neutral territory right beneath us. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
I think with the early pressure Brisbane's applied, it's starting to come a little bit perceived for the Saints when they get their hands on the ball. It feels like it's coming, even if it isn't quite there in that 5 metre radius, which is forcing these dump kicks back to Harris Andrews.
A boundary throw in. Marshall wins the hit out for the Saints. Levi Ashcroft passing through. Tackled. Back forms. Umpire says holding the ball. But Levi didn't release, and a free kick for the Saints. He gets up and has a little question to the umpire, the young man. At 18 years of age, Levi Ashcroft is the youngest player on the ground today.
So we've forgotten about the no 15 rule.
Very short kick to Windhager. He retreats all the way back towards Howard.
I think it's actually the cones they've been putting down at training.
Right.
They're just got a better gauge.
Yeah, okay. Sure.
How far was that, Ray?
15.1.
Ray. I like you, Ray. Come on.
Howard goes long to the wing and Lohman knocks it out of play, City side. Boundary throw-in. Brisbane 7-6. St Kilda 3 straight. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Off the SMS, there's one here from Pete. Says Saints will win this. Brisbane have kicked themselves out of it. Yeah, that's not from Mick, is it? He's put a little pseudonym to it. Mick tipped St Kilda and was very confident about it during AFL Saturday.
Marshall taps it back down into the congestion. Ball comes out for Wilson, though. Up to the cattle farmer, Hall. Kicks into the middle. Bradley Hill dashing through Docklands. He can feed the handball. Does to Higgins. Another handball inside 50. Caminiti goes back out to Wilson. Involved in the chain early. He kicks to full forward. Down there, Wood. Wood marks. 15 out, 45-degree angle. Well done by St Kilda from the stoppage on the halfback flank. They work it inside 50. Mason Wood to go with the set snap. A little lackadaisical on that. And he floats it wide, a minor score. 29 points is Brisbane's lead. 12 minutes into the second. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's a dart straight up the middle, but it's a turnover as off the kick from Zorko, intercepted. And Burns has got the footy. We'll get down to Ray in just a moment as the kick from Burns goes deep into the forward pocket. Cooper Sharman with the big lead. Spills out the back towards Collard. He hooks it over his shoulder, back to the top of the goal square. Punch through for a rush behind. Brisbane's lead trimmed to 28 points. 13 gone in the second term. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
St Kilda have activated their sub, so Jones is coming in. Garcia's gone out. Appears to be tactical, but I'll come back if I get any further information on that.
Tactical?
No. Could it be tactical now? Surely not.
Wow.
Unless he's done something completely against what Ross Lyon wants.
If any coach was to do it,
that would be a
Ross
statement.
might be the man.
Well, I'm just looking for his numbers.
Yeah. So Hugo Garcia, his day so far, he's got 4 touches, 2 and 2.
They have to be injured.
He just got the ball just before and looks okay.
He's still on the ground. So Ray's obviously going off the paper.
Yeah.
So he doesn't know he's coming out yet. So it must be tactical. It must be. He's still on the ground.
That's bizarre.
Is that right, Ray? You've seen the paperwork?
Yep, they're moving it now. Jones has taken off the other shirt. He's been warming up, and I think Ross might have seen enough.
He's still trotting around in the middle. The runner's just going to him right now and saying, Hugo, you've got to come off. Hugo's just
he doesn't look injured.
He must have broken some team rule or something where they say, hey, we're not doing this today. And we have travelled 14 minutes into the second term, so this decision's been made about 12 minutes into the quarter.
And the last thing you do against Brisbane is take off a midfielder.
Yeah.
Because you need numbers going through your midfield against the Lions because they've got so many themselves.
But he just want more dynamism with Jones and his leg speed. I mean, I'm trying to think of a reason as the Lions win it on the wing. As McCluggage kicks forward towards half forward, sliding in. Hipwood unable to gather it. Spills out to Morris. And a ball up coming between wing and half forward. What's good for the Brisbane Lions? This is.
We haven't seen this, have we, since the last time a team played Brisbane in September last year? Was it Matt Kennedy got subbed out for Tom de Koning after that controversial decision Michael Voss made to obviously start de Koning as the sub last September?
Still out there running around. Hugo Garcia is around this stoppage at the moment.
That wasn't the last time any team played Brisbane in September, by the way. That was Sydney on the last Saturday in September.
Brisbane lead it by 28 points. Ball up on the wing. No football coming out of there just yet. Dunkley, the last man to see it out.
Well, if I'm Hugo Garcia, I'm running nowhere near the bench. I am staying on that side of the ground for the rest of the quarter, and I'm just saying, look, I just couldn't get off the ground. Sorry.
That is so rare to see a tactical sub in the first half of a game, and maybe if you've heard of another one, the SMS 0437 774 774. The de Koning one and Kennedy certainly stands out, but admittedly what the scoreboard was so lopsided in that game. I know the scoring shots are here as McCluggage gets a quick kick forward and the ball spills out of bounds. 16 minutes gone second term. Brisbane by 28, 7-6 to 3-2. And as Ray told us moments ago, if you just flick the radio on, it looks as if St Kilda are making a tactical sub and Zach Jones is about to come in. A dozen minutes into this second term for Hugo Garcia. He's going to be subbed out. And the boundary throw-in, Max Hall, first telling touch. Hooks a kick down the wing. Coming flying through Caminiti. Ball sits on the bottom of the pack, trying to get it out. Wilmot got it though straight to Caminiti. Handball away to Wood. He gives it to Garcia. Can't take it clean. Spills away of Day of the Lions. Handball away to Will Ashcroft. He goes with a 1-2 here with Day. Gets a handball going further forward. Turnover. Free kick going St Kilda's way. Going Brisbane's way. It's against Hall for a throw, and Levi Ashcroft says, yep, that's my kick. And he takes it 55 out right half forward.
Still out there. Hugo hasn't looked over towards the benches. Levi sets it up towards full forward off the hands of the pack. Burns shovels out a handball to Hill. Coming through Webster. Knocks it out. Lohman gathers in the pocket for Brisbane. Handball to Berry. Handball to Wilmot. Clean bowls in. Wilmot has to go back and get it. Paddles it between his legs and eventually out of play. And a throw in right on the arc of 50 in the boundary line. Half forward here for Brisbane.
Have you ever played in a game like that, Zach?
I must admit, I was sub, I think, 4 or 5 times my first year, and whenever the message would go out to the player, I won't name names, but I must admit they would start running the other side of the ground from the bench just to give themselves an extra 5 or 10.
That was the first iteration of the subs vest as well. We've had it disappear from the game and then come back in that time as The Lions extract it again. It comes down to Levi Ashcroft squeezing a kick on goal, tight angle into the post. So he is coming here, Hugo Garcia, and he will not know that he's about to be subbed until he sees Zach Jones is the person who's coming on as he comes off, and he will now know, I've been subbed out of this game. I would think he's sitting on the front of the bench, so he hasn't quite twigged just yet. He's still sitting on the front of the bench, and no one's told him at this point that he's got to go to the back as the man subbed out.
Surely the runner has told him he's subbed.
He's going to realise it in a minute because there's 5 of them sitting all in a row together on the front row of the bench.
He's just got the sub shirt at the moment, so he heads to the back of the bench, and that's brutal.
Bailey, meanwhile, picks up the footy inside 50, running into an open goal and misses out to the left. It's a poor miss from Bailey's. A few wild kicks already today, 7-8 to 3-2. It's a 30-point game. Brisbane lead at 18 gone in the second term. And yet we've seen a tactical sub a dozen minutes into this second quarter. Ross Lyon filing the paperwork to take out Hugo Garcia, Zach Jones into the game.
Here go the Saints down the dockside wing, bouncing over the top. Caminiti tracking after the footy. Darcy Gardner is there and sees it out, halves it for the Brisbane Lions. So,
just looking at the stat sheet,
long-term potential damages of this, Rammer? Like that's got to rattle him in his confidence.
There's got to be a lesson in it if it is tactical. So I'm looking at the stat sheet for Brisbane now. Zorko's had the most. He's not playing on Zorko. Then Will Ashcroft's had 12. Bailey's had 11. Cam Rayner 11. Dunkley 11. Neil 11. So nobody's like shooting the lights out necessarily for Brisbane if he was playing on one of those guys.
It's hardly an orphan out there today in terms of Saints that are struggling as well. All on the wing, picked up by Dougal Howard. Gets rid of it to Webster. Tight roping the boundary line, kicks up towards Marshall. Fletcher, good intercept mark. He marks in front of big Rowan Marshall. Half-back flank. Brisbane lead it by 30 points, 19 minutes into the second.
They've pushed Caminiti forward as well, try and mix up their change to the back half as well, try and get some ball moving and get it long into a few more tools.
Lions by 30. They swing the ball from one side of the ground to the other. Long kick down the wing and an intercept mark there for Stocker. The headband on. Kicks inboard, and here's Zach Jones. 19 minutes. He's on the ground. The decision was made after 12 minutes, and now he's going to get a 50-metre penalty, and the sub is into the game. And now Zach Jones going to be marched from one side of the centre square to the other. I think the 50-metre penalties are erring on the side of caution this weekend as well, after the generosity Josh Dacos was showed last week. Jones, high kick into the pocket, and Harris Andrews, and that is his trademark, just kills it, punches it out of bounds with a big spoil. Boundary throw in forward pocket for the Saints. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Now Essendon champs, Adam Ramanaskas and Zach Merritt in the box. 30-point lead for Brisbane. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Your thoughts on 0437 774 774.
Umpire flings it in, and tapping it down is Oscar McInerney. It's not coming out of there. Last week as well, the Saints did make a sub at half-time, which was really aggressive. So Liam Henry came out at half-time, hadn't had a lot of the football. So Ross Lyon is not waiting around at the moment, is he? Tactical sub.
Damo off the edge. I'll come back to that.
Ball inside attacking 50 here for St Kilda. Going back, Will Ashcroft puts his head over it, wins a free kick. Back pocket here for Brisbane. The Lions lead it by 30 points, 21 minutes into the second.
Damo off the SMS. Ross has done it for years. Did it at Freo with Nick Subin after a poor first quarter, and also did it last week at half-time with Liam Henry. That's to your point, Ben, which we're just chatting about. Thanks, Damo. Long kick from the Lions out towards half-back through Will Ashcroft. Spills St Kilda's way. Hall. Handball away to Wanganeen Miller. Sends a high up and under from one side of the centre square to the other. Lands in the opposite pocket. All Sharman and Caminiti left it for one another. Now they're under the pump. Falls away of Andrews. He's tackled by Sharman and a ball up.
I've actually got a story about that. Mickey Barlow told me about when he was subbed out early under Ross Lyon and what happened.
Let's hear it.
Oh, I needed a little bit of a run-up. I need a bit of time.
Jeez, this isn't another forward promote to another story. We went through that last week as from the ball up comes the way of Zach Jones. Thought it was going out in the end, hangs it inside the boundary line, kicks to the goal face and punched through by Leicester for a behind. Brisbane by 29, 22 gone second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, there is a really good story about Lee Spur getting subbed out by Ross Lyon as well, but this isn't that. Mickey Barlow said he was playing on Xavier Ellis, and he got subbed out, I think, at half-time. Same thing. Mickey thought he was going okay, and they were playing on each other, and he said he was so mad he went home, went for a 10K run, When he got home, he had a text from Xavier Ellis who said, "Oh, mate, what did you do to yourself?" And assumed that he must have been injured given he was subbed out at half-time, and had to explain, nope, Ross the boss, just not happy, subbed him out. So that's what can happen with Ross. He is ruthless with the sub. Lions lead by 29 points, 22 and a half minutes into their second term. Hugo Garcia subbed out of the game. Zach Bailey on the switch. The other back pocket and Zorko. Zorko stabs it short. Berry marks. High half back here for Brisbane. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Here is the kick mark game that the Lions have, Zach, that you speak about, their ability to just have some ball control as Will Ashcroft gets involved.
He goes very short to Leicester. Umpires awake to that, not 15. Handball back to the Norm Smith medalist, who hooks it down the wing for the Lions. Flying through Wood, spills a chest mark. His teammate Sinclair cleans it up, hooks it back inboard, turns it over. There's Fletcher. Great sporting pedigree. Jasper Fletcher kicks across the ground away to Charlie Cameron, and he sends a kick to that outer wing, picked up eventually by Andrews, all tackled by Stocker and upended. Says holding the ball. Good tackle, Liam Stocker. Immediately looks corridor with the kick to Owens. Handball away to Sinclair, the dual All-Australian, to Mason Wood. Marks right on the 50, keeps it moving. Wanganeen Millera, who's playing more up front, takes the mark, 35 out. 45 to ground.
That was a great tackle by Stocker. Brisbane looked out.
Is he playing more sort of half forward? Has he swung the magnets a little bit around?
Yeah, he had. So Wanganeen Millera started in the middle of the ground to start the quarter. So Burns went back, was playing more of that half-back flanker. So he has swung the magnets around. Oh, you'd love to interview a coach or an assistant coach at half-time just to get some understanding.
Wanganeen Millera skips in, drop punt, is out to the left. Can't bring it back behind. Brisbane by 28, 25 gone in the second term. The Saints have already made a tactical sub. They filed the paperwork a dozen minutes into this second term. Hugo Garcia out tactically after just 4 touches. And into the game, Zach Jones.
Lions chip it around. Kick in coming from Fletcher to Gardner to Berry, kicking up to the wing for Answorth and getting in to flick it out of play is Max Hall.
Freo Cookster off the SMS. Does anyone have the authority to sub Ross out of the game? That might be tactical. So your thoughts on the SMS? 0437 774 774. Hi, fellas. Is an early sub really that big a deal? You have 4 on the interchange bench from Andy and Wodonga.
Just depends if you lose someone. If you lose someone now, it might hurt you, as Burns pokes a kick inside 50 for the Saints. No one can mark it. And Darcy Gardner's there, roves it, clears with a big kick up towards a contest on the wing. Hipwood gets a handball back into congestion, then fires a handball wide of Neil. Out of play. It goes, no. Insufficient intent, says the umpire. He comes charging in.
What do you reckon,
Ray Chamberlain.
Well, you might have missed Lockie Neal hiding underneath the
sprinkler
water fountain. Yeah.
That's just a clean miss, Ray.
I'm sitting right in line with that. I think that's what it was, yeah.
What do you reckon, Zach?
Yeah, I think you just missed Lockie there. I think it's pretty clear that Brisbane's... I think they've had a good first 40, 50 minutes. They've gone into a bit more kick mark, a bit more slow it down. Only 3.5 minutes to go before half-time. I think they'll be happy with this lead going into the main break.
Does that frustrate you as a player, the insufficient intent rule?
I think it's probably the one rule we're still not fully sure on what the interpretation looks like. I think if you kick off the ground, typically it's always paid, and then sometimes it feels like the roar of the crowd or opposition players throwing their arms up can almost talk the umpire into a free kick.
The Saints soccer it inside 50 through Hill, and out of bounds it goes. So we're throwing 30 metres out from the Saints goal. Zach Merritt, the Essendon skipper, with us today on ABC Sport. And the other, that point off the SMS about from Andy, is it really a big deal that the early sub? I'm keen to get your take on that, Zach. You're a part of a pretty dynamic sort of midfield rotation with the Bombers, guys coming on and off. About if you do lose someone early in the game, what that all looks like from the ball up. I think we're about to do it all again. We are 60 out from the
I think it's hard, especially when they've pretty much been chasing and defending for the first 50 minutes of the game. So they've exhausted a lot of energy defensively to then potentially lose another rotation. Now, hopefully no one's injured, but if they were to, it does start to put a strain on those rotations and that ability to be really dynamic for that next 60 minutes after half-time.
I think the other point, it just doesn't happen, does it? Like, it's very rare, and I think we're all looking at it, Rama, Zach, you, myself, Gorb, thinking Garcia hadn't been that bad as Zorko kicks up towards the wing. Berry drops the mark, has to go back and get it. Off to Zorko, kicks Brisbane to the logo. Mark taken by Dunkley. Forward handball, releases Neal. He kicks into the pocket. Morris in good position, goes up and gets it. Squeezes the footy, 40 out, in line with the digits on the arc of 50. He'll go back and kick for goal.
Just that little chipping game in front of us here by Brisbane, just to maintain possession, maintain control. Then once the handball to release, to get out, Lockie Neal's able to hit inside forward 50.
Brisbane have this game within their keeping. They lead by 28 points. Logan Morris trots inside 50. His drop punt draws through the middle beautifully. A low penetrating draw. He's got two. 8-8-56 Brisbane. St Kilda 3-4-22. Lions by 34, 28 into the second.
Yeah, I think that chipping game, Zorko, he's one of the better kicks anywhere where he's playing, but when he's at half back and under the roof, it feels like it's very damaging. Yeah. When he hits those short sort of 15, 20 metre kicks, it breaks the game open and challenges St Kilda to defend not only the short ball, but then when they're pressing high up the ground trying to stop those kicks, it then opens up out the back, and I think it was basically a 3-on-1 inside 50 when that kick went long.
First goal in 21 minutes. He's most famous, Logan Morris, for a visit to the fast food outlet after a VFL game before his AFL debut. The strength and conditioning staff, do they basically say you can eat what you want after a game given you've burnt 5,000 calories or whatever it is?
I was more amazed that I don't think he even had his boots at the ground on debut. I think he had to borrow someone's boots that were a size too big or too small, and he still went out there and played well after eating some Maccas. So he's had a superstar to his career.
A few meals ahead and a few games behind, I think, on that metric. 34 points is Brisbane's lead as St Kilda get it going forward. Picked up here by Wood. Hand passer away towards Sinclair. He's got it 40 metres out. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Knocked down by Cameron. Picked up by Berry in the back pocket. Hand pass out in front of Higgins. He's happy to find the safety of the boundary line.
Betty Cameron's still ordering Happy Meals. He's getting the collectible toys.
Was he? Did I miss something there? With free
kick.
Is it Berry? Okay. Push in the back. Berry gets it for Brisbane in front of the behind post. 30 minutes gone. Second term Saturday footy on ABC Sport as Berry goes long out to half-back. Answorth for the Lions. Wins it at the drop. Hand pass away towards Wilmot. Gives it to McCluggage. Kicks down the wing. Wilkie spoils. And now the ball's out of play with a bit of help from Dougal Howard. Still the only Dougal we've had in the competition so far. 30 minutes gone in the second term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Umpire to fling it back in. Unfurls now. Marshall gets to the front, palms it down. It ricochets back to him. Big Marshall gets a kick away into the bodies though. Spills to Jones for St Kilda. Handball looking for Owens. McCluggage fights after it. So too Jones again. Now Owens. Look away, handball, a turnover. Answorth for Brisbane. Backward of the wing to Fletcher. Good forward handball. McInerney. He'll get it on the boot. Kicks it to Neal. It's gone the bare 15. And the mark paid. Now Neal runs around to the Anzac Appeal logo. Kicks inside 50 for Brisbane. Down there at Hipwood. Can't take the mark. And out the back. Gathered there by Webster. Runs away with it for the Saints. Long kick out towards the city wing. Bouncing ball. One-on-one. Right there is Collard and also Zorko. And the umpire will spin it in.
Dane Zorko. He already had his arms out there pleading for insufficient intent, where it was really kicked to a one-on-one contest.
8-8 to 3-4. Jimmy Tunstall, the sub for Brisbane, still unused. Saints have used theirs, as we touched on a few times. Jones in for Garcia. As Rowan Marshall got it out towards Steele. Handball to McRae, kicks back inboard. Coming through Cameron, drops the mark in the air, spills to Collard. Surge kick inside 50. And Berry back as the goalkeeper scoops it up for Brisbane. As the last of the seconds peel off the clock before half-time, he hits up Answorth. And that'll do us. Half-time at Docklands, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Round 7, the Anzac Appeal round, and the reigning premiers are up by 34 points. 8-8-56, they lead St Kilda 3-4-22. The goal kickers through 2 quarters of footy, 2 each for Neal, Morris and Hipwood. Meanwhile, the other goal has gone the way of Bailey. I'm also missing one, aren't I? McCluggage has kicked at 1. So they are the goal kickers for the Brisbane Lions so far. Meanwhile, for St Kilda, 2 for Jack Higgins and 1 for Rowan Marshall. They win the quarter convincingly, Brisbane, after leading by 18 points at quarter time. They now lead by 34 at the half. 4 goals to 1 in that quarter of footy. Couple off the SMS. Shane from Perth says, enjoying the call and the insights as always, hoping the Daggers can upset the Cats tomorrow and make my return to work more bearable. From Shane, of course, you'll hear that game here on ABC Sport tomorrow. Really enjoying Zach Merritt's insights today, and great call from everyone as usual. Thanks, team, from Dan in Perth. So you're getting some positive feedback already. Brendan from Hobart's giving us a little update, which Rama, I know we were chatting about before we came on air. One for NFL fans. Shador Sanders still hasn't been drafted. Round 4 starts tomorrow morning.
That's 100 picks, and he was touted to go potentially top 5.
Yeah.
So that is very weird.
Interestingly, it does. I mentioned this earlier, that generally the top quarterbacks go early, and that's a signal that the franchises think you're our guy, you're our quarterback, you're going to run the show. And so basically, once they decide that you're not going to start for our franchise, you then get pushed back in the back end of the draft, that you're going to go and be a backup somewhere, and or compete for a job or whatever it turns out to be. So the fact that he didn't go in round 1 probably suggests that there's very few quarterbacks, I think, in the last 10 years have been drafted in rounds 2 or 3. Despite that, Tyler Shook did go today to the Saints.
How did you go on draft night, Zach? Do you remember it vividly?
I do remember it vividly. I was, I think I finished my last exam about 10 days earlier and went back to Cobden. I was sitting in the shed, so I was too nervous to sit inside with Mum and Dad on the couch, just in case I didn't go, like Sanders, over these past couple of days, and was texting my brother. And the first round, most of the guys that went first round were up, I think on the Gold Coast, I think it was back then. And you're watching guys go that you played with, Josh Kelly, Christian Salem, Nathan Freeman, another guy that I played with, and got to Sydney's pick, and I thought I was a big chance to go to Sydney, and it was Zach and then Jones, so I got excited for a split second, and it wasn't quite to be. And then I think the coverage might have cut out after the first 20 or so picks, and it was just that down the bottom with the names, and then my name popped up to Essendon, so it was a bit of a shock. I thought I was a chance, but there was a number of teams around that sort of pick that I could have gone to, and it was a bit of a shock to know that I was moving in with my brother and in a week's time and down in Melbourne, and with the possibility to play with him was going to be really special.
Yeah, I remember how you were as well, Rama, because of that documentary. You're asking your mum when the soup was ready.
It's got to happen today. It's got to happen today between you and I.
There's an ABC documentary in which Adam Ramanauskas features on, which is still in the ABC archive. So what pick did you end up going, Zach?
I was picked 26. From memory, the Hawks had picked 24, which I thought was a big chance as well. Billy Hartung was taken, and then there was a few picks before. Port Adelaide had access to Jarman Impey, who they had a relationship with, and Matt Crouch had a relationship with his brother Brad being there at the Crows as well. So there's a few storylines before my pick, and then Brisbane, who were developing at that stage, had 4 or 5 picks inside the top 30. So I think there was 3 or 4 around me that I could have gone to. I think they went Lewis Taylor, Darcy Gardner, who's playing really well here the first half, and Essendon. I only got back into the draft through trading out Stuart Camry, so there was actually no pick available. It was the Bulldogs pick, who I had a great interview with at the time, and grew up a dog supporter, so I was excited going into the draft until a couple of weeks before that trade happened, and then ironically I went with the same pick at 26. So once you walk into the 4 walls, everyone pretty quickly forgets what pick you're either, whether you're 1 or 100, so you get on with it.
I was about to say, it's a good lesson, isn't it? Yeah. You tell kids all the time, Rama, in your job, and for Shador Sanders out there, it doesn't matter what pick you go at. And you
make your own luck when you're drafted.
A couple of the names there. All right, Zach Merritt, Adam Ramanauskas, your take on that first half of footy. 34 points, Brisbane's lead at the half.
Well, that's probably even flattering St Kilda, I think, 34 points. So Brisbane really dominated that half, 35 inside 50s to 18. Clearance numbers 30 to 18, so plus 12 in that area of the ground also. And what's really noticeable from high up here is particularly around contest. Brisbane are just getting more numbers to contest, and Zach and I both mentioned it through that second quarter. That's then allowing them to use their skill. They're such a skill-based team, so whether it's a short 15 or 20 metre kick, it hits the body, it hits the target, and that just doesn't allow St Kilda then to go and win back the ball. So the tee space that St Kilda are allowing is simply too much at the moment for Brisbane, because their execution, particularly through the middle of the ground, where You know, if you turn the ball over here at the Docklands through the middle of the ground, you go down and score pretty quickly. But Brisbane simply aren't allowing that to happen at the moment. So moving Wanganeen Miller up onto the ball and around that half-forward line probably didn't have the desired effect. He's had 19 possessions in that half, Wanganeen Miller, but he's only gone to 50% with his disposal. So we're so used to seeing him so much more efficient and so much more damaging with his possessions. Zorko's had the 20 for Brisbane, and he's been at his efficient best with ball in hand. So I think where Ross will be disappointed in that half, it's simply a pressure. You know, and we spoke about how poor they've been in the previous 2 weeks against the Giants during gather round and the Bulldogs last week. Well, it doesn't look like much has changed this week in terms of the way St Kilda are applying pressure and trying to win the ball back from the Lions.
Yeah, I think it's so hard with Brisbane, their ability to go from pressured situations in contest, whether it's clearance or ground ball or long kick methods on the ground, to go into pressure, then out to pressure and find a mark. It makes it really hard to pressure. You know, we played them last year, and you're trying to pressure, you're trying to get at them, but they find a mark and the pressure's gauge is gone because you can't pressure them, obviously, when they've marked the ball and they chip the ball around, and then you think we'll come higher and we'll press the guy with the ball more, and they're happy to also kick long to their contest as well and back their forwards in one-on-one. So I think watching live, it just shows how much talent they have littered all around the ground. You look at clearly McCluggage and Neil and Dunkley, I think, goes under the radar at times. I think he's had 5 or 6 tackles and leads all comers. His ability to be a really defensively minded midfielder allows those other guys to get off the chain. And then you work down the order and you've got Ashcroft brothers, top 5 picks coming into a already really strong team. And then guys that play really strong roles in Berry and Wilmot, and adding in Zorko's kicking. I think Gardner's been great down back, and then allows Andrews to really be the general behind the play. So they've got a really complete team. They've clearly done the same thing for 5 or 6 or longer now years together. And looking from the game live, it's just such a well-balanced team inside and outside.
I just saw Josh Dunkley having a little Red Bull and an energy drink at halftime. What's your go-to, Zach, when you hit the rooms?
Yeah, I think Red Bull's becoming more popular with our boys as well. There's obviously levels you can take in terms of caffeine, and for me, I normally stick to as natural as possible. Coffee pre-game. We've got a barista actually now in our rooms. I think I requested a coffee last year in Perth, and the poor property steward, who they do an amazing job, those volunteers. They've been there 15, 20, 25 years. I'm sure they were there when Rama was there, and he ran up and found one in Optus Stadium somewhere and came back, and the next week he had a full barista coffee. He owns a cafe in Mooney Pond somewhere, and he brought one of his second-hand machines. So pre-game now, I think every coach, staff member, and half of the players probably put in their order, and it's almost like a little cafe down under the change rooms.
Might duck down pre-game at a
popping out 50 coffees before the game.
And people try and tell us that the Bombers aren't cutting edge, and here they are with a barista in the rooms pre-game. Absolutely love it.
We used to just get the cordial, the old orange cordial. Beautiful.
I just had a look at some of these numbers. So Hugo Garcia, 40% game time is all he's played in this game. Now, I know he was subbed off for the second half of that first quarter, but even including that, he can't have spent long on the ground. So.
Well, he started on the bench. Yeah. And if you remember the start of that game, we had a line of players because the ball was stuck on the other side of the ground for the first 10 minutes of that first quarter, so they just couldn't simply get on.
It was a jaw-dropping sub, so Hugo Garcia, about 12 minutes into that second quarter, paperwork came through, subbed out of the game with 4 disposals. Brisbane by 34 points. It's half-time. More from Zach Merritt and Adam Ramanaskas coming up in a few moments. More of your takes as well off the SMS. But before we get into the second half, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. World leaders, dignitaries and the faithful are gathering at the Vatican ahead of Pope Francis's funeral later today. The ceremony will take place outdoors in St. Peter's Square before his burial at St. Mary Major Basilica, which is outside the Vatican. More than 250,000 mourners filed through St. Peter's Basilica during the 3 days he was lying in state to pay their last respects before his coffin was sealed. These people in Rome have described why they're there.
Not one of us is a Catholic, but we really feel...
Such a special man. It's just overwhelming. It's just an honour and a privilege to be here. It really is, from the bottom of my heart.
I had a huge emotional connection to him. I want to follow his example, helping people and helping like poor people and people I need.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says Pope Francis stood for compassion and the underprivileged. During a media appearance while campaigning for the federal election in Melbourne, Mr Albanese says the late Pope touched people with his faith, compassion and dignity. The family of Virginia Giuffre says it's mourning her death after the prominent accuser of Jeffrey Epstein and Prince Andrew died last night. Jessica Rendell reports.
Miss Giuffre's family says she died by suicide at her property in Gin Gin, north of Perth, around 9:50 on Friday evening. She was 41 years old. She was known for being a prominent accuser of Jeffrey Epstein and Prince Andrew, who she settled a case against in 2022 that saw the Duke stripped of his honorary titles. Her family and friends released a statement describing her as a beacon to other survivors and victims of sexual abuse and trafficking. They say the toll of the alleged abuse became unbearable for Miss Giuffre, who leaves behind 3 children.
If you or someone you know needs to talk, call Lifeline on 131114. That's Lifeline on 13 11 14. The Melbourne Storms responded to criticism of its last-minute cancellation of a Welcome to Country ceremony at yesterday's Anzac Day clash, blaming the incident on a miscommunication. Jason Katsaris has more.
Wurundjeri elder Auntie Joy Murphy-Wandin was scheduled to deliver the welcome at Melbourne Storm's clash with the South Sydney Rabbitohs last night, but says she was shocked when it was called off. In a statement, Storm chairman Matt Tripp said the club's board wasn't aware the Welcome to Country was scheduled at the game, but that it had agreed to host the ceremony at Multicultural Round and Indigenous Round. He says once the board understood the programming, the ceremony was given the green light, but it was too late and the club takes responsibility for the confusion. Miss Murphy-Wandin says the decision was particularly hurtful as the daughter of an Anzac veteran.
US President Donald Trump claims that Russia and Ukraine are close to a ceasefire deal after 3 hours of talks between Mr. Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, and Russian President Vladimir Putin. The American president says most of the major points for a deal have been agreed to. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he hopes talks over the coming days bring them closer to peace.
An unconditional ceasefire is needed. Real pressure must be applied to Russia so that they accept either the American offer to cease fire and move towards peace, or our offer, any offer that truly works and can ensure a reliable, immediate and unconditional ceasefire.
The United Nations World Food Programme says it's depleted all of its food stocks for Palestinians in Gaza following Israel's decision to stop all humanitarian aid. Israel cut off aid last month and resumed its offensive in a bid to pressure Hamas to release the remaining hostages. The UN says malnutrition in Gaza is worsening, compounded by severe shortages of medicine, medical supplies and equipment for hospitals. Antoine Renard from the WFP says hot meal kitchens have been only consistent source of food for people in Gaza.
Now, we have actually depleted our stocks related to the hot meal program that we were running, which was reaching 400,000 people. All NGO partners on the ground, beyond WFP, are serving up to 1 million people with hot meals, and they're all having their stock being depleted.
And a former Taliban commander has pleaded guilty to kidnapping an American journalist and 2 Afghan nationals in Afghanistan in 2008. At a hearing in Manhattan, Haji Najibullah also admitted to providing material support that led to the deaths of US troops. The hostages who were held in Pakistan managed to escape. He faces life in prison. You're now up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
Life is busy, so you need a calendar for the important stuff, right? Like when to listen to your favourite sport. Plan ahead with the new ABC Listen app sports schedule. Find it at the top of all sport pages on the ABC Listen app.
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Rubes. Alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny. ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Mason Wood can send the Saints further inside 50. Deep to Sharman, one out in the cage, no mark. Hit balls down towards Higgins, where all small forwards should be. Front and centre. That's his bread and butter, and Higgins has got a couple. Hugh McCluggage, who just lays it up to the goal square, and he's Hitwood. Takes the sprawling mark. Those hunting after it in the front, carried their head. Hitwood able to take it low down in front of the behind post. Hitwood going to try and hook it off his right peg. Going across the body from the left forward pocket. He's got 3.
St Kilda have activated their sub, so Jones is coming in. Garcia's gone out. Appears to be tactical.
Tactical?
No, could it be tactical now? Surely not.
Wow.
Unless he's done something completely against what Ross Lyon wants.
Zorko kicks up towards the wing. Berry drops the mark, has to go back and get it. Off to Zorko, kicks Brisbane to the logo. Mark taken by Dunkley. Forward handball releases Neal. He kicks into the pocket. Morris in good position. Goes up and gets it. Logan Morris trots inside 50. His drop punt draws through the middle beautifully.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
It was an interesting second term. It was mainly highlighted, as you heard there, by the sub being made. Hugo Garcia taken out of the game. The paperwork was filed early in that second term after Ross Lyon decided to tactically take him out of the game so early in proceedings, and Zach Jones activated for St Kilda. Corbin Middlemass alongside Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanauskas, Zach Merritt and Ray Chamberlain, your call team. At halftime, the Brisbane Lions by 34 points. Coming up tonight, by the way, or later today, is the funeral mass for Pope Francis from the Vatican. So you'll be able to hear that broadcast live across the ABC. You can listen to the coverage on ABC Radio National via the ABC Listen app, or watch the funeral live on ABC News Channel. The coverage will start at 5:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time and will be hosted by Jeremy Fernandez and a panel of experts with contributions from Geraldine Dugay, as well as host of ABC Radio National, and Noel DBN as well, ABC Radio National's religion specialist. So they'll both be live at the Vatican City, so you'll be able to get coverage of Pope Francis's funeral coming up through ABC Radio National and the ABC Listen app, or through ABC News Channel coming up later today, the funeral for Pope Francis. This is a Saturday afternoon footy right here on ABC Sport, on ABC Radio, News Radio and Sport Digital.
Just a few issues with the mouse there, Corb.
I was midstream and my mouse sort of jittered on multiple occasions, so apologies for the little stuttering read of that, which was not as polished as I would have hoped.
The Brisbane Lions by 34 points at halftime here, so 8-8-56 plays, 3-4-22. One of the things we've been on watch for is the inside 50s, and St Kilda last week, they allowed 69, only had 11 to the half of their own. That is 69 for the game they allowed, and 11 of their own to half-time. But they've only had 18 here to half-time here, and Brisbane 35. So just piling it on inside 50. The big story of the first half, which you heard there in the highlights as well, Hugo Garcia subbed out. Now, it was the chatter of the media centre as well. Did have some suggestions that Hugo Garcia and a few of the Saints did receive some pretty stern feedback from Ross Lyon at quarter time as well. So
it did. My initial reaction, it's probably a hard one for Zach to answer, but Rama, it felt to me like a rage sub. Like he basically said to him, "Hey, these are the team rules we want you to follow," and it's like he's gone out there and and who knows, they get instructed to do all sorts of running patterns and different pieces, and obviously like he's gone, you know what, I've had enough of this. You're out of the game.
Well, I'm just not sure that's the right player to receive a message. Like a second year player, I would have thought if you want to really send a message to the group, it's probably one of your more experienced players that are not pulling their weight. So, like you look at watching the game, watching the first half. Obviously, I didn't think he was doing too bad.
No.
So clearly he's stepped away somewhere from what Ross wants. And, yeah, you're right. It's probably just Ross being, I've had enough of this, get him off the ground.
How many, in a general sense, Zach, how many sort of team rules are there? Are there things like don't kick to this part of the ground at this point in time? Like, what do the team rules look like?
Oh, I think it's more expectations and rules and standards of how you want to play, but it has to be pretty bad, I think, away from the way you want to play to be subbed out, if that is the case.
Yeah. Brisbane by 34 points as we start the second half. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
McInerney slaps it down. Ball hits the deck. Coming in, Lohman, who's had that shoulder strapped up.
And he's still sore, Lohman.
Yeah.
Like, he would usually attack that ball. He didn't really. He's carrying the left shoulder still.
Secondary ball up in the middle. Marshall hooks it down. Owens gets it off to Windhager. Off a step. Spiral towards the attacking arc. Higgins rids himself of Answorth and Marks. 45 out. Gives it off to Bradley Hill. He gives it to Wangani Malira. Gets around one. Steps him. Pulls the trigger. Kicks the goal. Nass. He's the truth. 8-8-56. Plays 4-4-28. St Kilda shoot out of the blocks in the second half. A goal inside the opening 40 seconds. Adam Ramanauskas and Zach Merritt.
Well, you want the ball in his hand. We mentioned he's up to 20 possessions now. Probably didn't have the impact of 20 possessions in the first half, but that's impact there. So 30 seconds into this quarter, nice mark there, nice show of strength by Jack Higgins. Obviously knew he couldn't go the distance. A little handball to Brad Hill first, and then Brad Hill to Wangani Miller. Kicks a nice goal.
They need a few more of those. 28 points is now the margin. 8-8 to 4-4. Maybe one for Ray off the SMS coming through from our man in West Heidelberg. We'll come back to that in just a moment as Marshall gets a hard kick going forward. I am battling this mouse today. There's no doubt about it. As Zorko gets a hurried kick inside the front half for Brisbane. Out to meet it is Morris. Got a handball away towards Burns. Oh, his hand pass missed the intended target. Picked up by the line through Bailey. Handball out to Cameron against the boundary line. Plenty of players around it. Knocked away by the Saints and they scoop it up. Stock it as Sinclair. Short kick finds Owens. Spills the mark. Owens off the back flank. Kicks down the wing. And there's Sharman. He takes the mark for St Kilda. 28 points. Brisbane's lead 2 minutes into the third.
Sharman looks up to half forward. Up goes Wood. He takes the mark. St Kilda. They've come out smarting after half time. As Wood veers out to his left. Pulls the trigger on goal. It's there. Back-to-back goals for the Saints. And it's back to 22 points. 8-8-56 plays 5-4-34. 2 minutes into the second. I get the sense the Ross line hairdryer might have come out at half-time. Zach Merritt, Adam Ramanauskas.
Yeah, it's always hard to know whether it was a bit of a spray or a look for motivation, or if it's a tactical change or a strategy change around how they want to move the ball or something on the field they wanted to shift. And yeah, you'd think it wouldn't be motivation. I don't think any AFL player should need that, but it might have been just some realignment of things that they went into the game they wanted to change or shift at half time, and they've come out really strongly this first 2 or 3 minutes of footy.
How many times a year would you get the good old-fashioned spray?
Very rarely. I think coaches these days tend to try and give solutions. I think the odd occasion it is needed, individually or as a team.
Back in the middle, 22 points the margin, as Wangani Miller through the middle of the ground for the Saints. Hurried kick out towards half forward. Bouncing footy in front of Gardner. Knocked in the direction of Sharman, who gets a hand pass, goes back to McRae. His kick missed the intended target. Rolls past Hill and out of bounds, but it's a forward 50 stoppage again for the Saints at half forward.
I know you're new to this team, Zach, but I sort of get one or two from a game from Corbin and Rammer and Bawley usually.
You go to places that shouldn't be gone to at times, so we need to just rein you right back in.
We had a question earlier about the 6-6-6 rule and whether it's time to get rid of the warning and just play a straight free kick as McInerney knocks it down to Neal. Little hand pass away to Bailey, who's locked up. And we'll have the ball up, Perry rather, and we'll have the ball up still at half forward for the Saints.
Yeah, I still think that, I know it probably is frustrating, but I think there are weird things that happen at times in a game. I think that warning at least gives you a chance of that really one-off without being a real big penalty and giving the ball back to the opposition.
Did I see you involved in one yesterday, Zach?
I won't blame anyone else. I'll take responsibility.
So you were the one that had to, in the end, I think, jog out of the forward 50 and back into the middle of the ground as the Saints work it inside the forward arc through Owens. Handball away towards Wilson. Wilson shoots goal, but he misses. The Saints have a pep in their step here to start the second half. 21 points, Brisbane's lead. 5 minutes into the third term, 8-8 to 5-5.
I was on the boundary earlier this year when Hawthorn had too many on the bench. As the kick in goes to Zorko. His kick out wide, just marked in play by Andrews. Reaching wide out on that city wing. Brisbane by 21 points. Andrews comes infield to Zorko. Zorko stabs it short to Bailey on the logo. Handball to Zorko. Zorko kicks up to half forward. McCluggage accepts it. Veers out, looks inside 50, chips it beautifully, and Charlie Cameron charges up the mark. Well-weighted kick. Charlie's got it 40 out slide angle.
This is the player I think Brisbane want to get going. He's been quiet to start the year. He's been quiet again today, only 6 possessions. So he kicked the behind today, but it's been a very un-Charlie Cameron-like start to the season. He's been so consistent with his form for Brisbane for so many years. He's the one they want to get going.
300 goals in the past 6 years for Charlie Cameron. His drop punt here, he's missing left. Just a little bit off it, as you mentioned. Adam Ramanauskas, Lions by 23. 5 into the third. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Sinclair, the kick-out duties, goes very short to Stocker. Back to Sinclair. Kicks to half-back, finds McRae. Lions by 22, 6 gone third quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Sinclair gives a handball away to Windhager. He gives it by hand to Stocker. Kicks wide. Hill will get there on the hop. Defensive side of the wing. Pokes it up over halfway. Here's Marshall. Collects low down. Shoots a handball further afield to Owens. Good ball movement again from the Saints. Now they'll head inside 50. Owens kick. Hangs up top of the goal square. Wood, a big fly. No mark. Gardner paddles it close to the boundary line. He's tackled by Wilson out of play. And Ump says spin it in. Left forward pocket for the Saints. 8-9 to 5-5. But St Kilda started this third term like they've been shot out of a cannon. 6.5 minutes into the quarter. Brisbane's 34-point halftime lead trimmed to 22.
Umpire flings it in. Saints doing all of the early attacking in the second half. Marshall palms it down. Bailey's back there for Brisbane. Off to McCluggage. Gardner's kick goes 5 metres through the hands of Owens. There is Lockie Neal cutting a swathe through them. Clean as ever. Handball to Zorko. Neal kicks into the middle of the ground. Wilkie and Hipwood in a one-on-one. Hipwood hands on it. High free kick. It'll go to Hipwood.
And Brisbane are out downhill as well as Hipwood. Long kick to Morrow's backpedaling marks. 25 out straight in front.
So that's simply the umpire on the wrong side of the contest. Hipwood clearly had his arm over the shoulder of Wilkie.
I'm going to have to put that through our umpire analysis program, and Ray Chamberlain is on the boundary. Do you subscribe to that, Ray?
When we say the wrong side, obviously they've got a view and we've got an alternate view, and I can understand the frustration.
Yeah.
In terms of umpiring news, though, one might have slipped through the cracks there. We're down a boundary umpire. It's being shot out of a cannon. Adam Cootes pinged a calf. So one of these gentlemen's got a little bit of work to do in the second half.
Here's Morris from straight in front. A drop punt is hitting the post. There's a let-off.
Well, Ray, Ben Cameron's an absolute expert. He's been preaching it's 18 up and 18...
just 18 in.
18 up and 18 in. You preached last year, Ben, many times.
18 metres is very high.
Yes.
I realised that after. I do think they do a 3-man weave when there's only 3 boundary umpires, though.
It's true. They will share the load.
Yeah,
absolutely.
They sort of swap sides. So
yeah. Might have to go to Eddie Maguire's 6-point bulletin plan about changing the whole umpiring system.
I liked it.
I liked it too.
We get a throw in right half forward.
The whole thing redrawn.
Well, if you were starting from scratch, would you do it the same?
Probably not.
Lions lead it by 23 points. Throw in half forward here for Brisbane. 8 minutes played in the third term.
I would explain it again, but you kind of need a demonstration, and the way Eddie was able to plan it out on Footy Classified last year. Boundary throw in. Little shallow. Perhaps a sign of fatigue. Comes down towards Will Ashcroft. Hand pass out towards Dunkley. Kicks long inside the forward pocket for Brisbane. Knocked away by Wilkie and out of play. We'll have a boundary throw in. Why do the ruckmen set up so far back nowadays, Zach? What's the theory there?
I don't know if they know, mate, to be honest. No, it is a weird one as a mid. You're trying to gauge roughly the 8 metre mark.
Where the drop is.
Where we need to start, and then you look up and the ruckman of 30 metres running in, having a running race. It's quite strange.
Zach Merritt on ABC Sport. St Kilda with a bit of get up and go in this third quarter, but Brisbane hunting a goal here from the boundary throw-in. There is no clean possession. There's about 20 players around the footy. Eventually it comes out to Jones of the Saints. Handball away towards Wilkie. He gives it to Hill. Handball to Hall. Back flank for St Kilda. Long kick down the wing. Keeler slips through his hands. No mark. Falls out towards Darcy Gardner. Brisbane win it back on halfway. Handball away to Zorko. Sells a dummy to Hill.
Steps inside him, kicks infield right into the middle. Mark taken by Will Ashcroft. Takes a bounce early on. Now looks direct towards full forward in the direction of McInerney. Punches from the back, comes down to Sam Day, handball. Chopped off by Zach Jones, fullback for St Kilda. He will kick laterally and just get it to Wilson. Right back pocket. Lions lead it by 23 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Great to have your company. Wilson kicks long up to a contest on the wing for the Saints. Up they go, punched away. Comes straight up and down. Ron Marshall gathers it. Dispossessed in the tackle. Keeler goes in. There's a whistle anyway. Free kick will come back and Ron Marshall will get one. Big row on the half-back flank. Lions by 23 points, 10 minutes into the third.
Keep the only 2 goals of the quarter so far. Handball away to the runner, Darcy Wilson, almost run down. Affects the kick, spills to Bailey on the wing. Hand pass to Will Ashcroft, chips the pass, and Sam Day marks at centre half forward for Brisbane. The inaugural son. Spent 14 years up on the Gold Coast, now playing the Lions. He thinks he's got it in him from here from about 53 out.
He'll take his best.
Sam Day, 52 years old. And number 6 of the season for him. And the opportunity in that ruck forward position. Kicks from inside to centre square. Drop punt fades out to the right. Almost marked on the behind line by Morris. Spills down towards Hill. His hand pass swatted down. Nice little 1%er from Levi Ashcroft. Forces the ball out of bounds and a throw-in forward pocket here for the Lions.
Just feels like Brisbane's just weathered a bit of the storm. Saints came out very strong that first 5 minutes, and Brisbane getting some territory, owning the ball inside 50 and setting up really strongly behind the ball here if it comes out.
Forward 50 stoppage for Brisbane. McInerney laying it down. Rayner trying to bulldoze his way through it. Spits out to Max Hall. Tumbles a clearing kick just beyond the defensive arc for the Saints. Answorth to Levi Ashcroft. Back to Gardner. Hooks a kick to the pocket. Up they go. McInerney hands to it. Doesn't mark. Zach Jones for St Kilda to steal. Under pressure here, the Saints. Windhager gets a handball away. Rayner comes in. He's tackled by Hall. Nowhere to go. Umpire crosses himself. He wants it. Ball up in the pocket. Lions by 23. 12 played in the third.
Gee, they've withstood a lot here, haven't they, the Saints? Been able to just hold out for the time being. There was an errant miss from Morris, but the ball has been hemmed in. Their back half as Steele squeezes the kick out of the defensive 50, but picked off by Dunkley, so Brisbane back with it again. Levi Ashcroft, handball away to Gardner. Long kick inside 50 to the top of the goal square. Punched away by Howard into St Kilda's hands. Collard, handball to the goal square, finds Sinclair, sweeping Polly Farmer, hand pass to Jones, and now up to Wilson. Off the back flank, runs it out of 50 for the Saints. Long kick to centre half forward. One bounce, reaches Owens. He's met by Darcy Gardner, pushes him away. Handball to McRae. McRae inside 50 to Higgins. Hands to it. No mark. Fletcher slips over. Higgins gets up, kicks the goal. Here come the Saints. And all of a sudden the game's back on. A third for Higgins. Brisbane 8-10-58. St Kilda 6-5-41. 14 gone in a third term. And St Kilda, after spending so much time deep in defence, end-to-end footy. And all of a sudden the game is back within reach. 17 points Brisbane's lead. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Zach, it shows they can do it, St Kilda. Taking the ball from one end of the ground to the other is the quickest and most effective way to score in football at the moment. So it's taking a little small risk. So with one of those kicks coming out of defence, there's a small risk associated with it. But then after that, it's just go. So terrific by Mitch Owens there, who was able to control that ball at centre half forward and find Jack McRae. Almost the mark inside 50 to Higgins, but again, he hasn't had much of the ball, Higgins. He's had the 7 possessions, but his 7 possessions have counted for 3 goals.
First 3 goals of the second half going the way of the Saints. And they'll get the clearance here, though. Although it's a scrubby one coming off the boot of Windhager. There to mop it up is Will Ashcroft, who's gang tackled, bringing the heat after half-time. St Kilda, Lions by 17. Quarter-hour mark of the third. Brisbane led by 34 at half-time. That's down to 17. Fighting after it, as always, is Jack Steele. rolling around with the footy and nowhere to go. We'll try again. Umpire Nicholas McGuinness. Come in and ball it up. Knows them where he's exiting. Now puts it aloft. They tapping it down. Wood goes in. So too Wangani Malera emerges with the footy. Stripped of it though. Knocked out of his hands there by Will Ashcroft. Levi picks it up. Handball to his brother Will. Lester, free kick. Advantage paid. Dunkley kicks dangerously to centre half back, but Fletcher in plenty of space.
Fletcher looks out towards that City wing, finds Hipwood, who takes the mark and continues to shift inside 50. Morris the target. Great work, Stocker. Dropped in the hole, punched it away. He wore one in the process, but finds the safety of the boundary line.
Just brilliant there by Stocker. Came off his direct opponent, not knowing what's coming the other way. Knew there was going to be contact. Kept his eyes on the ball. Gets a restart.
Through gritted teeth as he gets up. Again, deep in defence, the Saints. 17-point lead for Brisbane. Halfway through this third term. Ball comes to Day, the ruckman. Hand pass away to Levi Ashcroft. Kick skids through. Inside 50. Levi gets a second play at it. Handball to McCluggage. Still at half forward. 45 out. Gives a handball back to Dunkley. Shoots from 50 right to the behind line. Burns tries to mark Khan. And in the end, Wilkie just runs it through. Says that's all okay. And a rush behind. It's going to be a minor score. So an 18-point lead for the Lions. 16 gone in this third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Wilkie with the footy. Pokes it to the pocket and Burns marks on his chest. He'll stab it short to Wangani Malera. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. 3 goals neat and the Saints right back into it. Will this man be there next year is a key question. Kicks low up to the wing. Caminiti runs at the footy, hands to it. Harris Andrews punches from behind. Like Michael Voss, a Queenslander who's captain of Premiership.
A couple off the SMS. Hi guys, just wanted to say, Zach, that yesterday was really impressive from Sean in Mount Gambier. As a Bombers supporter, I felt that they really took it to the Pies, but ultimately were outdone in the last quarter by a really polished unit. Onwards and upwards. So a bit of love for you, Sean. And from Brenton, hi team, enjoying your call very much. Sitting in my car in the Bunbury City car park. More on that in a moment. There's a boundary throw in and we're going nowhere fast, so we can keep moving. My wife went into the shopping centre 50 minutes ago for a few basic items and has not returned. At this point, I'll probably catch the whole second half as well from Brenton. Nice to have you with us, Brenton.
Oh, Lockie Neal on the wing, cuffs it up with a handball that's stolen by Jones, who gets rid of it to Steele. Steele, his handball, he has to go and get it himself. St Kilda in possession, now Jones hangs his kick in the air, allows in Levi, punches it away, getting back Webster. The first to mop up, half-back flank for the Saints. Gives it off towards Wilkie, who kicks up to the wing.
To Sinclair, who goes short himself to Windhager. St Kilda through the middle of the ground. Jones has another go on the drop, punt laterally, finds Steele. Spills a mark he should have taken, he just loses it in the lights.
Yeah, no doubt.
Tackled by Morris and then pushed in the back. That's a let-off. Free kick Steele.
Yeah, no doubt he lost that in the lights.
Comes further wide with a kick to Hill. This is St Kilda's quarter. They've kicked the only 3 goals right back in the game after being threatened to be blown off the park earlier. Big fly from Collard. Can't come down with it. Spills to Lester. He's tackled, ball up forward. Pocket St Kilda.
I say to that previous text message from Brenton, enjoy the peace and quiet.
Just enjoy the footy with us on ABC Sport. Clear and kick coming from Day up towards the wing and the mark taken there by Lohman. Half-back flank. Lions by 18 points. Lohman with that shoulder injury during the second term. He kicks up to the wing here for Berry, and Berry marks as he falls to ground. Running by Will Ashcroft. Forward handball towards Lockie Neal. He's just pushed off his kick. The Saints have lifted their rating here, no doubt. There's Howard wrapped up as he picks it up, and a ball upcoming. Half-forward flank, Lions by 18.
And Rulai in Adelaide says, I feel for Garcia being swapped by his first coach for someone else. My first girlfriend did the same thing. Thoughts with you, Rulai. Nice to have you with us in Adelaide. Brisbane by 18 points. Hugo Garcia was subbed out 12 minutes into that second quarter. Tactical sub. But another stoppage here, a boundary throwing. We've seen this a lot today, haven't we? Repeat stoppages, same
It's never got real flow in this game today. So it has been passages of play that look nice, but mainly the ball's just lived in a contest. And Brisbane have been the better at the contest.
0437 774 774, the SMS number. As we tick into time on third quarter action, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Oh, Owens trying to get a kick away. Good smother from Rayner. Off the deck goes Will Ashcroft into the forward pocket. Sits up for Wilkie. Slides out of the would-be tackle from Morris and just bangs it out of defence with a big torp. Oh, good mark, Berry.
Second one, he's got Brad Hill in two legitimate one-on-one marking contests. Berry's been able to win both.
Brisbane's number 7 can put them back inside 50. 20 gone, third term. Brisbane by 3 goals.
Sets it up to the pocket, looking for a marker. McInerney one-handed. He's dragged it in, Big O.
Oh, that will frustrate Ross Lyons. So 3 one-on-one marking contests. So 2 with Brad Hill, with Jared Berry, and he wins them both. And this one, Oscar McInerney with the St Kilda big ruckman in Rowan Marshall. Legitimate one-on-one contest, and all 3 won by Brisbane.
Do need just a little steadier here, the Lions.
On with the buzz cut. Oscar McInerney.
All business.
It's normally a right to left goal kick, isn't he? Right to left hard.
A long way from hand to foot. McInerney comes in and misses. Hard right.
Hard right.
Wasn't far enough out.
He didn't want to be accused of trying to nurse it through, did he?
No, he's not a nurser. Big O.
Lions by 19 points.
It's third tier of Docklands, regardless of distance.
Short kick towards Wood, who marks deep in defence. That's Howard, sorry, marks deep in defence. Oh, that kick, not a good one, not on the way through. Picked up by Brisbane through McCluggage. Got a hand pass away to Bailey. Looks at Dougal. Howard says, I'll run it past you. Slip past Webster. Bailey can't finish. Kicks the behind of the year. Misses near side. A fend off, a broken tackle, and then snaps on the outside of the right boot, but missed near side. Gee, that would have been anything.
Oh, is it behind of the year? Because Jeremy Cameron kicked a pretty good one on Easter Monday as Sinclair brings it in. Wangani Malira marks on the half-back flank. St Kilda in possession. Brisbane with some ascendancy. Kicks tight roping the boundary line, and Stocker drops it out. Throw-in coming on the wing.
Is that an almost game, Zach Bailey? He's up to 17 possessions, 1 goal, 2. He looks like he's starting to find his best form again.
Even took a bounce in all of that as well, Bailey.
We had to. He started about 40 metres out.
Umpire flings it in. Both rucks miss it. Comes down Sinclair, soccers it on. It spills to Neil. Brisbane in possession. Handball away towards Will Ashcroft. Over the top to his mate there in Jasper Fletcher, who kicks inside 50. Out the back it goes. Spills for Day. This time Brisbane. Day pokes it through. And the Lions are back out by 26. They've just steadied 9-13-67. Plays 6-5-41. 23 minutes into the third.
I'm hoping they're going to sub Kai Loman out here. So that contest, he just didn't want to put that right arm up. So I think they are subbing him out by the looks of it.
So this is going to be the third game he's played this year. He would have been subbed out in all of them.
Yeah.
So twice with the ankle and now with some kind of a shoulder complaint that's been re-strapped after his collision earlier.
So what would that be? Would that be an AC joint or something like that?
It's hard to tell. Yeah. But look, you can clearly see he's carrying it. He's in a lot of pain. So he's done his best. He's got halfway through the third quarter. Now Tunstall will get his chance.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. What can you say, Ray?
Yeah, that has activated. He came to the bench, Loman, and just shook his head and said, no good. So that's all been handed in and the paperwork's done.
Gee, just cannot get a run at it. 3 games.
Well, he's too important.
Yeah.
It's, when the whips are cracking at the end of the season, that's when you want him at his best. We saw the damage he can do in finals.
His best game of his career, of course, was on grand final day, as it was for this young man. Will Ashcroft tackled. Ball comes out. Brisbane keep possession. Bailey on the outer wing. In fact, it was Lester. Gives a hand pass away to Levi Ashcroft. Kicks up beyond the wing. Finds Hipwood. Hipwood marks. Turns. Sends it deeper inside 50. And here's Lockie Neal, who's kicked 2 already. Got a career best of 4 for Lockie Neal.
He surprises you with distance, Lockie Neal. I'd say from here, it's unlikely, but he when he has a set shot, he tends to find an extra couple of metres.
goal about every 2.5 games as a player across his career. Lachie Neale, he gets to the 50. Right-footed drop punt, and that is bang on target. And Brisbane settle this game down. A third for the two-time Brownlow medalist. And the Brisbane Lions stretch it back out to 32 points. And so much for that push for the Saints. They've eaten in just 2 points to the halftime margin. Now 25 gone in the third. Spot on Rama, and he got the trip.
Yeah, and I think Lachie was smart from the centre clearance. He gave away the free kick, stood the mark, and a sort of a grubby kick from Jack Ford. And Lachie spat out the back, sort of hoping, and he obviously has a lot of trust in his teammates to win the ball at the contest, and they did and went forward, and he found himself free basically 40 metres forward of the footy, which sets up his third goal. And I think the ability for Will Ashcroft to win that contest and find a teammate in the back half then got them to the outside and produced a pretty easy goal in the end.
Has kicked 3 goals on 5 previous occasions. Only once before has he kicked 4. Can he get there today, Lachie Neale? Back in the middle, McRae picks it up. Gives it off to Windhager. Inside 50 on the kick for St Kilda. No mark by Gardner. Lester kicks it into the back of Wilmot. Ball jars free into the pocket for Brisbane. Picked up by Berry. Berry's kick out wide. Trying to get it to the sub Tunstall. He's worried out of it. Wilmot comes and helps. Gathers the footy. Goes for a little darting run along the city wing. Couple of bounces. Kick up to half forward. Knocked down there by Wilkie. St Kilda back in control. Kick into the middle for Hill. Loops it for Owens. Owens flicks a handball to the runner, Wanganeen Malera. Steps back onto his right, kicks inside 50. Great vision, great execution. And Hall claims it. 40 out directly in front.
He's got beautiful balance, Wanganeen Malera. Never seen go to ground. There he's just able to sidestep beautifully, create that little pocket of space around him, and the execution of the kick inside 50 is perfect.
Mid-season draft pick, was playing for Box Hill in the VFL, working as a cattle farmer out in Yea, I believe. As he trots in here, boot to ball from 45, the drop punt is there. So the Saints do hang around. 10-13, 73, plays 7-5, 47. 27 minutes into this third term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, I think the common defensive trait now for teams is not getting stepped. I think Nazaya, his ability to stop on a dime and go left or right and overcommit defenders just opens up the whole other side of the field. And most teams are trying to read the ball going one way defensively. When it changes, it's really difficult for defences to get back across and defend. And he's probably top 3 or 5 players in the competition at the moment at doing this inside 50.
Zach Merritt on ABC Sport. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
After that last Brisbane goal, Mason Wood made his way off the ground, down into the rooms. He's come back out, looked as though he had a cut in his mouth. He's now sitting on the back row of the bench.
Okay, thanks Ray. So Mason Wood, bit of concern there. More from you off the SMS in just a moment. We're getting a lot of love for Zach Merritt having him part of our team today on ABC Sport as Bailey comes in off the wing, wins it for Brisbane, handball to Will Ashcroft. That is a dart as he just puts it straight on the chest of McCluggage, who marks 60 out right half forward. Chips it inside the attacking arc. Charlie Cameron gets to the front, can't mark. Spills down St Kilda's way. The umpire says I'll have it as there's a pack which develops.
You can see Brisbane are trying to get the ball to Charlie Cameron. He's only had the 7 possessions in this game, so Stocker's doing a good job on him.
Lions by 26, 28 gone in the third term. Free kick. It's going at McInerney's way. It's a ruck infringement against Marshall. So hooking illegally in the ruck contest, and there's a chance for Oscar Zach to go right to left and give it a big whack from 50 out.
I'll back him in here. I'm backing him from long range. I do wonder with Charlie Cameron, with his dynamicness and speed, whether it is worth getting up around the ball a little bit more.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, we're getting word that Mason Wood has suffered a concussion.
Right.
Okay. Here comes Ross Lyon as he comes charging down. They can't make their sub because they made a tactical sub earlier. Here's Oscar McInerney, who kicks a drop punt from 50. That is beautiful. Right to left. Zach Merritt all over it in the com box. And Brisbane all over it on the green stuff. They lead by 32 points. Half hour gone in this third term. 11-13, 79. St Kilda 7-5, 47. And a goal to their cult figure in Oscar McInerney.
Well, it's a beautiful kick. I'm just waiting for the replay because these ruck infringement free kicks. So just getting the replay now. Oh, boy, Zach. I'm not sure what that one's for at all.
Not much in that.
No, there's very little in that free kick. So it's just a little bit of a show of strength there by Rowan Marshall.
Maybe we got a Ray for that one because I'm not the expert in the ruck. Like Jules.
Oh.
No replays down here. Sorry, Zach, I won't be able to assist.
How about this off the SMS? Geez, having Zach Merritt in the box is like a Rolls Royce parking in a car park full of Datsuns. Great to have a current player involved. Love the inside. I think. Thanks, Matt.
my first car was a Datsun. Datsun Charade, I believe, is free kick picked out. And the clearance there for Brisbane, and they're getting a free kick again. It'll go to Day in the end after all of that. So the mark set 48 metres out. It's a 40-degree angle. Maybe slightly better than that, in fact. Does Day have the leg on him from here?
Well, he did in the previous. It's about the same distance where he's directly in front. So obviously need to hit it a bit better than last time.
Sam Day, such a long time at the Gold Coast Suns. Now is the line. His drop punt. He's fanned out to the right. And it'll go off hands into the behind post. We'll get a throw in deep in the right forward pocket. Lions by 32 minutes played. Third term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
What else is happening today in the footy world? Of course, up next, Port Adelaide and North Melbourne. Roos have never won at Adelaide Oval. They're obviously in a bounce-back spot after a heavy loss again last week to the Blues. They play Zach Butters and the Power coming up next, so we'll take you there for coverage of that. And then it is GWS and the Western Bulldogs, the Great Western tonight, one of the great modern-day rivalries in the competition, the Giants and the Bulldogs. So Manuka Oval, that'll be tonight on our air.
Across the back of the goal line and then hits the behind post. Decision on scoreboard.
So there we go. So it hasn't gone through for a behind. It's then hit the behind post on the hop, which means this will be a boundary throwing. No score. It'll be a forward 50 stoppage for the Brisbane Lions, who led it by 32 points. The Saints did come earlier in the term. They kicked 3 goals to start the quarter, trimmed the margin to 17 points, but from that point on, the reigning premiers, as they do, just levelling up. Kicked 3 of the next 4. Marshall palms it down for the Saints. Sinclair trying to get it out of there. He's tackled, held up, and do it all again. It's a great story, Jack Sinclair. He's up the rookie list.
Yeah, he's become a brilliant player.
Yeah.
A couple of All-Australians, best and fairest.
Now all of a sudden one of their prime movers is, if not their best player, he's pretty close to it as McInerney off his knees gets a handball away towards Jones and he's tackled and the ball up. He was actually on the rookie list back in the day when he had to go back on the rookie list and actually couldn't play. That's right. Because there wasn't enough guys on the long-term injury list to allow him eligibility.
A free kick picked out from the restart. It's going to Brisbane. There's a Lions player down in amongst all of that, Zach Bailey.
Who's getting the free kick?
Zach Bailey.
For what? He ran into his own player.
Did he get shoved into them? Ooh. I just saw him down.
Jeez. A couple of bizarre decisions inside Brisbane's forward 50.
What did he pay, Ray? Sorry, I just heard you shout out on the boundary.
Yeah, the field umpire awarded a trip. It looked to me as though they just sort of blocked legs, but that's what he's awarded.
So Zach Bailey, maybe with the cheap one. 20 out, directly in front. Extends it to a game-high lead. 38 points, Brisbane's advantage. He's got a couple, 12-13-85 by 7-5-47. 34 minutes into the third. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, maybe. Like, you look at the free kicks against Liam Stocker. So whether he's just trying to establish his position within that contest or he's actually flung his leg out. Yeah. I think that's play on there, really. Yeah, I think that's play. I think they're desperately unlucky there, St Kilda, but it extends the lead there for the Lions.
Adam Ramanauskas alongside Zach Merritt. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron calling the footy. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. The Premiers by 38. Back in the middle, here's McRae. Got a handball away towards Jones for the Saints. He gives it to Steele, the skipper. Sends it out to half forward. And as Owens hits up, the siren sounds. That'll do us through 3 quarters. So St Kilda made a run. They kicked 3 goals to start that third term before Brisbane kicked 4 of the next 5. And as a result, it is the Lions by 38 points. I'm going to have another go at this, Ben. I think I ruined everybody's budget at half-time. I got the goal kickers all kinds of wrong. So you shout out if I've made an error here. But 3 for Hipwood. And then 3 for Neal.
Yep.
And then 2 for Morris.
Yep.
2 for Bailey.
Yep.
1 each for Day and McInerney.
That's it.
Correct weight. And for St Kilda, we've got 3 for Higgins. 1 each for Wangadeen, Millerer, Marshall, Wood and Hall. Now on the injury front, a concussion for Mason Wood. So unfortunately for him, he has had a few injuries in the past across the journey, Mason Wood, and unfortunately out of the game, the 31-year-old with concussion. And Hugo Garcia was somewhat controversially subbed out of the game in the second quarter, just 12 minutes into the term after 4 disposals. Ross Lyon calling the tactical sub very early there. And on the Brisbane side of things, Kai Lohmann, for the 3rd time in as many games this year, played round 1, subbed out with an ankle injury, played round 3, subbed out with an ankle injury, and now he plays here in round 7, subbed out with a shoulder issue. So his day is also over prematurely. So Kai Lohmann with the shoulder, Wood with the concussion, and Garcia subbed out tactically. The news from the benches. All right, the thoughts of Zach Merritt and Adam Ramanaskas coming up next. It is 3-quarter time at Docklands, Brisbane by 38. This is ABC Sports coverage of Saturday footy right here on ABC Sport.
ABC iView covers every angle. Insiders.
Who will govern Australia for the next 3 years?
Swingers.
Swing voters are where all the action's at.
And Gruen Nation.
You can trust me.
ABC iView. Always free, always informative.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Windhager off a step. Spiral towards the attacking arc. Higgins roots himself with Answorth and Marks. 45 out, gives it off to Bradley Hill. He gives it to Wanganeen Milera. Gets around 1, steps in, pulls the trigger, kicks the goal. Nass, he's the truth. Sharman looks up to half forward, up goes Wood. He takes the marks, and Kilda. They've come out smarting after half-time. As Wood veers out to his left, pulls the trigger on goal, it's there. Back-to-back goals for the Saints.
Long kick to centre half forward. 1 bounce, reaches Owens. He's met by Darcy Gardner, pushes him away. Handball to McRae. McRae inside 50 to Higgins. Hands to it. No mark. Fletcher slips over. Higgins gets up, kicks the goal. Here come the Saints.
Will Ashcroft over the top to his mate there in Jasper Fletcher, who kicks inside 50. Out the back it goes. Spills for Day. This time Brisbane. Day pokes it through.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
So Lions by 38 at 3-quarter time. Next stop, Port Adelaide and North Melbourne at Adelaide Oval. Aaron Bryans heading up the call as...
Corby, a big afternoon for the Power and the Roos as they both look to establish some credibility. Port looking for a positive record after its slow start. And North Melbourne coach Alistair Clarkson will be desperate for a response after a not-so-good Friday against the Blues last week. There's a couple of milestones to look forward to this afternoon as well. Premiership swan Luke Parker is going to be the 107th player to play 300 games. Kane Farrell's also going to raise the bat for the Power. Team sheets have just dropped and there are no late changes. Jeremy Finlayson is the sub for the Power. And Zane Dersma dons the vest once again for the Roos. We'll have 8 All-Australian Blazers in the box. 7 of them belong to Ebony Marinoff, the reigning W medalist, and Josh Franco will be alongside her as well. Tom Wilson to call the action alongside me. It's Port Adelaide and North Melbourne next, Corby, on ABC Sport.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, Az. Don't forget, coming up today as well, the funeral mass for Pope Francis from the Vatican. It will be broadcast live on the ABC. Coverage through ABC Radio National, on the ABC Listen app, or you can watch the funeral live on ABC News Channel. It starts from 5:30 Eastern. Jeremy Fernandez, Geraldine Doog and Noel DeBean will all be there as part of our coverage on ABC Sport live from Vatican City. So that starts at 5:30 Eastern. You can catch coverage of the funeral mass for Pope Francis. The thoughts of our analysts here on ABC Sport, Zach Merritt and Adam Ramanauskas, with Brisbane on top by 38.
Yeah, I think after half-time, the team that normally is struggling comes out and responds in some manner, and they did that really well in the first 5 or 6 minutes, the Saints, with some pressure on the ball, getting it forward and kicked a couple of goals. But Brisbane's ability, as they have all day, just to weather the storm, fight through contests, get to the outside and drive corridors to get those inside 50s into even numbers has been extremely damaging. And Lockie Neal, Will Ashcroft, these guys with their hands in close has been at a really high level. And once they worked away for 10 minutes, it sort of cracked open a little bit in the last 5 minutes. I think they capitalised on a couple of 50-50 free kicks, and albeit after a pretty good effort from the Saints, it's back to basically the half-time margin.
The problem for St Kilda in this game is they're constantly defending. So on the occasion where, early in that quarter, first 10 minutes, are able to hit the scoreboard a couple of times, but it just feels like they're on the back foot. They're retreating. They're trying to get numbers back to clog up Brisbane's forward line. 28 inside 50s only for the 3 quarters for the Saints. So it just makes it hard to put a competitive score on the board and start to apply some level of scoreboard pressure. So the other part is St Kilda are handballing far too much. 160 kicks, 130 handballs. So that invites pressure. Brisbane, as skillful as they are a really good pressure team as well, also around the contest. So that then allows Brisbane to win the ball back. And we've spoken about their foot skills and hand skills, and they're able to execute in that third quarter. They had 9 scoring shots in that third quarter, Brisbane.
Adam Ramanauskas and Zach Merritt on ABC Sport. We're lucky to have the Bombers skipper with us today. Brisbane by 38 points over the Saints as we start this final term Saturday footy on ABC Sport. And then a big tackle laid in there, McRae and McCluggage, and after all that we'll do it again. He's told us many things about the game, given us a great insight onto the field. Also told us the Bombers have a barista pre-game, which is an interesting insight. That's probably ahead of the curve, I think. We'll expect to see that caught on across the league. Catch on all across the league is what I'm trying to spit out. As Archie's tackled in the middle of the ground. Actually had your chief executive in the box yesterday as well, Craig Vozzo. And the Bombers put a very hot button issue to him as well, as Hill gives a handball out towards Howard. His kick bounces towards the boundary line, picked up by Windhager.
That's just so Windhager's had time and space there.
Just turns it over.
Dump kick straight to Zorko. Zorko back into the middle of the ground to Oscar McInerney. You can't give the ball back to Brisbane so easily.
Well, the Big O pokes it about 8 metres, not the required distance, but Levi Ashcroft goes back to his great mate in Jasper Fletcher, who kicks it short to McCluggage, forward of the logo. McCluggage waits the kick inside 50, turnover, mark taken by Windhager. St Kilda in possession on the arc. Windhager goes for no one in particular. And Will Ashcroft picks it up, kicks inside 50, and Hipwood runs onto the floating ball and marks 40 out, slight angle to the left.
I'd love to see across to the box now and see Ross Lyon's reaction to Windhager's last 2 kicks.
We might get a second tactical sub.
Yeah, just come off the ground, son. Just sit up the back of the bench.
So Hipwood will have the set shot. Going back off the long run-up.
Was it the Giants who played short here one day trying to preserve bodies against Carlton? They were so far in front, they said, you know what, let's just call it. We ended up about 16 or 17.
Hipwood puts his laces through it and just fans it left. Not to be. Brisbane by 39, 2 minutes into the fourth. Saturday footy on ABC Sport, where it all happens.
At second row might get crowded, so Hugo Garcia subbed out tactically. Unfortunately for Mason Wood, he's failed a concussion test, so his day is done. He'll miss at least next week. Oh, big fly from Leicester and crash landing. Couldn't take the mark. Spills to Neal, his teammate. Gives it to Answorth. Kicks inside 50. Hipwood flies. Rayner stays down. Handball away to McCluggage. Mowed down in the tackle from Webster. Well, somehow ball spits out. Cameron's onto it. Snaps it, misses. Charlie in the right forward pocket are behind.
He's desperate to hit the scoreboard, Charlie Cameron.
Lions by 40 points. 3 minutes gone. Final term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Wangani Malera goes short. Mark taken by Dougal Howard, who flings a handball out wide. Wilkie running by. He'll kick around the dockside wing up to a contest. Sharman does well. Out points Harris Andrews to mark on his chest. The Lions by 40 points. Sharman steps around Andrews, takes a bounce, looks into the pocket, low ball through the hands of Gardner. Out the back, Caminiti gets back up, goes out after it. Out of play it goes, and Caminiti goes over the fence. Ryan Lester goes and pulls him down by the legs.
He's a popular man, Ryan Lester, isn't he?
That's exactly why.
Heart and soul guy.
Charitable bloke.
Game number 214. Hardcore St Kilda fan. So when he got to the club, wanted to wear number 35 for Robert Harvey. Yep. Had a poster of halves on his wall when he was growing up. Big St Kilda man. Boundary throw-in. He comes down towards Levi Ashcroft, who kicks outside the defensive 50. Ball spills the Saints' way here. Hill's got it. Handball to Webster. Hand pass away towards Jones. Short kick inside 50. Missed. Sharman, the intended target, picked up by Andrews. Hand pass away towards Levi Ashcroft. Pokes his kick down the wing, and here's Dunkley. Got it for Brisbane.
He gives it off to a teammate running by, and Will Ashcroft, who releases Charlie Cameron. A couple of bounces. Here he goes. Jones chasing him. Cameron unselfish. Pulls his kick back. Over the contest it goes. Out the back, Berry. So much space. Time to steady. He shorts it to Hipwood. And the Lions incredibly unselfish. Well, and Hipwood ends up with it in the left forward pocket.
That's one way to look at it, and I think St Kilda are incredibly lazy. The amount of free Brisbane players, we're only 4 minutes into this quarter, so there should be no excuse not to be able to chase and find a man.
Eric Hipwood. He'll snap it on his non-preferred right. Few steps out, onto the right boot, and through the middle. 4 for Hipwood. And the Lions, they lead it by 46 points. 13-15-93. Play 7-5-47. 5 minutes into the into the final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, I feel it's a hard one sometimes in the game. You got systems, you got effort, you got so many things going through your head, but the game in large part comes back to fundamentals and kicking and handballing and taking the ball as cleanly as you possibly can to buy yourself time. And you go from Jones with an uncontested inside 50 kick 20 metres away, just missing, to then rebounding, and Brisbane's ability to hit that mid-arc mark, play on, and then all of a sudden they've got 2 or 3 forward of the footy. They've read the cue back in their team after to hit those kicks. That's sort of been symptomatic of the day, those fundamentals around the ball.
Zach Merritt on ABC Sport. After the Bombers played in that Anzac Day block pass to the 30th time, 30th edition between Collingwood and Essendon yesterday. Anzac appeal round rolls on today on ABC Sport. Back in the middle, picked up by Stocker. He's tackled immediately, lost in his steal for the Saints. Hand pass to Wangane Miller, runs into Owens, his own teammate. Neal gives a handball out to Wilmot. High kick down to half forward. Archie, juggled effort, can't complete the mark. Spills to Hill. St Kilda win it back. Advantage applied. Gives it to Jones. Short kick to Wangadine Miller. Is it back edge of the centre square for St Kilda.
He'll kick around the edge of that square, and Sinclair takes it. Gives it off to a teammate running by, and Steele. Steele looks long into the pocket. Wants the marker down there, and Caminiti. Andrews in from the side. Good mark. Offensively for the Lions. Chips it short to Fletcher. Fletcher, forward handball to the runner Wilmot. Here goes Darcy. Handball away to Bailey. Handball to Neal. Lines up towards the halfway line. They'll retreat. Will Ashcroft back to brother Levi, who pokes it short. Dunkley kicks it on again in turn to Rayner. Now Rayner comes infield with his kick for Bailey. Half forward flank now Brisbane. Bailey pokes it for a leading McInerney. Overshoots him. Out the back. Webster cleans it up. Handball back into the mark. Steele. Good enough to get around one off to Owens. He'll send it out to the Saints wing.
Finds Jones, takes the mark, gives it to Bradley Hill, who's off and running, the 3-time premiership winner with the Hawks. Hand pass away to Isaac Keeler, who takes the hand pass and then runs, kicks all the way to the goal line. Nice little shepherd from Higgins, and it bounces through for a goal. Keeler knocks one through, the 21-year-old, celebrating the little milestone birthday during the week. 7 minutes into the final term, Brisbane by 40. 13-15-93, St Kilda 8-5-53, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
I'm tipping this, the first, how many minutes wins? 7.5 minutes is anything to go by. It could be a bruise-free quarter, so a lot of uncontested possession. by Brisbane to start this quarter, and then there, even St Kilda kicking that goal, a lot of uncontested possession. But what I did want to ask Zach a question. He spoke about fundamentals just before, so you've got your standard training, obviously, Zach, that you do with the team. How many hours then do you spend personally on just the fundamentals of the game?
Yeah, I normally try and do two extra sessions as a bare minimum with my line coach, which is very basic and boring, and no doubt people would look from the outside and think, is that too basic? But for me, I think that's where your game starts. You have to nail those fundamentals, and then from there you can explore and try things in training, and then try things in the game when it pops up as well.
So what kind of things are we talking? Sort of basic touch drills, basic kicking drills?
Yeah, a lot of just 15 metres apart, kicking in a straight line across your body, trying handballs back and forward, left and right, and just developing those skills so they become second nature.
Into the pocket go Brisbane, and eventually out of play it goes with Wilkie.
Is there a set number of touches that you want per week? Is it 1,000? Is it 500? Is it...
Yeah, I normally try and aim for about 1,000 in my hands, and then probably another 250 to 300 kicks. On top of the core business that I know every player in the comp is doing. Everyone's in an elite program now and managed so well, so trying to find extras where possible.
From the boundary throw in, Marshall palms it down towards Levi Ashcroft. Got a little kick away towards Will Ashcroft. Brisbane still with it. Forward 50 stoppage. Day to Neil and now to Rayner. High up and under, close to the boundary line, and knocked out of play by Jack Steele.
Success leaves clues, doesn't it? You're stacking bricks from that point, aren't you, Rammer? Right. A little bit of compounding, and better you get day on day.
Yeah, well, that's why the good players don't fumble. So, you have that football in your hand most days, and some guys just do it for the sake of it, but if you do it to improve and get better, that's why they're good players.
Day got it out of the right, gives it to Bailey, kicks outside of the right boot, got it. Another one for the Lions, and the Premiers are in party mode already.
Yeah, and I think I remember my second year, James Hird was the coach at the time, and his sort of first week back as head coach, and he pulled me into his office and just said, have a footy in your hand for 30 minutes as a bare minimum every day. Whether you're at the club or it's your day off, just go for a walk and take a footy for 30 minutes. So that was something I learned early on, and I think has held me in really good stead moving forward.
And he's a perfect example. So that goal that he kicked against West Coast to win the game all those years ago in the right forward pocket, no jokes, I would have watched James Hird do that at training easily 100 times a week. He had old Colin Hooper, who used to hand him the football there, and he would kick that snap in the right forward pocket over and over and over again.
There wasn't he didn't go and hug a dummy or anyone over the fence. I think that was just spontaneous on the day. What a moment that was. 46-point lead for the Lions. 11 minutes gone, final term. Bailey's now got 3.
The Eagles came from a mile down in that game as well to get it back to that point as Day wins the tap, and the Lions attack again. Comes to Rayner, snaps around the corner. Archie launching at the footy, doesn't take the mark. Saints are there, McRae to Webster to Hill. Clear and kick beyond the defensive 50. Out to the wing. Tracking after it out there is Tunstall as well as Jones. Tunstall, great pickup. Bumped off his kick. It gets to Will Ashcroft. Back to Tunstall. Kick smothered there by Hill. Ball ricochets into the pocket. Still going though, Tunstall. He paddles it out. Good work from the sub. Getting busy in this game, and a throw-in coming. Lions by 46, 12 played. Final term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Has anyone come with you, Zach, or say, hey, I'm going to go do a few bits and pieces with you as well?
Yeah, we've got a really good bunch of younger players that are putting the work in. Hasn't fully translated as yet, but I think guys are improving really rapidly, and there's clearly no shortcut to get to where we want to get to. So try and drag along as many as possible, and also looking to learn. There's so many guys around the comp that do some amazing things, or they'll retweet or put stuff on social media. You can try and take tidbits or chat to them over a coffee and try and learn as much as well and try and improve.
Saints got it up the wing, but again a turnover, and Brisbane go back the other way with plenty of interest. Rayner to McCluggage. Kicks across the ground and finds Bailey. Bit of everything today, Zach Bailey. Kicked eye-popping behind. He's kicked 3 goals. Also started the day with 2 absolute shakes, which are very uncharacteristic for him. Gives it to Answorth, now to Berry. Kicks inside the forward 50. Morris trying to keep it alive in the forward pocket. Turnover. Stocker returns it from the back pocket, trying to find his teammate, and turns it over.
That no better example there. So, okay, we're deep in the last quarter. Stocker, under a little bit of pressure. But Darcy Wilson was his intended target and just completely missed him.
46 points the margin at the moment. That is a game-high margin as well by my count. Jared Berry, one of their 19 premiership players in today. They've got 22 on the list, of course, after Joe Danaher's retirement. Berry, drop punt. That's perfect off the boot. It's all the way there. And it's another one for the Lions. They crack the ton. Brisbane 15-15, 105. Now a beat down of the Saints, 8-5-53. 13 gone final term. Brisbane by a whopping 52 points.
So this is, for now, the Saints. So it was, what was it? I think it was 6 goals in gather round. 70-odd points last week, and it's another 52 points this week. It's concerning. It's really concerning at the moment for the Saints. You look, they got enough talent out there, but it's not translating at the moment.
There's always one team that gets fitted up by the media sort of each and every week, and Saints might have had a little bit of a run up to it, but it feels like it might be them this week.
Look, they're playing against a very good team. There's no doubt about it. Like the efficiency of Brisbane is off the charts good. How they use and protect the football, but
the narrative going into gather round was, they're a new destination team and things have turned, and pay close attention to the Saints. Well, gee, they've come crashing down to earth.
They go out of the middle here. Steele, handball to Owens, to Hall. Clever little kick. Doesn't find its target in Higgins. Then tackled to ground after gathering the rebound, Ainsworth.
Zach, you're probably wondering what we're talking about. I can't imagine you follow the footy news cycle intimately every week and the wild extremes we go to and responding to clubs.
I think I follow some. I think some of it's part of the industry. It makes it what it is, and I think there's that is used as a benefit for the game and growing the game and engaging fans, which I think is awesome. No doubt it is. There's a weekly cycle of a team or a coach that seems to be somewhat under pressure, but I think if you can't deal with that, you may as well not sign up to play. It's part of the game, and I certainly enjoy most part of it.
Here goes Hill for the Saints, sending them inside 50, but Wilmot stands in front of the pack, takes the mark, gives a bit too much air to his kick. It finds Logan Morris, 45 out from the defensive goal. Lions by 52 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Pulls the trigger out to Zorko, but picked off by Wilkie. Hits the ground running for St Kilda. High half forward, hand pass to Keeler. He gives it to Wangadeen Millero, goes short to McRae. McRae doesn't waste any time, shoots goalward, misses out to the left of behind. So Brisbane by 51. But the week when it is your team, Zach, is that hard as the captain of the club to say to everyone, it's a large playing group, hey, let's just worry about what we're doing and less about what they're talking about?
Yeah, no doubt. I think for me, it's not real pressure really. It's guys talking words, and they can only judge on what they see. And that for me, it's like, well, if you want them to say better things, well, let's perform better. So it doesn't really get to me too much. I think there's an ability though for younger players coming through that haven't got those skills or perspective on what that is. You just try and talk to them in an appropriate manner and encourage them just to focus on what they need to worry about and the behaviours that need to work on. And as I said, if we're performing better, then we'll get good things said about us. If we're not, we don't deserve it.
Brisbane down the city wing. Ends up in the hands of Charlie Cameron, who swings a switching kick looking for Neil. It gets to him. He's clattered into as he takes the mark. A little bit of front-on contact from the exuberant Machito Owens.
I love that, by the way.
Yeah.
The players write their own story every weekend.
Yeah,
it's up to them to decide.
What nice things written about you play well.
Correct. None of it's predetermined. It's not as if we sit here and say, this is what we're going to talk about on Monday. We're going to talk about whatever we see on the weekend.
Hill goes into the pocket. McCluggage glides in from the side to mark. 15 out, 45-degree angle.
This, I think, the review of this game for St Kilda will be brutal in terms of just the fundamentals that Zach talked about. So the fundamentals there is stand next to your player.
Hugh McCluggage trots in and puts through another. They're piling on the pain. 57 points, Brisbane's ascendancy. 16-15, 111 plays 8-6-54, 17 minutes into the fourth. Rama, Zach, you guys have lived it. I'm fascinated with how uncomfortable those review sessions can be.
Well, again, they're only uncomfortable if you perform that way. So, as Zach said, perform better, pretty much. But that's an uncontested mark inside forward 50 from a slow play. That shouldn't happen. That just simply should not happen. So that's not a learning where you can teach somebody to do it. That's an effort thing to go, okay, my player's free. I need to go and stand next to him and put my arm across him. So, yep, okay, Eric Hipwood does a good job of protecting the space a little bit, but McCluggage had no one within 5 metres of him inside forward 50.
18 gone, final term. Brisbane by 57. From the moment we said the Saints are coming, they have conceded 8 of the next 10 goals, and the margin's gone from 17 to 57. They get some go forward here as Marshall kicks it inside 50. Keeler competes, no mark, hits the deck. Sharman scoops it up. Handball to Caminiti, snaps a goal. Here's one back for St Kilda. Trying to put a pretty face on it in this final term, but they have been well beaten today. 18 and a half gone, final quarter. Caminiti goals. 9-6-60. Brisbane 16-15, 111. The Lord Nelson, a 51-point lead for Brisbane. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
And the difficulty for St Kilda is fighting out the game and making something of it. So I referenced Richmond on Thursday night where they could have rolled over quite easily, but the margin in the end I think was only 18 or 24 points. So Richmond kicked the last 4 goals of that game and really got something out of that last quarter. So we're sitting here now 20 minutes into this last quarter, still 8 minutes remaining in this game. St Kilda have got to get something out of it to try to take some momentum into next week.
That next week is against Fremantle, and there's nowhere to hide. Friday night footy. St Kilda and Fremantle. So Ross the Boss against his old side. The Dockers will be coming off a win, of course, headed to Melbourne, and the Saints will be coming off a defeat. By what margin is the question?
Neil comes away with the footy for Brisbane from the restart. Sends his kick out wide, looking for Charlie Cameron just in the field of play. Darcy Wilson does well, wins it for the Saints. 1-2 with Bradley Hill. He'll kick into the middle now. Goes Wilson. Through the hands there of Hall, and Brisbane mop up through Dunkley. Handball away to Wilmot. Misses Zorko. Clever little side foot pass. Out to Levi Ashcroft, who goes back to Wilmot. Back to Ainsworth. And Ainsworth kicks out wide, and Zorko marks. High half forward here for Brisbane. He looks into the pocket, wants a marker. It goes over the back. Rayner can't gather. There's a whistle anyway. Free kick Brisbane. Sinclair can't believe it.
This unrealistic attempt.
And there for the Saints. And Archie, he'll end up with it in game 150. Was it unrealistic? What do you think, Rama?
No, I thought he tried to contest the football. But Archie wasn't really contesting the football.
Game 150. Pick 8 in 2015. Tough time of the Suns. Boy, he's a lion. And a goal in game 150 for Kalachi. 57 points their lead again. And clearly a popular member. They all come to celebrate with him. 17-15, 117. Plays 9-6-60. 21 minutes into the fourth.
It's interesting. Lockie Neal spoke during the week about the midfield having to go to work. They were comprehensively beaten last week by Collingwood, particularly through the middle of the ground. Ashcroft's had 31. Lockie Neal's had 27, kicked 3 goals. Zach Bailey's pushed up into the midfield. He's had 23 and 3 goals. Dunkley's had 22, 10 contested, 9 tackles. And he's been completely workmanlike. McCluggage is probably the one that hasn't had the strong game. He's had 20 and a goal still. But I think if you look across the board, Brisbane's midfield has just been completely dominant today.
I got one for Ray on the SMS in just a moment. Brisbane by 57 points. Back in the middle, Steele got it out for the Saints. Whacked forward by Marshall. Picked up though by Neal. And pass away towards Wilmot. Slick hands away to Zorko. Trying to give it back to Wilmot. Just gets a kick out of the centre square. Now the clearance. Bounces up to the wing. Inadvertently socketed in the wrong direction. 20 metres by Archie. Picked up by Levi Ashcroft to Gardner. Hand pass away to Zorko. Just gets a hand pass through to Dunkley. Brisbane outnumbered and work it back through Gardner, and now Levi Ashcroft still at half-back for Brisbane.
He kicks up towards the contest. Right there, Stocker and also Hipwood, gathered though by big Oscar McInerney, who fires out a handball away towards McCluggage. Handball to Hipwood, back to McCluggage, worried out of it there by Bradley Hill. And wins the free kick. Holding the ball, so Bradley Hill to take it for St Kilda. Off to Sinclair. Handball to Jones running by. Loops a handball to Wangani Malira. Steps back infield. Gets a kick to Owens. High half forward. Handball away to Hall. He can cross the 50. Whacks it long. Higgins down there at full forward. Can't mark. Caminiti Robes. Handball away. Snap on goal. Wilson's got it. Something for the Saints. Brings it back to 51 points. 17-15, 117 plays 10-6, 66. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
One off the SMS, 0437774774. Fellas, please ask Razor if he thinks a send-off rule would work in the AFL. Say the incident is questioned by the on-field umpire and then referred and reviewed by the ARC. That's from the Terrelgan Tiger. What do you reckon, Ray?
I used to be adamantly opposed to the idea of a send-off. There's a lot of ambiguity and grey matter and sort of the like in AFL footy, but the more and more prevalent and the more we learn about concussion and these types of things, the more open-minded I am to it. The one thing I would say is that you need to take it out of the hands of the on-field officials, obviously. That has to be an off-field thing, and so long as the process is really clear and we don't get caught up in the 50-50s, I certainly think there's scope for it in the game.
There you go.
So if it's a send-off rule, are we allowed to replace the player?
No.
So they're playing with 17?
Well, they're from the interchange, but not on the interchange. As the Saints quickly work it inside 50, by the way, and Sharman takes a mark. Yeah.
So it's soccer, if a player's sent off, you play one short.
Yeah. I'm happy if you play with 18 on the field, you're just one short on the bench.
Right, okay.
I don't know. That's probably another thing they have to try and answer. What do you reckon, Zach? Do you want a send-off rule?
I think it makes sense. I think in local footy, when the rules probably are a little bit more grey and there isn't the cameras that we're obviously afforded at AFL level. I think when there's the really bad offences and you lose a player for the game, it is a pretty big impediment for you, and I think it probably makes pretty much clear sense that they would lose that player as well, albeit you still have the same amount of people on the ground. To still be an even battle, but yeah, I think with concussion, with the way it's going, those serious offences probably it would make sense.
Cooper Sharman pokes through the goal, so a couple of late ones here for the Saints. They've kicked 3 of the last 4. 11-6-72. Brisbane 17-15, 117. So 25 gone final term. Brisbane by 45 points. It does happen super irregularly in our game, doesn't it?
Well, would it need to be intentional rather than
that's
careless?
Right. So I don't think a player intentionally goes out to knock out a player.
Like in the last 10 years, like maybe the Andrew Gaff instance, like that's literally.
That's right. Well, that's why we got suspension.
I couldn't believe the reaction to the Cooper Nash one during the week.
Connor Nash.
Connor Nash one during the week. I couldn't believe that as much as was made of that around the send-off rule. I thought that he got it wrong, sure, by a big way, but I didn't think he was intentionally trying to whack him in the head. But
Brisbane in possession here. Zorko bundled over and wants a 50-metre penalty as well, Dane, but won't be getting one.
Is that another strong game? Dane Zorko, 32 possessions, 550 metres gained.
Short to Wilmot, who goes short to Neil. He looks further afield, long inside 50 towards the contest, punched away beyond the attacking arc for Brisbane. Tunstall tracking after it. So too Stocker, who gets it out. Steele off to Brad Hill, cruising by. He'll feed a handball forward to the runner Sharman, the goal kicker. Just nudged as he kicked, dribbles his kick forward, and Andrews will go and pick it up for Brisbane. Handball away to Darcy Gardner. At centre half back, he coughs it up. Caminiti pinches it, gets rid of it to Hall. Flying shot is off target. Away to the left. Lions lead it by 44, 17-15, 117, plays 11-6-72. 26 minutes into the fourth.
Lester marks the kick out. He misses Day with his kick, invites the Saints back in. High half forward, he's Howard. Handball away towards Jones, runs towards the boundary line, gives it to Owens, hangs it in the air. Need a contested mark from Marshall, they don't get it. And Wilmot just brings it down to Zorko. They've pinged him for a throw, trying to whack it out the back. Free kick for Marshall, right half forward. 27 minutes gone, final term. Brisbane by 44. Still to come. We're off in all different directions. And if you're in the ACT, you're off to the NRL coverage with Andrew Moore. And if you're on Brisbane News Radio, we'll take you back to the network. And for the rest of the country, it'll be Port Adelaide and North Melbourne. So footy rolls on. Round 7 continues. The Kangaroos and the Power coming up next. Big Rowan. Oh, thought about having a look. In the end, he hooks it to the top of the goal square. About 8 of them fly for the footy. Spills down to Gardner of the Lions. Handball away towards Leicester. He gives it to Tunstall. In the back pocket, long kick up to the wing. Punched away by Wilkie. And still in dispute. Hill wins it for St Kilda.
He gets a handball away. Off to Burns. Forward handball. On towards Wilson, who goes back to Hill, comes infield to McRae. 53 metres out, Jack McRae. Former dog, but his wife, I'm reliably informed, comes from a big St Kilda family. He sets it up towards full forward here. Up they go off hands, and Zorko whacks a clearing kick up towards the wing. Bouncing ball gathered there by Wilkie. Off to McRae again, now Wilson. Back to Wilkie, dribbles a kick around the boundary line, picked up by Tunstall. And he'll clear for Brisbane, and they are out. Away they go down the city wing. Archie kicks out in front of Charlie Cameron. Back leading inside 50. Takes it, tucks it under the arm, and misses. He cannot find the major opening today, Charlie.
That's 4 behinds now.
Brisbane by 45 points.
What might have been for Charlie Cameron under the roof at Docklands today. 11 disposals, 4 behinds. Oh, dangerous kick back inboard. Brisbane force a turnover. Broken up by Day. Comes down to Bailey. Rush of blood. Just completely miskicks that across the goal face and out on the full. That looked like a certain goal for Brisbane. And has to look his teammates in the eyes. They all sort of trudge back to try and defend. And a 50-metre penalty now going against Hipwood. 118 to 73, so 45 the spread. 30th minute in this final term. And the Brisbane Lions, by the way, next week they play a local derby, a Q Clash against the Gold Coast Suns. That's a Sunday night affair. Good ball movement again from the Saints. They go end to end. Hill to McRae, and the kick inside 50 to Sharman. Arcs around, looks corridor. Big McInerney gets back to break it up for Brisbane. Down towards Rayner, who just jams it on the boot up to the centre square.
Into the middle of the ground it goes, and juggling the mark Day, not paid. Umpire wants it. Umpires converge from different angles there.
Proper Sunday night game, which I don't mind, by the way. Yeah. So true Sunday night fixture, Lions, Suns. I think it's a public holiday on the Monday, so take advantage of that.
Saints come away with it. Handball fed from Steele to Wilson. Kick-off line out of bounds on the full left forward pocket.
Not for everyone. I think it's just a Queensland public holiday, so they'll play the Sunday night game there. It's also Magic Round, so it's a good way to capitalise on what is a big sporting weekend up in the NRL. That's their gather round. I guess that's... They had it first. You know what I'm trying to get to. This Brisbane work it through the middle. Here's Will Ashcroft. Good kick. Finds Charlie Cameron.
Just have a go, Charlie.
There might be time yet. It's Labor Day in Queensland, by the way, so public holiday next Monday.
He's really selling. Look, I'm trying to give it off, but no one's open. I'll go back. I'll take it.
Is he going to get it?
Touched on the line would be the day, wouldn't it?
Fifth time lucky.
What do you reckon, Zach? Back him in?
I reckon he's due for one, yeah.
I think he is too. Surely we get some kind of a celebration or a rev of the motorcycle. Charlie Cameron to try and clean up the day. 4 looks, 4 behinds. He kicks a wounded duck to the top of the goal square. That was an absolute flower bag as it floats its way through, and that has been the day for Charlie. I'm sure he won't mind as the Brisbane will head out a winner. And Sinclair gets the kick out towards half-back. It's taken by Hall. Dishes off the hand pass to Wilson. He heads down the wing.
Wilson gets rid of it away towards Ryan Marshall, who squeezes a kick infield. Business like from Brisbane. The Saints have fast turned into sinners in 2025. The Lions by 45 points in Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
We will always fight for victory. Life is Troy and there's our hope. All for one and one for all. We will answer to the call. Go Lions, Brisbane Lions. We'll kick the winning score. You'll hear a mighty roar.
So the goal kickers, Hipwood with 4, Zach Bailey with 3, Neil 3, and then 2 to Logan Morris. Singles going the way of Archie in game 150, McInerney, Berry, McCluggage and Day.
We will always fight for victory. Like it's Troy and there's our hope. All for one and one for all. We will answer to the call. Go Lions, Brisbane Lions. We'll kick the
The goal kickers for St Kilda: Higgins with 3, Wangani Malira, Wilson, Wood, Hall, Sharman, Caminiti, Keeler, Marshall, all with singles.
Bounce back for the Lions, a 45-point win. They win every quarter, 18 at quarter time, 34 at the half, 38 at three-quarter time and 45 in the finish. Just a shoulder concern for Kai Lohmann to worry about. Meanwhile, Mason Wood, unfortunately, concussed in the second half, and Hugo Garcia controversially subbed out tactically in the opening 10 minutes or 12 minutes of the second quarter. All right, we've got a hard out. We've got 2 minutes, the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
1 to Dane Zorko. I thought just off half-back today, he was terrific. He marshalled the troops. He had plenty of the football himself, plenty of metres gained, and just his ball use. I love his ball use. 2 to Zach Bailey. He had the 24 possessions and 3 goals. I thought just his work forward to centre, how dangerous he was. It looks like he's getting back to his very best form. And 3 to Lockie Neal today. He was superb. 31 possessions, 11 of those contested, 8 inside 50s, and 3 goals. So he was terrific for the Lions today, and 5 clearances to go with.
3 for Neal, 2 for Bailey, 1 for Zorko. What a Ross Lyon. How should he feel about that performance?
I think I would. Yeah, making eye contact with Ross walking into the room would be a good idea if you're a St Kilda player.
And Zach, the Brisbane Lions, where do they stack up amongst the best teams that we've seen so far this year?
Yeah, I mean, they've been the benchmark for close to 4 or 5 years, really. I think their win record the last 5 years, home and away, is 70+% on the go. So, again, they'll be a top 4 team, you'd think, and the way they played today showed why they're so good. Their balance all across the field, the talent they have on every line, it makes it really hard to match up on them, and they're clearly very, very clear on the way they want to play and execute as a team, so they're going to be a tough team to beat.
We've had a lot of love for you, Zach, off the SMS. Appreciate you dropping by. Anytime. Come back anytime, absolutely, and good luck the rest of the way with the Mighty Bombers.
Thanks for having me.
Zach Merritt, the captain of the Dons. Thanks to you, Rammer, as always.
See you next week.
In the Rat.
Yes.
Rat.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Saturday afternoon footy on election day.
Beautiful. Benny will pick me up.
Ray Chamberlain will get the song. He'll get an interview. We'll send that through. Thanks to Ben Cameron. Thanks to Ray Chamberlain, to Lee for all his work, and to Craig back in the studio. We're out. The Premiers, winners, Brisbane by 45.